it was
I
like
was
something.
there.
I was on my way to pick her up.
You said you were picking
Yeah. I was like, oh, I don't know why. Like, and you start to talk to you, so I don't know. Like, I'm like, what is this guy doing? And I'm like going off, and then I'm like, I stopped and I go, far out. Yeah. I'm an angry driver now, and I was never like that.
Honestly, I had a really nice. I might share it on camera. I had a nice moment on the road, like probably a month ago. We were with this guy, like hot head, and like I was really calm, but it was.
Oh yeah.
A really nice experience. So,
okay.
I'll share it on camera.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear it. Iron Man.
Alright, before you start, can we just test mics?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
You just line them up with your mouth.
Do you have the backups or not? Are they charged?
I'm so sorry, I forgot to charge them.
That's alright.
So the mic, just
Worst
do
case.
it so that when you look at Anthony, like you're comfortable, you don't feel like the mic
Yeah.
is in your face.
Just sit, however, don't worry about the mic. Yeah, sit comfortable, and then we'll fix the mic. But yeah, sweet.
Okay,
Oh, so that-
we might lower it a bit. It doesn't have to be like right.
Yeah. Okay.
As long as you speak into the direction of the
I'm
mic.
acting like I've never used the mic before, and like that's all.
Oh yeah, we don't need to tell you, bro. You know you're good.
Even when I'm in the studio, like when I hop into the booth, like my producer even looks at me, he's like, "What's wrong with you?"
Like you're doing it for the first time.
Yeah. It's the nerves.
That's mad. Yes, I swear. Oh man.
Oh, far out.
So I'll ask you now, so
Yeah.
that I don't on the podcast.
Yeah.
And then like put you on the spot. But
Yeah.
everyone that comes on, this isn't as serious as
Yeah.
I made it sound. Sorry.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Everyone that comes on that can sing, I always ask them to sing.
Yeah. Well, look,
Would you do it?
I'm happy to, but I'll be honest, my voice is like pretty butchered after the weekend. But I'll give it a best shot. I'll try.
No, that's all right.
I'll
That's
try
all right.
something. Yeah.
I won't. It's just because I like hearing.
Yeah.
Like singing for me is like one of the talents that I wish that I had. Firstly, but secondly, I just love hearing.
Yeah.
Like all the
that's
time, bro. I sit at home. This is how.
Yeah. Tell me.
It's like I'm the worst. But I'll sit in my downtime.
Yeah.
I'll just go on and I'll watch like The Voice.
Good on you.
Got Talent, whatever, X Factors. I'll just watch auditions and like whatever, like their performances.
Yeah.
I just sit. I'm like, what a voice, what a voice, and I'm like moving a lot. I love
good.
hearing
Yeah.
people sing.
No, awesome.
so
Look,
good.
worst case, I'm thinking even if, well, I'll see how I feel like with my voice, but maybe I can play something that I've like a recording or like a demo of something that I've got.
Yeah.
Even so.
Actually, that might
Yeah.
work better because I
Yeah.
don't want to screw your voice up.
Yeah. So, but we'll see. We'll play it by ear anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
I wanted to ask as well, like,
Yeah, man.
with your podcast, like, how deep do you guys normally talk, like in conversations? Like,
I love that you asked that.
yeah. Because I asked your
Initially-
brother and he was saying, ask you when I come in next. So,
Now, honestly, it's as deep as you want to go.
yeah. Okay.
But if I have my own preference,
yeah.
it's that we go as deep as possible.
Really? Okay. Because look, yeah, like just thinking about like my past sort of stories, like, look, I'm not trying to say like I'm the worst, person out, but like there are things that are like, and I'm just thinking like maybe it might be good to mention for people that are still struggling with that and
God
maybe
bless
sort
you,
of,
bro.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, honestly,
So-
it's like...
So like you don't mind, like I'm not saying I'm going to swear or anything, like none of
No,
that,
no,
but I just, yeah.
No, that's awesome. That's perfect. Because I didn't know. This is what who was I saying it to? I think it was JC. Oh, I was meant to ask you. It's up to you because we have another cold. We have all cold waters.
Me, if you don't mind, I prefer room temperature.
Yeah, of course, bro.
Yeah, even though,
Is that good for your voice?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, there we go. We're getting technical.
What a good guy.
I think Anthony is a singer, really.
No, it's just Elias. It's being around Elias too much. Yeah, I was saying it to, I think the last guest that was on, JC, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But I was saying I have to make sure that people know. So I appreciate you asking because I forgot.
Yeah, that's
It's
all right.
like, I didn't realize that some people thought that like not going, some people thought that I preferred that they didn't go deep. And like I had a guest on, a footy player on last year,
Yeah.
who after the episode, I realized, or I got the sense, at least, he didn't say it explicitly, but I got the sense that he thought that he shouldn't go too deep
So he
in the
sort of held
episode.
back a bit?
So he held back. And then after we finished, he was like talking to me and telling me all this stuff. And I was like,
wow.
oh, That would have been good for the podcast.
And not to say like, you know, like boast about it or anything. Like it's like none of that. Like it's just solely to, you know,
Your story.
shine a light on like help people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, amen, bro. Bro, it's never
I wish I heard
boasting,
that,
man.
you know,
100%.
when I was going through that, you know, like
exactly. That you never know who, like, or how many people need to hear what you've gone through and then where you're at now for them to change. And it makes it realistic for them as well. Yeah. And it's also powerful to see someone who's in the process as well. Like that's why I like to get like people at different levels, not people who are just like already set firm in the faith or whatever. It's like tomorrow we've got someone who's like, he's like almost like TikTok famous.
Oh yeah, that's mad.
Like a footy, he's like a footy guy. He just posts videos of him watching. He's like a dog supporter, so most of the time it's dogs games.
Yeah.
And he's like screaming in the back and yelling or whatever. He's like, everyone loves him because he's funny.
Yeah.
And he's like swearing in every video and all this stuff, you know, he's going off. And then he followed us ages ago and he messaged Happy Easter or whatever. And he goes, if you ever need a guest or something, like I'm happy to come on. I go, that'd be perfect to have someone who's like clearly not like, I'm going to sound so judgmental, but like clearly not like far advanced in the faith. Like, you know, he's not already there. He's just someone who's like, he goes to church and whatever. And then he's also like got another side sort of to him. And he's like in the, like he's in the process of like becoming more serious about the faith or whatever. Yeah. And like that's good for people to see. Cause then if I'm always getting people who are already at the end, like not at the end, you're never at the end, but like, you know what I mean? Then it becomes unrealistic. Yeah. People think it's unattainable now because like this guy's too far that way. Like, you know, I hope that made sense.
No, definitely. It's like my brother say, like there's a few things that like, even for example, like just the feeling I get from, you know, the living the Catholic life, like I feel so good. I'm like saying to my brother, you know, why didn't you tell me it was this good all those years ago? He said you wouldn't understand. And you know what? I agree with him. I wouldn't have understood at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I reckon.
Oh, I love that.
So.
Make sure you say that.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, we started. There you go. You can add this stuff in if you want.
Have we started?
Yeah, you can add that stuff in.
But I just said that about Hectic Fred.
We haven't started.
I don't want to seem judgmental. Like, I don't want to see the podcast and then think I was judging him. That's sad.
I'm not coming on.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I hope you don't mind, bro.
Sure, yeah.
This episode is going to come out in 2 weeks.
Take your time.
Is that all right?
Bro, even if it comes out in a year, bro, don't worry. Take your time with it. All good.
You're a legend.
No stress at all.
Okay, I'm glad. Thank you. Because we've got one for this week.
Yeah.
Coming out this Wednesday.
Awesome.
And then the guy I'm recording tomorrow, because we're going to talk footy and like we're going to talk State of Origin and stuff.
Yeah, I'm mad, yeah.
And that's next Wednesday.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no,
that's better if we release it then.
No, I understand, man. Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Is this a good position here?
Yeah, I think so. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all coming out all right there?
Yes.
I'm just talking. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. We're good, yeah.
Sweet. Good?
Good.
Yeah, anyway. But yeah, so feel free to go as deep as you want. I don't want to push you to go any deeper than you want to, but it's always good to hear. Thanks for asking that.
Yeah, no, pleasure.
Legend.
All good. No worries at all.
Oh, man. All right, let me get...
I feel like even this podcast, like, will be like a very like serious but funny. Like we'll just be laughing.
Yeah. Honestly,
that's good, but I like that. You know.
Yeah.
I hate too serious and all that. Like, I buckle. Like,
like,
I'll be honest. Even things like this, like I buckle a little bit, especially with my talking. But I'm getting more used to it. You know.
I'm glad.
Like it's funny. Like I can sing in front of you name it. Like. As many people as can be, but like when it comes to talking,
it's
especially
it's
my gigs, man. Yeah, far out.
It's so different.
Yeah. But the more you do it, I guess you get used to it. So.
Yeah. Do you talk in between and stuff?
Yeah, like just depends on the vibe. Like especially the crowd. If it's like a dinner set and like people are sort of just talking amongst themselves, like I'll just sort of be in the background. I'll sort of just play by ear.
Oh wow, that's full pro.
I'd prefer that. I prefer just singing anyway. You know, just enjoying. You know.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
That's mad. Good on you, bro.
Yeah. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, you're on with the most like unarticulate person in the world. I'm like not a good speaker at all. I don't. So
That is not true.
Yeah, that's
It's true. It's her job to make me feel better, but it's
That's what I'm paid to do.
no, but like yeah, exactly. Yeah, so don't stress. Like,
all good. Yeah,
we're chill, bro. I'm like, I'm the same. I still buckle now, and we've been doing this for almost 2 years.
yeah. No, it's good. It's
So-
good, but being vulnerable like that anyway. You know, it's
Yeah, that's what I like to.
with any like even yeah,
to think so.
even with my music as well. Like it's the same thing, bro. Like I've been gigging for like over 2 years now. Same thing. Like you still feel the nerves, you know, here and there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
But I guess it's also a good thing not to like worry about what others think as well. I feel like a lot of, especially artistic people, they fall into that. Like they care, especially with like, cause imagine like you're creating something. It's like your own original material and like you're putting it out into the world. It's like very vulnerable, you know?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But I guess, yeah, once you sort of push through that, but I feel like with me, I guess, you know, just human nature, like, depending on my mood as well, say if I've had like a rough day or something, like you're feeling a bit down, you might feel a bit more prone to like caring what others think.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean? But
so
if you're in a
true.
good mood, oh mate. But generally I'm, you know, what's the word? Like I'm privileged to like not be too caring or what others think.
Yeah,
sort of,
nice,
so,
nice.
Yeah, so
That's so
thankful
good,
for
bro.
that, yeah.
Wow, what a life. That's so true.
Yeah.
What is it that what is it that determines the good day from the bad day, which makes us care, like about what people think or not care?
Yeah.
Because that's so true. I never actually thought into that.
Or like, yeah, just even making like decisions, you know, especially on like how you're feeling. Like if I'm like, I don't know, yeah, like I said, like feeling a bit down or a bit anxious or whatever, like I generally tend to try and not make, say, big decisions because I
Yeah.
feel like your thoughts are just very, what's the word? I'm losing all my words now.
You're sweet, bro.
Like scattered.
Yeah, like, I can't think of the other word. Anyway,
I think I know what you're trying to say. Like
they're distorted.
distorted.
Distorted, yeah.
Yes,
That's the word.
Yeah. I was thinking blurred.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly right. That's a solid way of thinking. I don't think enough people do that.
Yeah, I don't know, just trying to just, yeah, like ease the pressure of ourselves. Like not everything has to be decided now or done now sort of thing as well.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way I live.
Yeah,
which frustrates
honestly,
a lot.
like,
Doesn't it?
I'm battling that now, you know, trying to get over that. Like, doesn't all have to be done now, but so I feel like I'm the
nice.
type. I do like a million things at once,
Okay, yeah, fair.
you know. But majority of the time, I feel like I'm enjoying it. But once I feel like I've hit that wall, like
Yeah.
I just push back. I'm just like, just calm down, you know.
Yeah, fair. Because you're burning yourself
Yeah,
out.
it's a worse feeling, you know. You lose your creativity, like
Yeah.
a lot of things, you know. So
I don't know what that's like. I'm not a creative person
Oh,
at all.
I guess like even you know as a job, you know, like your thought process and all that kind of stuff. I guess I can relate to that too.
Yeah.
You know,
No, that's 100% true. Yeah. I don't know how you. Oh, can I ask?
Yeah, please.
Bro, have we?
Ask
I don't
me
know if
anything.
we've started.
Yeah, no, this
Have we,
has started. Yeah.
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 Okay. Well, then let me introduce you first, and then
All right, done.
actually no. Hang on. Let me write this question before I
Go
forget.
for it. Yeah, no, bro,
This
I
is-
keep doing what
You know what I was
all
doing?
good.
Very last episode with JC, the guy I was telling you we had on.
Yeah, so
I was like,
was that the footy player?
no, JC is just a friend that I
I
had
think I
on.
watched because I was it and he had the cross, like a mate of yours. He had a cross on.
Are you thinking of Joseph Buller?
Or Jacob.
Oh yeah, Jacob.
I think he said he was in construction.
Yeah, Jacob.
Oh, well, was that your last?
No, that was, I don't know, a few weeks ago probably. I can't remember when Jacob was, but JC was like, we only released it last Wednesday.
Okay.
He's just like a friend, he's Maronite, like
Yeah,
he
nice.
sings in
Awesome.
in church and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And I was saying to him, like, I can't, he was talking, like, whatever. And then I was like, I had a question in my mind while he was talking. I go, all right, note that down. I was like, cool, it's in my head. All right, keep going. And I was like listening to everything else he was saying. And then he finished. And then I would have something else to say by the time he finished. So I'd say whatever I had to say.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh yeah, there was also one thing I wanted to ask. And then I was like, crap, I can't remember it. And I used to have this notepad. I was telling you.
Yeah, it's good, to even have some write things down.
Just,
Like,
as they talk.
but
you know,
even as
like,
I'm talking now, bro, feel free. Don't think like,
You're a
like,
legend. Thanks,
I
bro.
won't think it's rude or anything. Like,
Yeah, that's
no.
that's
Go
what I
for
was
it.
worried about.
Even
But
go
also,
up, leave, can't be talking.
just yell at me while I'm upstairs.
Go grab a feet, have a nap if you want.
The nap happens on this couch, bro. I don't need anywhere else.
Oh, man, I don't blame you. But does it
honestly-
fold out as well? Is it those fold out
No, I
ones? or just-
wish. Oh, that'd be
but it's
crazy.
so comfortable.
I know.
Jeez.
That's the biggest fear, bro. Is like, imagine.
We're going to get too comfortable, man. We're going to be here all day.
I swear. Oh, do you have a time limit, by the way?
Nah, bro. Well, nah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah,
All right. I don't actually know how long this will take, but
yeah, nah, man, I don't mind.
are you sure?
Whatever. Yeah.
Okay. I won't obviously take like all day.
Yeah, nah.
I won't take up your whole
That's a
day.
lie.
No. Hey, don't expose me.
Honestly, you're like, my brother was laughing. I left the license the other night. Would have been like 1:45.
Are you serious?
We were just talking.
What a life. Are you
We were
serious?
just talking, just like talking about life and all that. And Roberto looked at me when I woke up in the morning. He's like, bro, what's wrong with you? He has work. He's got a family.
No, Elias would have loved it.
Roberto's a crack up. Yeah,
nah,
Elias is
it's
cheering.
all,
bro.
yeah.
He wouldn't have cared, man. Did he
But
get
we
you to
did-
sing?
No, we didn't have a sing.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's rare from Elias.
Yeah, I think, I'm sure he will tomorrow when my brother goes to him.
No doubt.
Definitely.
Does he mind, Father Roberto?
No, he's cool. But he, like, just, I guess he's more cautious about time. Like, he doesn't want to get back too late, because he has early starts. So,
Yeah,
but
fair.
he's cool.
That's so good. I remember, just to speak on him just for a second, and
he's
then we'll
told me,
actually, I have to, wait, let me introduce you before I keep forgetting.
Whatever.
No, I'll tell this story quickly, and then I'll introduce you, and then we'll get into you, right from the introduction. So remember...
But this, like, is this stuff in the?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Is that all right?
Yeah, 100%.
Alright, sweet, So, honestly, at this point, bro, we never really know when we start. When Sarah goes to edit, she just picks where to start. She's like, yeah, sweet.
That's it.
Yeah, so I remember how messy has this been already? This is what this podcast is, bro.
But it's
just
mad, but it's good.
I'm glad. Thank
Yeah,
you.
because I feel like other podcasts are maybe a bit too strict. Like, it's
Yeah.
like too proper.
Yeah, that's what I don't want it to be.
Don't.
I just want to be
It's cool like this.
chill. All right, sweet.
Yeah.
I'm glad, bro.
Honest, bro. I swear, I'll go into the studio, bro. It's the same thing. Like, we're just like, yeah. Look, mate,
Casual.
we're hammering each other. Like, we have so much banter. Like, it's crazy.
That's the
Producer and I,
best.
yeah.
How good.
Have a good laugh. Yeah.
Then it makes you chill. Then you're
That's
not
what
as
I mean.
nervous
You
to
go in,
record.
you're more focused, more calm. If I'm going too stressed, oh, mate, I'll be lost.
Yeah.
I'll start singing something completely random. Start singing Arabic or something. I don't even speak Arabic.
That's the best. Your producer's just in there going, is this a new song you've written? What's going on? No, but once, it was when Roberta at the time and Ben at the time were still in the seminary.
Yeah.
So they weren't priests yet.
So you knew
and-
them all the way back then, like Roberto as well. Okay.
Yeah, like I'd met him.
So I
but
thought it was more recent that you met him.
No,
But
like
that's
I met him
nice
when he
though,
was
yeah.
in seminary. Yeah. But not like I never knew him well. And I mean, I guess I still don't know him like well.
Yeah.
But we always have a chat, have a laugh whenever we see each other. He's just the funniest
Oh,
guy.
you have to. Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll get to him anyway
Yeah.
at some point in the podcast. But
definitely.
just very briefly, is Father Ben invited my brother Charbel to seminary for Mass on Sunday. You know how you, like
Yeah,
at the time that
yeah.
you could bring 2 guests
I
for
remember
Mass
that.
and lunch
Yeah,
or
I
whatever
remember
with the
that.
seminarians.
Yeah.
And he invited Charbel, and I think
And this on a Sunday, you said?
on
Yeah.
a Sunday. So for Mass and then lunch. And then Shabs told me to come. So then we both went to Mass. Then we had lunch. And then we went out to coffee with Ben.
Yeah.
And then we came back. And he's telling us about Roberto. Right? I'm calling them by their names just for everyone to know because they were still in seminary at the time. Otherwise, they're always father to me. Anyway, so he's telling us about this guy, Roberto, and how he... we were talking about singing, and he was saying how he can sing from like the lowest note. I don't know. This is how little I know about music. Yeah. How he can sing from the lowest note to the highest note. His range is incredible. Yeah. And then he shows us this song, which is what is it? Sherry, whatever it is. You know that song?
Yeah. Where they go really high into
extremely high. Yeah. And then he's like, Father Roberto can do that. And I was like, what are you talking about? He can do that. You know, I was like, I didn't believe it. Anyway, so he calls Roberto and goes, are you still at the seminary? He goes, yeah. He goes, all right, I'm bringing 2 friends and they want to hear you sing that song.
He would have loved it. So he would have been so fully charged up for it.
We get there and he's on the piano already, like playing his songs and singing or whatever. He's just enjoying it. And then he's showing us how he could sing in Vietnamese and like whatever. And we were having the biggest laugh. And then he sang that.
Yeah.
And I was like, firstly, I was so glad that he was like so willing to sing. Because again, like I was telling you before, I love just hearing people sing. If they can sing, bro, it's like the best talent ever.
I have to sing now, regardless how my voice is.
No.
That's it.
No, I don't want to stuff your voice up. No pressure.
No.
But he was just singing that. It was the best Sunday afternoon I've ever had.
Would have been a big laugh though, eh?
Oh yeah, we were dying of laughter. Oh my gosh.
I missed the seminary days, you know, when my brother was there.
Yeah.
It was such a good time there. Yeah.
Maybe you'll be there. No, I'm joking. No, I'm kidding.
Anthony.
How many people have cracked that joke to you?
But you
Surely
know what?
I'm not the only one.
No joke. Like, if I genuinely feel the Lord calling me for that life, I'll go. Like, 100%, yeah.
Oh, what a boss.
Yeah, definitely. No, I would.
That's so good. Sorry, the Leb came out in me then. I was like, you know how Lebs are always deciding your future for you?
I know the best is the weddings. What's the phrase?
Bella.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, far out.
Anything. You'll see someone eating and say, and they say, I bet like you're eating next. Like, I swear
it's for anything. Oh my gosh. That word is the most overused word. Oh, far out. Anyway, let's officially start. Let me introduce you first. And then I always tell guests, but it's with as poor an introduction as I give. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
But welcome back to Against the Grain. Today, I'm, as you could probably tell already, we're already joyful. We're having a laugh already. But I'm so glad to have and honored to have Chris Keryakos. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Good. Chris Keryakos on the podcast. Chris is, I guess you could say a rising star in Australia at the moment. That's fair to say, isn't it? There we go.
Upcoming, sure.
An up and comer, an artist.
Yeah.
So, Chris, thanks so much for coming on.
No worries, pleasure for having me. Yeah, thank you for having me.
I'm G'd for this episode.
No, it'll be good.
I was waiting because we've only met once. We were just saying earlier, and that was at Elias's house because I was saying. This is actually why. I'm not going to lie. All right, I'm going to expose.
Yeah, please.
My my weirdness on the podcast is Elias was telling me like all the time like Father Roberto's coming over, and I'm going. For people who don't know, you'll understand why we're talking so much about Father Roberto so far. But you understand at a certain point, and I'll let Chris say
That's
it.
my nickname. Father Roberto's my nickname. No.
Precisely. Yeah. No. Elias kept telling me and I go, man, every encounter I've had with Father Roberto has been so joyful. I don't know how a person can be so joyful all the time. Right? And I don't know if you've seen a different side, but the only side of Father Roberto I've seen is so joyful.
Yeah, that's
always so loud and outgoing and everything. And I'm like, but I don't know him well, like, you know, and I want to. Like, I want to get to know Father Roberto.
Yeah.
And then I was like to Elias, can you tell me the next time Father Roberto's over and like you're willing to have someone else over with him? Can you tell me? I want to come and like just hang out, you know, get to know him. And then that was the day that you and Father Roberto were over. And Elias said to come over and like Father Roberto was like,
what an entrance. We were dancing for like 20 minutes.
I don't know what was going on that day.
Started from English, ended in Arabic.
Do you know about this? You weren't there, hey?
That was the best entrance.
How good was that?
For weeks after that, you know, Roberto and I were talking about that. We're like, bro, what an entrance.
Honestly, it was the greatest.
And to top it all off, I smashed the kibbinay when I got home that you guys brought.
Did you just suck down?
Wow.
What a life. Yeah. That's the icing on the cake. So what happened was, Sarah I don't even know if I told you at all.
You did not.
Sorry. So it was because that day was too much to tell you in, like, you know, I just forget. I'm a forgetful person. So I was at work. I had work that day. And then Father Roberto and Chris were over Elias's house. And Elias knew that I wanted to go over when Father Roberto was over.
Was this in January?
Was it?
I think so. I think I had a bit of time off then, yeah.
January?
Yeah.
That makes sense. It was like around there. So
yeah.
Yeah, because you guys were over. And Father Roberto, I remember being on FaceTime to Elias, and I was speaking to Father Roberto, and then that's when I said, I briefly met you on FaceTime before we came.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you had the headphones on and everything.
Yeah. And then Father Roberto's, I was like, Father, please, like, just stay there. I go, I'm coming after work with Mum. I'm like, just make sure you're still there so that I can come and, like, we can hang out, whatever. He goes, oh, I don't know. We've been here, like, for a while. We'll see. And I'm like, please just stay. Anyway, so we left after work and we get to Elias's, and it was around like 6 o'clock by the time we got there, probably around there. And I'm thinking, far out, man. Like, we left too late, like, after I finished work, and now Father Roberto and Chris are gone and, like, whatever. And then we get there and I go, oh no, they're still here. And we walk in and it is a party in their house. I don't know what was happening before.
Yeah, I think it started before you guys came. Yeah, I think we were listening to some music for your nieces and nephews. And then it just, like, we hit it off.
It was all child-friendly, family-friendly music. And everyone's just dancing when we got there. They were, like, dancing with the kids and everyone's oh my gosh, Joseph, man, he was fire. He was belting Chris. I go, are we at this? Like, is Joseph at this, like, comfort level with Chris? He's just belting him, or is he just belting a stranger in his home? And yeah, we just walked in, Mum and I, and the music was going. So we're like, all right, we've got to get in with this. We were literally dancing. I swear for, it was like 20 minutes. Yeah, 10 to 20 minutes. Actually, 10 is an understatement. Yeah,
it was so good, but
we were dripping sweat by the end of it. We were like,
oh my gosh,
biggest workout. It was actually the best entry. I full forgot about that.
And the turbake came out as well.
You guys are so extra.
It's so good.
Oh, it was the grand entrance.
Oh my gosh, how good is that? Honestly,
so good.
And it would have been like, I could have had the most tiring day at work or something, but as soon as I walked in that door, you couldn't. Up. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. You couldn't be down. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, what an entrance. And that's where I properly met you.
Yeah.
That's so good. Far out. And then you guys did a beautiful motet. Is that what it's called? I don't know.
Did we sing that day?
Yeah. I've still got the recording. It was, I can't remember what it was of.
Because I remember the recording we did, like, another night before that day. And we posted it and we had the sunnies on and everything. It was silly.
That's right.
And the wrestling belts.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yeah, because I grew up watching WWE, and, like, that was the first time I've, properly held one of those, because I always had the just the plastic ones. As a kid.
Same. That's all we ever had.
The good quality ones. Yeah.
How good is that, man?
So good.
Oh my gosh.
I always love hearing that. Do you still watch wrestling now?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I always thought, like, it's boring now. It's like, not as popular, but it's, like, even more popular. Yeah, it's like Netflix, like they're...
Yeah, it's huge.
Booming, yeah.
But it was bad for a while.
Oh,
like
it was?
It became rubbish.
Okay.
And then...
just, like, entertainment-wise, it wasn't really entertaining, you found?
Yeah, it was just... The characters were rubbish. The style of wrestling was boring. Like, it just became boring to watch. But I would always keep up. I was always keeping up with it.
Okay.
Elias and I both.
Lost it, yeah.
Yeah, but it was like we weren't really watching it and stuff. Now, then it picked up in the heart of in the midst of COVID.
Okay.
It picked up because that's when.
Was it a particular superstar that?
Yeah, it was.
Who-
Do you know Roman Reigns?
Oh,
Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. So you reckon from him?
Oh, bro,
Started, yeah?
it was the only reason we're watching wrestling. Elias and I.
Was
from
he
there.
already popular before that? Like, was he known?
He
from,
was
from somewhere else.
no like. So he was in WWE for a while, and they were trying to push
Oh,
him
he
to be the
was,
really
okay.
the really popular good guy. Like he was. They were trying to make him like the next John Cena almost.
Yeah.
You know, like the
Yeah. Oh, what an
the
era.
good guy that
Oh,
everyone
yeah,
loves and
yeah.
whatever. And everyone hated him because of it, because they were pushing him so
Oh,
hard.
yeah.
So then he got injured and then came back as the bad guy. And his thing was like just to destroy everyone, you know, kind of thing. And then he came back with, do you know Paul Heyman?
Oh yeah, Paul Heyman,
Bro,
Yeah.
If Paul Heyman is with
but
me,
he's so entertaining. That
is
guy,
he
the way
not,
he
bro?
talks,
Oh my
like the
gosh.
energy,
He's
and his voice.
incredible.
Surely he can sing up there as well. Like Roberto.
I reckon he could.
Got such a high pitched voice.
Honestly. But that's when it picked up. So then everyone, I think, in my opinion, everyone started watching wrestling again that had left
Yeah.
because
From Roman
of
Reigns, you
that.
reckon?
Yeah, that storyline. And it's still going now.
But is he still bad?
5 years
is he
strong.
still the bad guy?
No, he's the good guy now.
Okay.
But throughout it was literally from 2020 to now,
Yeah.
he was the big thing in wrestling. And it was pretty much the only reason we started watching it again.
Yeah.
And then now Vince McMahon is gone. So Triple H is running it.
Yeah.
And Triple H is a gun.
But he's been running it for a while now. Like Vince was gone.
Yeah, he
Years
was
ago?
like in and out, Vince, at certain points. But that's when it started to become better. But then Triple H is just creative.
Yeah.
He's a creative mind.
Yeah.
So it's just fun to watch now. And everyone's like, oh, don't you know wrestling's fake? I'm like,
Oh
bro,
yeah, like it's
everyone knows it's scripted.
entertaining,
No
yeah.
one's.
It's
We're not.
entertaining.
It's literally like watching a TV show.
Yeah, literally.
You just follow the storylines
Oh,
and
so good.
yeah, and then you see who's good in the ring. You know, like they can make it entertaining, like the moves they do and how real it looks sometimes
Yeah,
as
I
well.
know.
And then even when they stuff up, sometimes you have a laugh or
Yeah.
whatever. And then
What do you do?
you know,
Yeah.
I love it. I
Yeah,
love
we
it.
were watching it more so in would have been like 2006, 2011, like around that era. It was like DX and all that.
Oh, that's
Triple
mad.
H and Shawn
Yes.
Michaels. Yeah.
And Jeff Hardy at his peak,
yeah.
he was my favorite. He's
Jeez.
always been my
Yeah,
favorite.
my Undertaker was my favorite.
Yeah?
And Roberto's was Batista. So especially when they had their rivalry.
Yeah.
Was it WrestleMania 23?
Was it? Oh, far out.
Yeah, we'll
Memory.
walk through. Like I was still in school. I think Roberto, he was like fresh into uni.
Nice.
So yeah,
nice.
we got the games as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember once I was
still
sitting
get
there
them.
with my family, and my grandfather, he was watching. He looked at my dad. He said,
Oh, no.
"This wrestling now looks very robotic. Like he thought it was the actual WWE on
Oh,
TV.
are you serious?
So it looks very robotic." He said, "Yeah, it's the game." And he's like, "Oh, okay.
Oh, that's the best.
Classic game."
But that's how real they make it look, honestly, at this point. It's,
and
this
now
is
the
scary.
graphics as well. Like what are up to PS5 now?
Yeah. Far out. I don't have a
They're
PS5
so
yet.
crazy.
It's too. PS3 is still my favorite. Did you?
Oh
were you
yeah, I
like
was on PS3 and Xbox 360. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, but on that, yeah.
Wow. Xbox 360, I heard I've never played Xbox, but
Oh, you're more into
I heard
PlayStation?
that was yeah. PS3 is still my favorite console ever.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
still do you game now ever or
Yeah.
Yeah?
Like just when I'm bored, like in
Yeah.
a bit of downtime. Now I'm a bit bored of it. Like
yeah?
there's not much to do. Back in the day, you were like playing online with everyone. Like,
Yeah,
everyone
it
was
was fun.
So yeah, it was like, and then also like I would play with Elias was mainly the person I would play with.
Oh yeah,
So we would verse each other in FIFA most of the
Yeah.
time and WWE
Oh.
sometimes as well. And
and
was the
you know
best.
Roberto, because Roberto was like a 7-year age gap between us, so he used to trick me when we'd play. So he used to like,
sorry,
no, that's all right.
that's a podcast tradition now. The alarm
Is that
goes
for
off.
the Angelus?
Yeah,
You
yeah
want to pray one?
is that all right?
100%. Yeah, I
Oh,
always
thanks,
do
bro.
it. Yeah.
Sorry,
But
remember
now,
where you're
but
at.
now it's the Regina Caeli now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I still don't know it off by heart.
Me neither.
I learned that recently that it's
Let's
different
pray,
during
100%.
Easter and stuff.
Yeah.
So, all right. Do you mind if we do?
100%.
Remember where you're at. Do you remember where you're at?
I remember.
Father Roberto used to trick you.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. Okay. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Queen of heaven, rejoice. Alleluia. For he whom you did merit to bear, alleluia, has risen as he said, alleluia. Pray for us to God, alleluia. Rejoice and be glad, O Virgin Mary, alleluia. For the Lord, has truly risen, alleluia. Let us pray. O God, who gave joy to the world through the resurrection of thy Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, grant, we beseech thee, that through the intercession of the Virgin Mary, his mother, we may obtain the joys of everlasting life, through the same Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, bro. Sorry.
No worries. You can even add that in if you want.
That'd be in, I reckon. Everyone can pray along with us.
Yeah,
so.
100%. No, it's nice.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, pleasure.
So Father Roberto used to trick you.
He used to change the controls around. So when I'll be playing, FIFA, it would be, I'm pretty sure it was circle, what was the digit on the right?
Yeah,
like
circle to shoot.
The symbol.
Yeah,
on the
circle.
right.
Yeah, on the right. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of shooting, I'll be passing it, and I'll be
bro, that's sad, bro. Oh my gosh.
And I used to start crying, and
Oh my gosh. That's
I was
mean.
I was like 20 at the time. No, I'm joking.
That is the best thing.
No, I would have been maybe like 10 or something.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, and you get competitive.
Yeah,
right?
oh, far.
Oh, man.
Because he used to tease me as well.
Yes.
But geez, we had a good childhood, growing up.
Thank God.
Had a laugh, yeah.
Thank God. Well, let's get into that, because we could go on and on about about WWE, about playing games. Like Elias and I had the same rivalry, man. We would go off. So, but yeah, let's dive in. Let's dive in.
Yeah,
now.
let's do it.
Is that all right?
100%, yeah.
Let's go. All right. So maybe start. Well, if you can give yourself just a brief introduction as to who you are now, and then we can go into your story from childhood to now. Is that all right?
Yeah, 100%.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, so I'm a musician, recording artist. So my main instrument is the vocals. I've been gigging. Yeah, I gig around Sydney. Different venues, pubs, clubs, bars, things like that. Nice. Private events. And I go into the studio. Recently, it's been on a weekly basis, so it's good. It's a good rhythm that we're in. Just creating all kinds of, especially now that I'm upcoming, trying to pitch my sounds to see what's best suited. So I guess now we're playing around a lot with it, like different sort of, like we're sticking to the pop, R&B, soul, bit of hip hop, those kinds of genres, but just changing sounds like pretty much every instrumental that we make, just to see what suits, and I like that, having that variety. Nice. I don't want to be like that artist that just sounds the same on every song.
Yeah, fair.
So even as particular as like when we record the vocals, like even having different sounds of the vocals, like sometimes having it more raw sounding than tuning it as much. Nice. There's not we don't go crazy with the tuning, but to get that clean, polished sound at the end.
Yeah.
So but I trust my producer's got a good good pick with all that stuff. So he's great. He's been a good mentor for me as well. His name is Pax on the beat as well. So
shout out to Pax on the beat.
Pax on the beat.
Hey.
Yeah, he's a good mentor as well. Awesome. And we go in there, have a laugh, we have, good, we build up a good friendship,
Awesome.
So I like that, but at the start, I was very far from my faith. So I was doing a lot of, secular music, and typically going into the more, the music culture that it's in now. So it's going sort of down that way, often singing very sexualized, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I was never explicit in the sense of swearing, I was always like cautious of that. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I kept going down the way I was going. I would have just said, no worries, let's throw in some swear words here and there, like just like whatever.
Yeah,
Thought
yeah.
it was like cool or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you want me to keep going into like
Yeah, man.
more stuff?
Yeah,
Just
go
like-
at your pace,
yeah?
bro.
Okay.
Yeah, you take over from here, really.
Awesome, yeah. Yeah, so start off, with the secular styles, and then we'll, shooting music videos, which I've in the process now of releasing. So yeah, like my first project is more secular music, but they're, just clean pop songs. Yeah, so during my process of writing and all that kind of stuff, yeah, so like I was saying, oftentimes I found it the songs, being very sexualized. Even in the film clips, like I remember there was a point where we did a few music videos, and then the one that I was going on to next, like, yeah, honestly, I was like had really bad intentions, like just going like really explicit with it, especially the visuals.
Wow.
And what a coincidence, like around, and even the song, like I'll be honest, the song was talking, I was talking about sex in the song, which was, I'd say a big thing in my past life, before my reversion. So I just thought, yeah, I remember even writing it at the time, thinking like, sort of thinking of my conscience, thinking like, oh, should I, like, not so much like, should I be doing this, but I'm like, oh, I don't care what anyone thinks. Like, this is me now, so I'm going to do it. Like, I had that pride,
Okay, yeah,
So
yeah.
I was just like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to do it. This is me,
Would you say that was coming from like a place of, like there was a slight conviction, like underlying, like was there was there like an underlying thing that was like, oh, should I be doing this? Like, I feel like it's wrong, and then you're going, nah, like
Nah. So it wasn't even that. It was like I knew what I was doing would have like offend people, especially I've got a brother who's a priest, So, but like I said, just my pride was high at the time, and I just pushed that aside. I said I don't care, it was like selfish.
Yeah,
in a way,
fair. Okay, yeah, got you.
So yeah, I just continued writing, and like I'll be on like, and at that point, like with the rhymes and the way I was flowing with it as well, like. To me back then, I thought, oh, this is very artsy, very creative the way I was writing, but it was just, like very, rubbish, like lyrics, it was pretty dirty.
Yeah.
So then I can't remember if we booked to do the music video for it, which again, I had like very explicit, visuals to come with that, like thoughts. And yeah, I can't remember exactly how, but yeah, that's when I started slowly just having that feel, that calling. I noticed it was around the time of the Olympics that happened in France.
Yeah.
So yeah, seeing how they were mocking the Last Supper.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, at first, when I first saw that, I thought, and like how they were talking about, they're making fun of the Last Supper. Honestly, and this is like, it's like I'm ashamed to say, but this is the point that I was at. Like, I literally remember saying, typical Catholics, like, just trying to pick anything to say, look, they're
mocking us.
Yeah, they're mocking us. And it's like, typical Catholics, like, they're just saying that. But then I remember, like, when I said that, it was not long after that where I just flipped. Like, it was probably like within a couple of days after that where it just flipped. Like that thought process, I'm like, hang on a sec, that's not right.
Wow.
Yeah, and then so that happened, and I remember even just seeing like public figures talking about the faith. Even like Mark Wahlberg, I noticed was quite big on his faith, promoting it. Even like the Spaniard talking about his faith, and like to me it was like look at these. What I would say at the time, like, look at these cool people, like normal people, just like calling out the faith like that. So, that's nice, Not to say that I thought, if you're Catholic, you're weird. No, but just to see, like, I guess that public figures even talking about it, I guess that sort of attracted me to it a bit.
Yeah,
but,
fair.
Yeah, that wasn't like the main reason why I came back to faith, because all these public figures, then you're just living a double life.
Yeah. But it's planting seeds, like just
exactly,
seeing those things. Can I ask, before you go
please.
further, so you were, like, just for everyone listening, you were raised Catholic?
Yes, I was, yeah.
Okay. And then you just fell away. Did you?
Yeah, so technically we're Maronite Catholic. My dad, Lebanese, mum's Italian. But we grew up in a Roman, we grew up Roman Catholic.
Yeah.
But I think, Maronite Catholic Mass is beautiful, and, the traditions that they hold, it's all, nice. But I'm just, used to the Roman Catholic traditions.
You were raised in that, yeah.
Yeah. Like I was part of the choir at St. Mary's Cathedral in the city. So, yeah.
Oh, this is good. Can we get into your childhood? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's all right.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
I just realized this would be good to get into before we get to your reversion.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
sorry, I should have thought about that.
No.
If we can get into early life and like what happened, like where you kind of fell away and all that stuff. Like if we can get through that.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
That might be good context for where we're about to get to. Sorry, I should have thought of that earlier. So you were in the St. Mary's Cathedral choir.
Yeah, so look, generally, I would say my childhood was, it was a nice childhood, grew up, I had, beautiful parents, good siblings around me. I've got an older brother, 10 years between us, David, and then Roberto, who's 7 years between us, which is Father Roberto now. And we've also got a little sister now, Christina. So, she's 10 now. Yeah, or she'll be 10 in October. So,
I didn't know that, I don't think.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How good.
Yeah. So, childhood was nice, just normal childhood. And I joined the St. Mary's Cathedral choir in 2009. So I went from year 5 to year 12. And honestly, thank God for Mum. If it wasn't for Mum, I would have left the choir in probably year 7. Because I had mates, that they were like not musical or anything like that, and especially like I remember like if I'd be leaving class early to go for a singing lesson, but even me, I was the type like we would have massive banter back then, and like they'd all laugh, but I would stir them up as well, like I'd G it up, you know what I mean?
What a boss.
So and like even now thinking about it, it was like funny memories, or like even I guess going into like maybe year 9, year 10, I was a bit more rebellious then. Like I'd, get the train with them late and then rock up to choir lessons, choir practice, because I think we'd have our choir practices from like Monday to Thursdays, like 8 a.m. start.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so like there were times I was just rebellious. I'd get the train with my mates and rock up like half an hour late. I was just like, not caring.
Yeah, fair.
But honestly, shout out to my mum for really pushing me through
Thank God.
those days.
Thank God.
Because it's definitely helped me now with my voice, I wouldn't I wouldn't have that development that I have now, that, the vocal, how my voice is trained now, and especially coming from a classically trained side of vocal singing I've heard even that the classical genre is a good foundation for music in like even as pop, like, you got famous pop artists like Charlie Puth, who was a classical pianist when he started out. Now he's into pop, so it's I don't know exactly what it is, but it's just, I guess, the foundation.
Yeah.
Maybe the strength of the actual instrument.
Wow.
So.
And it sounds demanding already being in that choir.
Yeah, that's
like
what I mean. Yeah.
Monday to Thursday, an hour, you said 8 till 9.
Yeah, 8 till 9, and we'd, like it was, and honestly, it would have helped our discipline a lot, especially at a young age.
Yeah.
So it's built up that discipline over time.
That's good.
We'd, sing I think we'd have a Wednesday night Vespers and Mass every week, and we'd sing the Sunday Mass 10:30 at the cathedral every Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, even though, times where I wouldn't go, just like out of, being rebellious.
Did you have that, did you have that choice to not go, or was it like a commitment you've made?
Yeah, you have to go, yeah.
Oh, and you just
sometimes I wouldn't go, yeah.
Wow.
Just say, I'm sick, but like really I wasn't,
Yeah, fair.
Just part of growing up, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
But thank God, I've pushed through all that now. Like,
thank God.
I like that now. But like it was demanding, especially such a unique thing. Not many other students would have been doing, especially that,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's more popular now. But I know the school now is going from kindergarten to year 12 with choir. Back then it was 5 to 12.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So
That
yeah,
is
it's changed a
extremely
lot now.
early.
Yeah.
Sheesh. All right. And so at that rebellious stage, have you kind of like, because I think everyone that's grown up in the faith, or not everyone, but most people who've grown up in the faith, that I know at least, I should say, at a certain point in like high school or something, or even later on in primary school, you just start to go, well, there's not really a need for the faith or anything, or there's not
100%.
really a need for going to mass or blah, blah. And so it just becomes like a background thing. Like it takes a backseat in your life.
100%.
Is that kind of where it's happening? Like at that
definitely,
point?
Yeah. I'd say probably around year 9, year 10, I would have started, just drifting away. Like, especially more so in year 12, because I was 18 in midway through year 12. So like I'd have, and then we joined, as our voices developed, got deeper, we would join a group called the Scholars, and we'd do the Saturday night vigil at the cathedral, Vespers and Mass. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Vespers. And like it was at that time, like I'd be singing at Mass and then going clubbing after that. It's like that.
Yeah.
That's where it was at. So I laugh
enough.
now about it, but
Yeah.
That's
That's all right.
Yeah. So
It's nice that you can laugh about it now.
yeah. I guess like I wouldn't say like I'm not that I'm ashamed of my past, but like, cause like, they're things that you regret, and I'm not like proud of the past, but in a way I'm sort of glad it happened, cause maybe if I was just living like a sort of, normal sort of like in between being good and bad, maybe I would still be in that process and not practicing the way I am now.
Yes.
My faith. So maybe that was a good wake up call.
That's so
And
important.
there was so many, like, and I can dive into it later, there were like so many signs that I had when I was doing bad things, like that were like scary, like pretty scary things that would happen.
Oh, okay.
Like just, even like spiritually,
Really?
Yeah. Like, what's the word?
What, early on or?
Yeah, bro. Like, especially after year 12. Yeah, there were like pretty scary things that would happen. Like, not in real life. Like, I'm trying to think of the word. Like
an apparition? No.
Yeah, like in the spiritual world.
Like spiritual, like genuinely spiritual, battles and stuff happening. Or?
I mean, should I dive into that stuff now, or maybe?
Yeah.
later?
Oh, yeah. Go for it, bro. Yeah, we're here. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, like
right?
okay. For example, and yeah, like I'm going pretty deepy, like, so
Love it.
Yeah, like I was in and out of multiple relationships, with women, even like multiple at a time. So like not being loyal to the one person, just having like a few. And there was some moments, that I would, I'd be at my place, just be home alone with, partner at the time. And yeah, we will be doing, things we weren't supposed to, like sexual sins.
Yeah.
And I remember, falling into those sins upstairs in one of the rooms upstairs. And I remember we came downstairs and we were just eating, having a laugh, just like not thinking much about it. I just remember coming downstairs and we were just eating, having a laugh. And I just heard this really distorted scream, like come from upstairs. Like I'm laughing, but it's like I'm laughing because like it's freaky, like this really distorted, like high pitched scream. And I'm telling you, like I froze. Yeah.
What?
And the girl that I was with, she was laughing, she didn't think much of it. She just started laughing.
So she heard it?
She heard it?
Yeah, we both heard it, yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure she heard it. Unless it was like a divine, like, would you say it's a divine thing, or divine's only good? Like, unless it was like not saying a miracle is in a good thing, but like maybe it was a thing that I only heard it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like it would have been
just
something.
for my ears only.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But she reacted? Like
she reacted, but like maybe to her she didn't think think of it the way I was. Because I'm sure if she maybe thought it the way I was, she would have thought, because it's as we were doing that,
Yeah. No, that's
but yeah, like I just didn't care,
Yeah. That's so
It was more so towards later on in my reversion, and again I can dive into that, where I started, if I was doing like a sexual sin, that's when I started feeling like a bit guilty about it,
Yeah.
Like other times as well. So there was another night, and honestly I can't remember what I would have been doing the night before, but I have a frame of, I think it's an Aussie artist who painted Mary. It's at the cathedral.
the
So
famous
it's Mary
one.
with the baby
Yeah.
Jesus, and he's Jesus looking straight at us as a baby.
Okay.
It's a painting. I think it's an Aussie artist
It is.
who did it. Yeah. So
I
I've got
remember
that
straight
frame
away.
above my bed, and I'm telling you, it's been there for years, and still to this day, it's there firm. And one night I woke up and it fell down next to me. Like it didn't hit me or anything, but it just fell down next to me. I woke up with it next to me. And then like I remember saying it to Roberto, Father Roberto now, and he was saying, oh, maybe you're doing something bad the night before. Maybe that's a wake up call, something like that. Because like it never falls,
Yeah.
And like the one time it
It
So like
it was just next to you.
Yeah, just next to me. Like so things like that.
When these things are happening, did you think in the moment that they were like meant for you? Like these things were happening to you, or did you just think
No,
they were
generally,
happening?
it was a massive feeling inside me. Yeah, this is the call. But then again, I didn't care, and like it's crazy because if I had the mentality I have now, I would be like so fearful, to carry on going the way, like, you know what I mean? I'd be, but to me back then, I was just like, I didn't care.
Wow.
Yeah, I was too caught up in how I'm feeling now. Like,
Yeah.
like I was selfish,
Oh, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
That was not expected.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how, let's say, for example, that that scream you heard was just a scream outside. Let's just say that, right?
Let's say it.
It's still something that God could have used to sort of like poke at your heart a little bit.
I get you. So like,
You know what I mean?
say
Like-
for example, even if it was a scream from outside, maybe he was going to put that in my mind that was from, like, not like lie to me, but like sort of put that feeling that it was from upstairs, like a wake up, like to make me think that.
Yeah,
I
like it's
believe that
almost
too.
it's almost
Yeah.
like, even if it was, like, he's going to allow you to feel that that sense of I don't know how to word it properly, but like,
yeah, no, 100%.
because even with Jacob, the guy that we had on the construction worker, the
Oh,
one that you were
yeah,
saying you watch.
I didn't watch
he
it
was talking
all,
about.
but yeah,
Oh, that's
like
right.
I
Sorry,
just-
like
yeah,
you saw.
yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah.
He was saying that he saw, basically, like, without any context or whatever, but he saw one night, he was like parked in his car, he was crying, and he saw an owl.
I saw this part. Yeah, I
You
heard
saw that
Yeah,
part?
that's I love that.
And like,
oh,
to anyone,
that's so nice. Yeah.
and like to me at first, to be honest, I was like, what does an owl have to do with anything?
Yeah, I
Like,
get it,
how
yeah.
could that have, you know what I mean? But that was something that affected him in that way. And then with the once I heard the context, I was like, I see why that would have
Makes sense,
affected you. But also, even without the context, that was specific for him. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we could sit and listen and go, no, it could have just been a scream from outside. But that doesn't matter. It was what it did to you in that
definitely.
moment
Yeah.
that matters. Like, I don't know if that kind
Nah,
of makes sense,
100%.
but
I totally agree with what you're saying.
that's insanity.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But even more insanity that, like, I still carried on. Like, I didn't care. Like, to me, it's like far out. Well, what's wrong with you? Like,
yeah, that's also a good point, because
I think in a way, even, sorry to cut you off.
No, go
I
for it.
think even in a way, like, I would honestly have a laugh about it afterwards. Like, I'd actually laugh about it. Like, not by the way we're laughing now, because, like, I've moved on from that. But, like, in the moment, I was still experiencing those sins.
Yeah,
And having a laugh about it then, just like,
yeah, like kind of brushing it off almost. Yeah, that's so
telling people,
important.
oh, look what happened, and laugh and all this stuff. And,
Oh,
But I
wow.
think you got to be careful playing like that, even.
Yeah,
You know, like I don't want to play around with that stuff at all, you know, because I've heard stories, you know, of how it can open up, you know, to evil spirits and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, you hear people say sometimes, like, you know, the devil's knocking at your door, and it's true, and all you have to do is like unlock it, and he's in.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like, and I think people are too casual about that.
Yeah.
Now,
I think they
that's
just
scary stuff.
They don't understand though.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Because like, if you really understood, how are you going to be so casual about that?
Yeah,
you know.
Well, what's the what's the saying? I don't know who said it. The quote is something like, and again, I'm going to butcher. I always butcher quotes because I remember the gist of them, but I don't actually remember the words ever, like the exact quote. But it's something like the greatest trick that the devil ever did, or something like that, is not convincing the world that God doesn't exist, but convincing the world that He doesn't exist.
That,
You know, something along those lines.
So many people believe that.
Yes.
A lot of people think, oh, there's no devil, you know.
Yeah.
And he'd love that.
There's no devil, there's no hell, there's no...
Yeah, he'd love that.
Yeah. It's like, hey, that's easier for him to really work in that when people just brush him off as something not serious.
But it's strange, but that he does that to manipulate. Like, he wants you to think he's not like...
Yeah.
You think people... Yeah.
That's when you let your guard down.
True.
When you don't think he's real. You know what I mean? Like...
Yeah.
Who cares? It's again that attitude of who cares? Like, he's not real. What's he, you know? There's no chance he'll do that thing.
Or people say, oh, it's just an anxiety. Like it's anxiety, but like, you know, I feel like a lot of that is like the devil putting the anxiety on
100%.
You know?
Yeah. 100%. It's because in those moments you're vulnerable, and then it's where you go from there that's such an important decision to make, because it's like, in your most vulnerable moment, are you going to let God in, or are you going to let the devil in? And whether you know it or not, you're picking a side.
Definitely.
And it's like, yeah, it's just hard, and it's serious, and it's not spoken about enough, in my opinion. And yeah, I think we just treat it too blasé, like too casually.
Yeah.
Like, even I was telling a story again. I can't remember who it was with on the podcast, but I was telling a story of my sister was saying at her school in her high school, there were these girls who were doing what's it called, Sarah? That is it, the Ouija board or something?
Oh, like all
you
that,
like put the
witchcraft and all that.
Yeah, they were doing that, and like having a laugh about it, because they were like, oh, it was the trend apparently back then, and they were just doing it to see, and then it worked.
100%.
And they freaked out, and apparently they were like so traumatized, they were crying, they were freaking out.
Do you know what happened?
Not a clue, to be honest.
Oh, but just the evils, whatever. But evil happened,
like it was there, but I don't know what happened in the end, like where they've gone from there or whatever. I don't know, but they were so casual about it, about doing this thing, and then I don't actually know exactly how it works, if I'm being honest, but like whatever it was, the Ouija board or whatever, they were so casual about it, and then when it happened, they were like, oh crap, like it's real. You know, and whether that changed their life or not is another story that I don't know, but that I'm not sure about.
Let's call them.
But but that's an attitude. Firstly, that we're too casual about it, but then secondly, and what's so interesting about what you said about like telling people the story, which means that it was that impactful, like that significant, that you would tell people about it.
Yeah, like I was. Yeah.
But then you were having a laugh about it as if just to brush it off like it was nothing. Is we are so, what's so interesting about that is a lot of us can like wish for a miracle or wish for like a spiritual encounter like that, and then
like
we
a bad
think,
one, you mean?
No, good or bad.
Oh, okay,
you know what I mean? But like,
yeah.
I don't think many people wish for a bad one. But
but
for any spiritual encounter, because we think once it happens to us, then we will just be automatically holy, you know, and like we're sweet after that.
No way.
But it's like, it's not always that. It's up to you all the time. There were people who witnessed Christ's miracles firsthand. They were there and watched our Lord perform miracles, heal the sick, the blind or whatever, raise the dead, and they still didn't believe.
What about the story of the rich? It was like a young rich man.
Yeah.
And he was saying to Jesus, you know, oh, I'm doing all your deeds. Please tell me what next.
Yes.
And he said, put away your wealth, give it all to the poor, come follow me, and he chose to walk away. Like stories like that. Oh man, like, it hits me. I'm like, far out.
Yeah, and what's the grief? The grief isn't that he was, like it says he walked away in grief or in despair or something like that. I don't know
in depth like the story.
Yeah, it's one of those words, you know, like in despair. And it was like, yeah, like he walked away because he's like, and the usual thing you're told, and of course it is that, like he walked away because he didn't want to give away his wealth or whatever. And that's true. Obviously he was upset with that. So he walked away, didn't want to give away his wealth, give up his life and follow Christ. But the despair, and I remember, I think it was Father Mike Schmitz who said it. He said that's a key detail, is he walked away despairing or like in grief or something like that, whatever the wording is. Can you actually get it up so that we're not butchering it? But Father Mike Schmitz made that point, that is a key detail. He wasn't walking away despairing what Christ had said, that he had to give away whatever. The despair came from the fact that he was walking away from Christ. Does that make sense? Like, it's not that he had to give up his wealth. It's that he walked away from our Lord.
I get
it.
Saddened, yeah, whatever.
That makes sense at
whatever
the time.
The word
like,
is.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, like that stuff is insane.
Like just sinking in now, wow.
Yeah, like that's a great point to raise. That story is insane. And I didn't know that. Like,
he went away grieving.
He went away grieving.
He had many possessions.
Yeah.
But did this guy, did he know that Jesus was Lord? Like, did he know who he was? Or he just thought he was, just a miracle person?
Yeah,
like,
you wouldn't know. I don't know. Is it explicit about that? I don't know.
Or maybe it's not.
But I think the teaching was more that, like, he was saddened because he knew how hard it would be for him to make it to heaven with so many possessions.
Yeah. Like,
is that what you said? Sorry, I zoned out.
No, that's okay. Yeah, it's that he's because the story, like the kind of, I guess, almost exegesis that we're given, like the analysis of the story, is the usual one that we hear, is that he's upset because he doesn't want to give away all his possessions, so that's why he leaves. And it's true, that's why he leaves, and he is upset with what Christ has told him. But Father Mike Schmitz makes the point that he's even more saddened or grieving or whatever, not at the fact that he has to give away his possessions. Like, he is grieving about that, but it's more so that he's just turned away from God. And I guess that would then suggest that he knows that Christ is Lord. I don't know. Yeah. Does that make sense? You look confused.
And what you mentioned, Sarah, as well, that it's be hard for a rich person to enter heaven. Like, see, I don't know. I mean, I'm not, professional with the Bible and the stories and the teachings, but I guess it's not like to that extent, like if you're rich, you're not going to heaven. Like, it's not like that. Like, for example, the story of if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off, like it's...
Yeah, it's hyperbole.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just exaggerating. But that's, it's...
But I feel like some people take that very seriously, and it's like... But that's wrong.
Yeah,
I feel like that's when the devil can come in and put that in your mind, like to do things like that and stress,
Yeah, scrupulosity. It's like...
Yes,
you become
I don't know what the words for
no,
it,
that's all right. Yeah, it's exactly that. Is like you're becoming too scrupulous, but I want to kind of use like a different word. Like you're becoming
nitpicky.
Yeah, you're nitpicking at everything and going, I'm doing this wrong.
Like God doesn't want that.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Even me, I'll be honest, me sometimes, because I like to have a structure of prayer like every day that I go through.
Yeah.
And I find myself when I'm like really busy on a day and I'm like struggling to follow that structure, I start stressing, and then I just say, calm down.
Yeah.
God wouldn't want me to be stressing like this. And that's, I'm not saying that, this is the devil there, but it could be, the devil putting that in my mind, like to stress.
Yeah, yeah. But sometimes as well, actually, firstly on that rich, the rich, like harder for rich people to get into heaven, is like what Christ is saying by that, at least from what I've learned, and I don't think it's wrong, which is why I'm saying it, is that those who are like they've made a god out of their riches, out of possessions. Yeah. So when Christ is talking about the rich man, it being harder for the rich man to enter heaven, is the person who is attached to his wealth, attached to the possessions. like obsessed with making money,
Like that's their God.
obsessed
Yeah,
with
like you
houses.
said.
Yeah, they've made it their God.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily bad to have. It's actually, I mean, it's a good thing
Yeah,
to
I
be
get-
able to
yeah.
provide for your
Yeah, I
family
get-
and all
yeah.
this stuff. And even, I mean, if you're a wealthy person and you're using that wealth for good, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And if you're, and it's not just if you're using the wealth for good, but if you're not necessarily living to make money. Like I remember there was a Maronite priest who said this that I never forgot. He said in his homily, we make money to live, we don't live to make money. And that's basically it. Like
Yeah.
if you want to know whether you're kind of making a god out of possessions, it's, are you living for this thing, or are you just like making money sort of to live?
Yeah, I get you.
And that's important. Like, don't neglect everything in your life or your duties and all your whatever just to make money or to buy your dream car or your dream house and all that stuff. It's, if you get that, great.
Yeah.
You know, if you have that privilege, awesome, go for it. But it's make sure your priorities are straight, basically.
And I feel like I feel like you'll never be fully fulfilled as well. Pushing that, you know, like the full fulfillment is through God.
Yeah.
You know?
Amen.
That's all I generally believe, you know, like you can have this, have that, but you hear it all the time, even successful people, you know, who turn to Christ now, they were saying they were living that life exactly how you were saying, you know, like wealth, cars, you know, all the pleasures, but they still felt empty. It's like, how can you feel empty and you've got all that? Well, because you're not with Christ, you know?
Yes.
And it's so, it makes sense. Like, I've felt that, you know?
Yeah.
It's, I guess, a part of my reversion too, you know, not knowing that the emptiness really was that I didn't have Christ, you know? And now I know.
Were there times where you felt empty, or were you just were you filling things with like temporal pleasure?
For me, I think for me, it was a lot of the time filling it with sexual desires, especially with like, you know, girls and all that kind of stuff. That was like a big thing for me. Like if I was down one day and then I went and met up with a girl, it's like that brought me up again. It's like, you know, I'm being a user at that point, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying, like sure, I might meet up with a female friend, you know, and we will do like, you know, fall into those sexual sins. I'm not saying I would go, but look, you know what? Probably majority of the time I would be going for mostly for that reason, you know, like to fulfill my, you know, which is very sad, you know.
Yeah.
Very selfish.
For sure.
But yeah, even how you were mentioning about, you know, not idling and not praising, you know, the wealth and things that you have. Like even me, I find like, and I'm praying on it now, like especially that I'm releasing my own original music. Even that, like I've just pray to God, you know, please don't make me fall into, or just help me not fall into, you know, just like popularity and all that, and like just thriving that. Like help me do it for the right reasons, because I know the reason I want to do my music, you know, especially with my, like the secular stuff is one thing, but especially when I dive into, because I'm going to be diving into Christian pop music as well in my next project. So that's really like, I'd really where my heart's at, you know. I want to spread the word of God, you know, through my music. Awesome. But yeah, like I 100% relate to what you're saying about, you know, not, you know, praising all the possessions like you're saying we have. Like I'm just praying that I don't fall into that with my music. And I feel I feel strongly if I keep my faith strong the way it is now, I don't think sure there might be some up and downs, like challenges, but
for sure, but that's bound to come every turn you make in life. There are bound to be those things, but that's a beautiful prayer, man, and so good to be aware of that, because that kind of thought process, or that kind of the temptation to, I guess it stems from pride, in where, you know, you start to become a little bit more known, and then you kind of thrive in that. That can happen even in churches.
With any,
like I remember when and it's something I've spoken about like a little bit is when I was starting to take up a leadership position at my parish with the youth there, my goal ended up becoming, it wasn't to bring people to Christ or to allow them to have an encounter with Christ. It became, I want to bring the numbers here. Like, I want this parish to be huge. I want, 50, then 100, and then 200 people coming to these events or whatever. And I want to be the one to do that, like to make that happen and blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like it really becomes, again, it becomes about you. It's selfish thinking, and we're all prone to like that sort of, to selfishness, in all different sorts of ways. But that's not something that's like only with fame,
for sure,
and things like that. So that's completely normal, but it's so good that you're aware of that. And no, I won't go too far actually.
Oh, yeah?
Back it up. Make a note in my mind.
Oh, you were like,
I was going to ask
me something later.
Yeah. I was going to ask about the Christian pop thing, but I'm going to ask you about it later.
Yeah, done. Yeah,
so I was like, put it in my mind.
Yeah,
Let's
done.
go back to the story. Yeah. All right. So you've had these experiences, these spiritual experiences, kind of brushing them off, which I think is such a powerful message in that it's your choice in the end. You can have these experiences, but it's your choice. And then have these happened all the way through to your reversion, or were these kind of early on?
No, So this was real early on. This was even before the Olympics and all that. This was like fresh out of school, when I was having these. And then it would happen over a course of time. Like I was in relationships, and then I was just like playing the field, as they call it, after that, like in between, whatever. And then I would say, and even that, just like I had all these desires that I was filling myself with, and I thought at the time, it was pleasurable. Because look, don't get me wrong, like at the time it is very pleasurable, and like people say to me now, like I am going the way I'm going now because you've done all that stuff, and like you're used to that, like you know what it feels like. And I'm just thinking, firstly, how could you get over something so desirable, like so pleasurable like that? It's a very hard thing to get over. I'm fortunate that in the time, especially my first reversion, I feel like God just took all that out of me, like all that desire to want to do that. But I'll be honest, like now as I'm getting deep into my faith, like here and there, you get like we're human, you're going to get temptations here,
of course,
there, but you just got to stay grounded, offer it up in prayer.
Amen.
Like even me now, like I'll if I have like a tempting thought, or like a sinful thought, or whatever I'm feeling at the time, I'll just offer up to Mary, ask for a blessing. And I even remember once, like even recently, so I'm going a bit off sidetrack.
No, go for it. No.
Yeah, like even recently, I was just like sleeping, like I was in bed one night, and I just started having these past thoughts of like sexual encounters I had with, previous partners or girls or whatever was happening. And I was really like trying to push it away, and it was like hitting me. Like there was one night, like maybe a few weeks ago, it was like really hitting me hard, and I was like, oh, far out, like it's really like hitting me, like that feeling. And just even like, so like I just felt my whole body like sort of like, it's like not I was feeling that sensation in that sexual act, but like sort of like borderline, like, and it was so powerful. I said a Hail Mary, and like I like after and just asked for Mary to help me now in this, because I'll be honest, it was quite a struggle. Like it was a force like coming onto me.
Yeah. And
like once I said the Hail Mary, man, like it's like I numbed, like it numbed that feeling.
Wow.
Like it just vanished. Because even I was telling your brother, even recently I was driving to a gig, and I just had this massive, like something as simple as like as a headache. Like this is where I say like the power of prayer. Like I just said a little Hail Mary, and asked for God as well to help me like push through this, something as small as a headache, because it's the worst thing going to a gig and performing with a headache. And like even that, once I said that prayer, it was like numb instantly. Like I didn't feel that headache. And I was like trying to push to feel the headache. It was like I was pushing to feel it.
Yeah.
And it just didn't come. I was like, well, thanks be to God, you know?
Yeah, amen.
And like this rush, this joy, like after that, 'cause it's just like, man, like how good is our God, you know?
Yeah, amen, man.
And Mary, you know, our mother. So
That's powerful. Like I don't want to over spiritualize anything. Like I don't want to. I don't want to keep saying like.
But it's a good but.
Yeah, to speak, but like you know how some people always like.
It says it in the Bible. Like
yeah, but also like you know if something small goes wrong in their life, they're like the devil did it. And I'm like, well, no, bro, you just like
calm down. Yeah, no,
you touched the stove, like that wasn't the devil, it was you. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't want to over spiritualize in that sense, but it seems like because with a lot of the time with our sins, especially the ones that we're like, especially when it comes to addictions, it's like we can blame the devil, and it's true, the devil's really at us, but when it gets to becoming a habit, or when we're addicted to it and it becomes a habit, it's like it's not always the devil like poking at us. Yeah. Now it's become a habit. It's us just doing it.
100%.
But this really sounds like, and especially now because you've had the reversion, is like the devil's like no, like he's almost like fuming. Yeah, he's like trying to grab onto you and bring you back.
Yeah.
And so those sorts of feelings that you're getting, those moments of real temptation, that wouldn't just be, in my opinion, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
But it doesn't sound like it's just out of the habit that you had before.
Like it's like random, you know, like seems, that I thought of it as well. It's not like, you know.
Yeah. And especially the power that it's coming at you with. Oh, man, that's not just habitual. Like, seems spiritual to me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I believe it was, yeah. Like I wasn't dreaming, or like I was awake, you know. Like I had my eyes closed and Yeah,
that's insane. Far out. Well, thank God you're still going strong. And the power
definitely.
Of Our Lady.
Yeah.
Hey, how good's a Hail Mary?
Can't beat it.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. Mother's the best, definitely.
Amen. So where then does, because you've obviously gone like deep into the to the sexual sins and things like that, which I believe many people, like I would venture to guess that about, to be generous, I'd say 80%, but if I'm being realistic, I think about at least 90% of listeners would have either gone through this or are going through sexual sins, right?
Yeah.
And it's the thing that's just hitting us all the time now, like in society.
And it's part of everything now.
Yes.
Like even, mate, I'll be driving to church and there's a bus in front of me with like a girl in a bikini, you know?
Yeah.
Or like half naked.
For a like...
Yeah, and I'm just like, come on, man. Like,
yeah.
Like...
It's like... It could be a commercial for like an ad for a furniture store, but there's a half naked girl.
Yeah,
on it.
I know.
You know, like it has nothing to do with.
Not necessary.
Yeah, exactly. Because everything is over sexualized. Yeah,
because that's what they say sells. You know.
Yeah,
and it does, unfortunately.
Exactly.
You know, part of the culture we're in.
That's exactly right, and and it gets to a point sometimes. Just a side note, where when you're getting into your faith. Well, at least when I'll say it's for me, I don't want to say it too generally, but I was thinking that our sexuality, like our bodies, sex in the act, the sexual act was bad. Like it was a bad thing, and it's not. Your body, the sexual act.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah, like because everything's so hypersexualized that then when you figure out, okay, that stuff is rubbish, and then you get into the faith. Like my thought was, well, then get rid of all that rubbish. But it's like, no, it's not that sex and that your body and whatever else, like your sexuality is bad.
No way.
It's that it's good and it's been distorted.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And that's what's so attractive about the distortion, is that there's actually a good in it. It's
or that, like sex, you know, it's actually a good, it's a beautiful thing. Like that's when God comes in.
Yes.
You know, and you bears us a child. you know. But now we think of sex, you know, a lot of people in the culture, they'll think of like pornography, you know. They think, oh, it's terrible, you know.
That's right.
Yeah, sure, that stuff is terrible, but the actual act is not terrible at all.
Exactly.
But yeah, so I get what you're
yes.
saying, bro. Like distortion and all that.
That's right. So, yeah. So I think this is it's extremely powerful. That thank you for going into that, right?
Yeah,
for being vulnerable and going in depth about it. Because again, I think at least 90% of people have either gone through it or are going through it now. So this is powerful to hear. So thank you.
And I don't know if I'm. Oh, sorry. Go
for it.
I don't know if I did mention it, but yeah, even when I was going through that, I think I did. It's how I was saying, like, even though all these pleasurable things were happening, like I still just felt, and like, you know, anxiety, down, empty, that kind of stuff. And I've heard a lot of other people that have had a reversion, the same thing, this emptiness, and they've said the same thing. Like what I generally felt this, like during their reversion, it's like those desires came out like that. That's what happened with me.
It's that God-sized hole that people talk about.
Literally. But like even that, isn't it like, it's funny now, like when I was going through those, you know, encounters, when you don't think of anything about like the devil or nothing, but like now, if I'm going through an encounter, like I was saying the other night, like that thought process, like then it's like you're conscious about it. And you're aware of it. Sorry.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's when you think of like it's like your eyes open up to the truth of what that act is. You know.
Yeah. That's so true. That it's like it's again, it comes back to like making a god out of all these things. Is that there's this and again that God-sized hole is like there's this emptiness that you're talking about in you, and nothing is filling it properly, like because it's an infinite, that hole is something that needs to be filled by something infinite, but we're trying to fill it with finite things, and so those things end
100%,
and then you got to refill again because it's never enough.
It's exhausting.
Yeah, that's so true. How tired, that's a great point.
Literally.
What a great point. How tiring is that to have to, you're filling a never-ending hole with like grains of sand. Is basically what you're doing. Like that's really profound what you just said. I'm just like, it was something small, like it was so short, like you just said it's exhausting, but that's like, actually so profound.
Even thinking of it from a music point, people that like artists that release music and say like like they have a song that's a hit, you know, and it blows up. It's like, okay, but then naturally there's going to be pressures coming to that, like even in your head thinking, oh, I've got to do a better song next time. Imagine how exhausting that would be. Better. So it's like, if me, especially as an artist going into this, if I can just tap into that mind frame of, okay, I've released this song, for example, if the song blows up, not to have that thought where a lot of artists I know go through, it's like, oh, I need a better song. But it's like, no, remember why you did this in the first place. Like for me now with music, because I love music. And generally now I go into the studio, I love creating music. I just want it to always be that, not, oh, I want to make a better song, you know, because I feel like if you tap into that, you're not going to be creative. And you're just going to, you know. So I feel like really, to me, success is just being content and being grounded, you know, not having all that expectation of the world, you know, like, I want to be this, I want to be that. It's like, you'll never feel like what we're saying, that fulfillment, you know. You're always going to feel empty.
Hey, man, that's such a good point. You know?
And
you lose that sense of, when you become so serious about making the next thing better and the next thing better and the next thing better, you lose that sense of enjoyment.
Yeah, and look, don't get me wrong, I still struggle with that now, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, like...
everyone would.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. But yeah, I feel, for me, what helps is prayer, you know, just praying about these things. And I'm not saying, like, you're going to pray and instantly it's going to go away. Like, you got to really put your heart into it as well.
Yeah.
And really, like, surrender.
Surrender
yourself, you know.
Amen. It's like, because this is something that, like, to bring it to footy for a second.
Yeah,
is like footy players go through that same thing. They'll talk about, I've heard many talk about and we had Jason Saab on the show who also mentioned it.
Yeah.
But heaps talk about how they grow up, they're playing footy because they love it. You know, as a kid, you just enjoy playing footy or whatever. Then you grow up and it becomes something that, along with everything else you're doing in life, like school or work or whatever it is, at whatever stage you're at, you're playing footy because it takes you away from that thing, and it's something you love. You know, it's a hobby, it's a passion, whatever. Then you make, you know, reps or whatever, and it becomes a bit more serious. And so now it's not so much that you're just playing because you love it. Now you got to take it a bit more seriously. You got to get proper fit and like, you got to, you know, train your body in certain ways, and you have to learn all these different techniques and whatever. So it becomes a bit more serious. Bless you. And then, and a little bit of the fun starts to go because now it becomes something a bit more serious. Then you make first grade, or for first grade players who are still enjoying footy, you make, you know, Origin, or you represent your country, and then it becomes like, it becomes a job now. Yeah. And the enjoyment's gone, and now it's like, work for this, like you want more. Yeah, now I've made first grade, now I want to represent New South Wales or Queensland, or I want to represent Australia, I want to represent my country. It gets to that. Heaps of players speak about that, and it's when you do that, you lose sight of who you are, you lose sight of why you're doing it, which is you've mentioned already, and then you just lose the initial enjoyment that you had, and it's like this thing that you love doing. You used to love playing footy, or you used to love making music. Now it's just become...
You dread it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, honestly, I would say the position I'm in now with my career as an artist, I feel like this is, to some extent, going to be the most enjoyable part now. It's like you're unknown still, you know, you don't have any, like, all these pressures. You're just doing it for the love, you know?
Yeah.
And look, don't get me wrong. Sure, like, you know, if you become popular, you start doing shows, yeah, all that's fun. But I still feel a lot of artists are at the top level now in music.
Yeah.
They would reminisce a lot on these times when they weren't big. And they just, it was just like, you go into the shoot like I'm doing now, go in, you're having fun, no pressures, not like, I've got to do this song today and finish it. Like I'm going in there with a clear mind, you know, and all that. So I feel like now this is the time to just enjoy and embrace, you know, because who knows what, and I'm not saying I'm going to blow up, you know, or anything, but you never know.
Please,
you know?
God.
So
that'd be awesome.
So.
No, I get that. And I mentioned this in the Jason Saab episode, but it just reminded me again of when you were speaking it's weird that I'm about to quote Cool Runnings, but have you watched Cool Runnings?
No,
the movie, Jamaican bobsled team? Have you watched that?
No.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
Well, have I watched have
you watched that movie? It's a movie, Cool Runnings.
Movie.
Yeah,
I thought they were
sorry.
a team now.
No, sorry.
I haven't watched it.
No. It's a movie about a Jamaican bobsled team. Sorry.
Okay. No, all good.
So in Cool Runnings, basically, there's this point. So they create a Jamaican bobsled team, and they're about to compete in the Olympics. Yeah, like against, you know, all the odds and everything. It's
what year did it come out? The movie?
Oh, it's an old one. I don't know when it came out. Like 90s probably.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. Early 2000s. I don't know. Anyway.
1993.
93. Yeah. So it's a great movie. You should watch it. Anyway.
They will pop it on later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a good idea. Have a feed, watch Cool Runnings. That's the one. Anyway, Cool Runnings. Yeah, great movie. But in it, basically he's kind of like the main character. Darius says to his coach, he says something like, how will I know that I'm worthy of a gold medal? Something along those lines. And the coach says to him, if you're not enough without it, you'll never be enough with it. Ooh. And I'm like, what a profound...
That's so good.
Yeah, what a profound quote. And then when you were talking, that came up in my mind, and I mentioned it as well in the Jason Saab episode. So sorry for those who are listening who've heard it again. But it's awesome. It's exactly that. If you're not enough without the fame and the whatever, then you'll never be enough with
Definitely, it. Definitely, 100%.
So,
and like,
it's powerful.
I guess at that point you'll just be doing it for that reason. You
yes.
know? And then far out. Yeah. So that's not a good. Yeah. thought
Not a
process
good-
to get into.
yeah,
you know?
that's
'Cause,
right.
Like
It has to
imagine
be.
that, putting that in your mind, and then you don't make it. What are you going to do? Like,
Yes.
you know, go crazy?
Yeah.
Because it could lead to that.
100%. Because you've dedicated your whole life. That, again, like I probably sound like a broken record now, but again, you've made it your God. That's what you've been working to. That's your ultimate goal. Instead of eternal life with God being your goal,
Yeah.
now this has become your entire goal. And what's the same thing happens, like if heaven is your goal and you miss out on that,
Oh, mate.
what happens? It's destruction, right? If
Forever.
you've made
And
forever. Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like imagine now on we're on here on Earth and you don't become a famous pop star. Who cares? You know, it's like
Yes.
that's not forever, you know?
Amen.
Now that's another thing that keeps me grounded too, like with music and everything. It's just like not like look, I still work hard, you know, put the hard you know hours in and all that. Like I want to
100%.
build something from this, but if it doesn't happen, like
It's
I was
okay.
saying to you before, man, if I was like some famous pop artist and I felt God calling me to become a priest, mate, see you later, you know?
Amen.
Well, I'd like
Thanks
to
be to
still
God.
think that it's easy to say it now, you know,
Yeah.
but I'd like to think that I would still do it then because it's like, man, that's the end goal, you know?
Yeah.
For heaven. You
That's
know,
right.
We're living for heaven. Not anything
Amen.
else.
And in the same way, like, because that's right. It's good to have goals in life, in this life.
Yeah. And I'm
Otherwise,
sure-
you're working towards
and,
nothing.
And
You
God
have no-
would want that for us, you know,
Yeah.
want us to achieve, work hard.
Amen. Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's like the ultimate goal needs to be heaven. If you don't get that, destruction. But if you've made your ultimate goal, and again, if you've made your God, you know, fame or becoming the number one artist in the world or becoming the greatest football player of all time or whatever it is, if that's become your God, if that's become your ultimate goal and that's become your new heaven, then if you don't attain that, you get that same thing. It's destruction. It's like you feel like there's absolutely no point anymore. It's the same. You almost get that same end. Whether you're, what I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to word it properly, but
that's right.
if you replace heaven with whatever it is, let's say fame for the moment. If you replace heaven with fame, if you don't attain it, it's the same consequence. If you don't attain heaven, destruction. If you don't attain fame, destruction. You feel like it's like the end of the world, and there's no point in living anymore. Like there's no not in the, but as in like you get to that real low point.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've kind of made that
No, I get it.
point clear.
No, I understand.
Sorry.
It. Yeah, no, that's good. No,
It's
that's
like-
all right.
Yeah, it's like the reality is. Sorry,
No.
I'm really trying to, because I don't think that came across well. The reality is your ultimate goal is heaven, or ideal. Like the hope is that your reality is that your ultimate goal is heaven, and if you don't attain it, it's destruction. But it's just going to come across the same way. I really hope. Do you know what I'm trying to say at all?
I do.
I get it. No,
Yeah?
I do get it. But
Yeah.
it's obviously like, in a way, it's different, meaning like the destruction from not making heaven is like terrible. It's going to be forever. Like,
That's right.
You're in hell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In other words.
Yes.
But if you don't make like what we're talking now, like become a famous pop artist, like, yeah, look, it could be destruction here on Earth because Earth, and not like to badmouth, you know, the world we live in because it's a beautiful world, but like talking up from a point of like the world we live in now, like, yeah, it could be destructive to that we're not living for the world, you know?
Yes.
And you become a pop artist. What do they expect? Sex, drugs, money, alcohol, like all that kind of stuff is like the mentality, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
So you're disturbing that, which is, who cares about that? You know what I mean?
That's right.
And like it's unending. But I feel like God will make it very known to you in some way if you are going through your career and you're treating it as a God,
Yeah.
pulling away from you. I'm sure he'll make it very clear
Yeah.
in some way.
He's always there.
Like, for example, that emptiness, you know, that's because he's not because he's always with us, but just, you know,
Yeah.
making you aware and like sort of, it's like the emptiness is making you feel that way. Or, yeah. Not saying that, like, you know
He's
what I'm
letting
trying
you,
to say?
yeah, he's letting you feel that way.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's like to remind you that, you know, you need
Yes.
to be with him to feel something, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I was saying to Sarah on the way here.
And
I
even
was-
that, I'll probably butch that a little bit as well, like how I was trying to say
No,
that too,
no,
you know?
you're on point. You're on point. Because I was saying to Sarah, well, I was saying it in a joking way because Sarah was saying how she was so hungry, but we were so late that we couldn't get something to eat.
But you should have,
So
man.
I said, no, it doesn't matter. No, it's
Oh,
all right.
come
No,
on.
not at all. But we were, I
Even
was
if you
saying
wanna,
to her,
during the pod, bro, even if you want to have something to eat.
no, don't
really,
stress.
are you sure?
Yeah. No.
But when I'm
It's-
hungry, man,
It's bad. Hey, it's like,
I can't function. But
yes,
as a
honestly.
thing- yeah, so sorry to go off.
No, go for it.
Have you guys heard of the carnivore diet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been doing that. I'm telling you. Like, have you eaten it all today?
No.
Oh, far out. Okay.
No, tell us. Don't worry. It's all right.
But like, I can go for hours without food from doing this diet.
Wow.
Really?
Because you're just stuffing yourself with good stuff.
Yeah, but even that, like, yeah, of course, if I'm gonna like eat to the point where I feel sick, yeah, it's no good. But like, I eat and I'm full and I'm satisfied, I can go for hours. But like,
So
when I'm
good.
eating the way I was before, just a normal diet, balanced, you know, carbs, veggies, meat, all that, man, the next hour I'll be hungry and I've just been so full, you know.
Oh, wow.
It's
That's
like
really
when
interesting.
You have breakfast in the morning. You know when you have one of those big breakfasts and you have all that bacon and the sausage and the
Yeah, you're full
chorizo and
all
the
day.
egg,
Yeah,
and then you're not hungry again till like 5 p.m.
yeah.
That's
Like, you're gonna
actually
think
a
I'm
great
crazy,
point.
but man, this morning I had 9 scrambled eggs this morning
What?
with cheese and butter. I'm telling you, that'll
Yeah, boy.
last me.
Yum.
That'll last me till tonight. But like if I would have a normal breakfast before, just like with carbs and all that, man, I'll be edging to to eat now. Like,
That's
yeah.
insane.
But honestly, I don't like. I'm not trying
Eggs,
to talk
man.
because I don't know too much about it now because like you got to be careful with it. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like,
That's fair enough. But that's so you wouldn't be eating bread or anything with it. You're just eating the eggs.
Oh, this morning,
Like
yeah.
that.
Like it consists of like animal products, so like eggs, meat, like fats.
Yeah.
From the meat.
So you're wow.
And when
I
I
don't know
say
if I could go
cheese-
without bread.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Like I was telling Elias about it too, and he was really thinking about it. Like you don't crave bread after a while. Like not
Wow.
even like after maybe a few days or something. Yeah, there's things in your body like you don't have that insulin in your body, like the
crazy.
blood, the sugar. Because how the carbs turned into sugar, and that's where you
Yeah,
get that
okay.
craving. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because I remember speaking just on this.
Mm.
I was speaking to to a friend.
Mm.
He's a doctor,
Yeah.
and he was, I don't know what type of doctor. It's really bad that I don't know that, but anyway, whatever. And and he was saying to me, he goes, we don't realize how bad our diet is and all that stuff, and if we just get rid of carbs, like it's not as bad as people like think. Like we always think that we need all these carbs in our diet, whatever. He's like, it's
Bad.
not that way. And he goes, if we just got rid of bread, pasta, and I think he said potatoes out of our diet, he goes, we'd be much better for it. And I'm like, those are my 3 favorite things.
Yeah.
Like what?
Oh, it's,
I eat everything with bread.
yeah.
Like everything with any bread.
Yeah.
Like usually it's Lebanese bread.
Yeah.
Then if it's not that,
Yeah,
it's like
the
the Greek
plate
pita
cleaner.
bread or it's the slice.
It's how
or
we clean our plate.
Yeah, exactly. Like what else is going to get the oil off my plate? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then pasta, oh my gosh. Like how am I not going to eat pasta? And potatoes, like I'm not going to eat hot chips. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, but it's better for us. That's insane
I'm
to
telling
hear.
you, like, because I've been doing this for a while, like there's been a few days where I've broken it. So I've had like, the carbs and all that. Man, I'm telling you, I'm like on edge. It's like I get this buzz, like from a coffee. Like even yesterday, I had some bread after like maybe 2 weeks. Like I was strict with the diet. Like I'll go sort of back and forward with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just like on edge. Like I was like, I didn't like it at all.
Are you
Yeah, 'cause
serious?
with carnivore, you're just like this, and you're just calm and just relaxed, Man,
That's
but,
interesting.
yeah. I'm seeing a dietitian in a couple of days because, like, I'll be honest, I did some blood tests to like see how everything was going, and yeah, like my cholesterol was like the bad cholesterol was a bit high. higher
Okay.
than normal. So I just want to balance that out. But I want to say this, dietitian, please, like, I still want to do it the way I've been going. Because, I've just felt, like, amazing. You know?
That's crazy. How it affects your, like
everything,
your mood, your energy,
your gut is like the central nervous system. Like, I don't know. Yeah, but like something to do with your gut, like really determines how you think and
Your
everything.
microbiomes.
There you go.
Sarah is a scientist.
I'm not. I think I just threw that word out there. I have no idea what it is. I am that person that makes things up. But I hope that's right.
Yeah,
We'll just
sounds
go with
right.
it.
So we'll just
Alright,
go with
cool.
that.
Do you know how many things I've said to people that you've told me, and they go, "What?" and they look at me like I'm stupid, and I'm
No,
like,
you've got to back yourself up. Don't let them find a crack in there.
Sarah's terrible. Sarah is terrible.
I could talk out of air for days about, I don't know, I'd make it up and I'd make it sound so believable, and I never correct anyone. I just let them think that it's true.
That is
So, like,
so
is this
bad.
really a podcast then? Or did you just make it not believable?
This is actually your interview for the
This is a
boys.
figment of
The voice.
figment.
We got the media outside. Oh man.
That is shocking. Oh my gosh.
Anyway,
What's
sorry.
the movie? The dream one?
Not Interstellar, Inception.
Inception. That's what we're doing. That's what Sarah's doing to everyone.
shit.
Do you know that's crazy? Because I was literally just thinking that 10 minutes ago. I was like, what if this was a dream? And then
What, like this?
yeah,
This podcast?
you were talking about something.
Oh,
and
yeah?
I was like, am I awake? Oh, because you were talking about...
What is-
No, I don't know. I just tripped out.
Maybe one of the visions, like
Yeah.
I think
Right.
so, yeah.
My gosh, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Continue. You were telling
But
us
if
so.
you remember, please mention it because I'm curious.
Okay.
Yeah. Sarah's just
No, that's interesting.
Sarah's
yeah. But it's supernatural, bro. Like,
yes,
those
that's the
things,
word.
yeah. I think that's what I was trying to.
Yeah.
No, I think it was something else.
Oh, is
but
it?
supernatural's a good backup.
Yeah.
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 So sorry.
I don't know.
So sorry.
That's
we
all
went
right.
into
I'm
carnivore.
thrown by
We're
Sarah's
talking
process of
about
thinking.
Talking about you're on the way and you were telling me that you starved me for
you're
a
hungry,
reason.
yeah.
Oh yeah. So Sarah was saying she's hungry or whatever. I was saying this as a joke, like to her. That was the context of why I was saying this to her as a joke. But it's true. I was saying to her, and this was off the back of us talking about God allowing us to like feel
certain
empty, you know, and then
yeah.
so that we can look to Him. And it's true. Is like I was saying to Sarah, just I don't know, as a way of justifying my lateness and not letting her eat. I was saying to her, you know, think of like the 5,000. You know, we talk about Jesus feeding the 5,000. I was like, think about them. You know, Christ allowed them to starve, but He always fed them, and that's what God does to us. He allows us to starve. He leaves us like, not leaves us as in He's not present, but He leaves us to starve. He lets us go hungry, but in the end, He always feeds us, right? If we go to Him, He's always ready to feed us. Yeah. And I was saying to Sarah, I'm like Christ. I let you starve,
This is not
but in
good.
the end, I always feed
classic.
you, you know?
Classic.
But it's...
PSA, you don't starve me, actually.
No. Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Thank you. But the principle of that is actually, I was being honest in that. God does let us starve. You know, He lets us go without Him, and then, or He lets us go without. But in the end, if we come back to Him, He's always ready to feed us again. You know.
Like even as simple as that, even if I'm not completely dying, like suffering, like, oh, I need to eat, safe, like, I don't know, I'm going into do something, you know, with work, for example, you know, like just offer a little prayer, you know, just ask for an intercession, you know, like ask for God to just help me now through this, you know, even as small as that, like, you know, you're hungry now, I would just offer it up in prayer, you know, or even my brother made a good point to me, offer it up for someone, you know, that's, how did he say it? Like make the sacrifice for someone who's living a life of sin, but I can't remember how he said it. Maybe offer it up so they can have a reversion or something. Like offer up that suffering for that person to have a reversion.
Yeah, got you.
I think it was something like that, along
those.
those lines. And I was like, yeah, wow. Like even something on Good Friday, as well. I thought, because for many years, like I was doing nothing. So this was the first, Easter properly, was fasting and doing, to the best that I could. So I thought, I just want to go all in, this year. And Good Friday, I didn't eat all day. And like by 5 p.m, I was really struggling. And I was like, oh man. So I just thought, you know what? I'm going to put on the Passion of the Christ and like watch, Christ, how he was suffering, and we can suffer together in a sense,
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, like, it helped.
Amen.
It honestly, like, I calmed down after that, like, because I was a bit edgy, like, oh, should I eat, should I not? But I just really calmed down after that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I love that.
So
Far out. We have gone on many tangents, but I want to get back to your story.
No, but it's good, but no, it's cool. Yeah. I'm happy, man. Yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure at another point we'll stop and then go on a million other tangents.
I want it to be like that, just open conversation.
It's casual, bro. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
But I want to get back to your story, and I want to ask. So during this time where you're kind of falling away, you're whatever it is, you're living that life. Did it affect your relationship with your family?
Oh, when I was away from faith?
Yeah, away from the faith,
big
sorry.
time, yeah. Like, for instance, like I was very rebellious. I was like very hot-headed, causing mischief, especially, how can I say it? Yeah, just moody here and there. Like, look, generally I was always a happy, chappy person, joyful, having a laugh. But I didn't have Christ with me, so I was just living for the world. And a lot of the time, I was just very snappy, like at times, like. So I'd say it was affected in that sense.
Yeah, still close with your family.
Yeah, very close. Yeah,
cool.
a very good relationship with them. Yeah,
beautiful.
But I was just like selfish. I only thought about myself. It's something as small as I say small, but really it's a big deal. Like honoring your parents. If my mum or dad asked me to do something, I might not do it straight away or whatever. And look, sometimes now I might struggle to do that, but like I'm more,
more conscious
thought,
of
more thought, I think more about it now,
pointing outwards more, rather than inwards. Thanks be to God. So can I ask on your brother, so on Father Roberto, when he became a priest, were you like, was there a sense of I don't know if shame is the right word, but like, was there a sense of like you're kind of wasting your life, or were you really happy for? Like,
I was happy for him, and generally I was proud to say, "Oh, my brother's a priest." Like I was proud of it.
Yeah. Okay. Isn't that interesting?
But I was just living away from that life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was even running late to his ordination. Like,
That's so fitting. At St. Mary's Cathedral?
We'll laugh about it, like it's,
I love that.
Yeah.
That is very fitting. That you were late to St. Mary's Cathedral, which was the trend. I had all my
piercings in at the time too, but I took them all out for that occasion.
Oh, yeah?
But talking about piercings, your niece, Claire, shout out to Claire, so Elisa's daughter. Mate, she really opened my eyes 2 weeks ago. So,
Claire?
Yeah.
Oh,
how old's Claire? 4? 4.
5. When do you start school?
Depends. 5 or 6.
I think she's 5.
I think she's 4.
Yeah, so at one point.
Anyway,
in my life,
sorry,
at
okay.
one point,
so I just wanted to get that clear. So whatever, 4 or 5-year-old.
Yes, at one point in my life, I had 2 earrings, had tragus, nose, tragus is here.
Oh yeah, cool. Sorry,
nose, ring, and up here, like all at once.
Oh yeah.
And so I was going through a bit of a phase like that. Now the reason I'm mentioning all this is then recently I just had my earrings, and just like I'd go to mass, and it was the first time it really caught on to me was like, I think it was a verse in the Bible talking about, I don't know if it was Jesus saying it, or I can't remember who was saying it. I think it was from God, from Jesus. And he was saying, something along the line, I'm gonna, it's not don't quote me on it, but maybe you'll know what verse I'm talking about,
Yeah.
or what passage. It was saying like when you're going out to get ready, like don't worry about you don't have to search for your most grand, diamond earrings and all that kind of stuff. Like but I can't remember after that. Maybe it was just go being humble or something. Like you don't need to be all flashy and all that.
Yeah.
And the earrings I had, they were like a hoop with like little diamond studs around it.
Okay.
And then I just thought, oh yeah, and I thought of that, and because like recently I feel like I've just really dialed down a lot with I've always I was before like really appealed to like flashy things and all that kind of stuff, but I'm trying now to not be like a slob or anything, but just sort of dial down a bit and just humble myself a bit. And not trying to say anything's bad with that stuff, but again, how you treat it.
Yeah, intention.
Yeah, but just for me, just trying to dial down a bit from all that. So yeah, like these earrings, I was like, it was for like maybe a few weeks. I was thinking, should I take them out? Should I not? Just like, want to dial down a bit, just be a bit more simple,
Yeah, fair.
And like appearance wise. And then, and I was even praying on it as well, if I should not, have them or not. And then I was at Elias's house 2 weeks ago, and God bless Claire, we were there.
Oh, no.
And like, I think she showed me one of her paintings she was drawing, something we were drawing together. And she looked at me so cute, and she said, how come she said, why do you have earrings? And then she said, I thought only girls wear earrings. And like the most innocent look in her eyes, just looking at me. I can't remember what I said to her. I probably said, yeah, maybe you're right. And I'm telling you, from then, because like I was praying on this,
oh my
and I was
gosh.
like, yeah, for me, that was a sign for me,
Yeah.
So like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then probably a week later, I just stopped wearing them. And I remember I messaged Elias. And I said, you'll be happy to know I'm piercing free now. But the best was he told Claire, he said, oh, God bless you, blah, blah. And he said, oh, I just told Claire, and she smiled.
Are you serious?
That's
So cute.
Ah,
The innocence of a child, hey? Go
I'm
Claire.
glad, because...
Sorry, not that.
Yeah, no, go Claire for sure. Wasn't for Claire, I'd probably still be wearing them for this, Little look at me.
Wow. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Claire is...
Claire has put me on the spot a billion times. I
Has she
remember
as
one
well?
time I came to Elias's house. I think we were swimming and it was summer. So I was in like a singlet top or something. It was like strappy. And she goes, did you forget your shirt at home?
That's so cute.
I was like, no, this is my top. She goes, it looks like a singlet.
That's so cute.
What a boss.
Oh,
See, children, but the innocence
But
of
this-
children in that sense.
Yeah, and
is,
they're so honest with you.
Yeah.
yes.
You
But
know?
that's, I love that.
But
That
God
is-
bless your brother too, because then he was giving an opinion on piercings and like what. Because I think I asked him, well, like, what do you think? And he was being really nice about it. I said, come on, bro, just hammer me, be brutal. You don't need to be nice. Just
Yeah. No, but that's beautiful. And Elias is a gentle soul.
Oh,
as
he's
well.
a
So
gentleman, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like he would have done. He would have done that
Yeah.
for sure. But and prudent, by the way. So just to give Elias that credit, he is prudent in the sense that he wouldn't just blast on the spot. But I'm glad that you were like, but that is so. I love that, the innocence of a child, even with what she said to you, and she even apparently. So her grandpa, her mum's dad, is like he's a heavy smoker, like most lead men, heavy smokers and whatever, and like everyone will complain about him smoking, and he's like, who cares? Like doesn't care. But Claire apparently, I hope they're okay with me mentioning this. I'll ask him after.
Yeah, just
we'll cut it.
Yeah, that's it. Done.
But Claire apparently goes up to him. He's like smoking, and she'll go, and she'll go, like j'adore, like that stinks.
Oh man, that's
And she's like, put it away, and then
cute.
he'll throw it
the egg
straight
away.
away, like. And it's like, obviously
Yeah,
the
that's so-
She has
relationship
him
between
wrapped around her finger. Wrapped.
a grandchild always has that, but especially a granddaughter with a grandfather, I've heard, is like, is next level. Like they do anything for them, you know. And the only person who will throw away his cigarette is for his granddaughter, you know. But the innocence of a child is like, it's the simplicity and the innocence which is so beautiful. About, to go back to an episode with a guy we had, Joseph Bullis, and he was talking about Saint Therese of Lisieux, and she would speak about the little way, and it was just the simplicity with which she lived her life that was so childlike. And that's why being childlike is so beautiful. It's the innocence of it, in the sense that it's the innocence, the simplicity, the modesty with which children live is so beautiful.
You even hear it like Jesus telling that, telling us to be like children.
Yes, that's exactly right, man. And it's in that sense. It's like Claire saying to you, you know, like about the earrings.
But it was I loved hearing about it. It was just like,
what
so
a good sport, firstly, from you. Like, what a to take that so well.
But see, I've always grown up just with having banter or like anything. So like, I feel like I can take you, you know. But, you know,
what
little, you know, you're not going to get offended from, you know.
That's right. That's right. But even in that example, even with the example of, she's like, I think you forgot your shirt at home. Yeah. It's like,
that's hilarious.
They're so innocent. They're so simple. It's like, life is so simple. And
we complicate it. I swear we complicate it.
Yes. It's so true.
Like honestly, even this carnivore diet I was talking about, like there's people I follow, they even say like diet and eating is so simple, but we've overcomplicated it for many years.
Yes. We do that with everything.
Like, and like, simple meaning like I have one like in like, sorry. So the like, I'm just eating meat, you know, and one ingredient with it, like, you know, a bit of salt. That's it, you know? Yeah. And I cook with some butter. So it's like, it's simple and you feel so good. So I feel like that is implemented even in life. If we just live a simple life, you'll feel good.
Yes.
You know?
It's exactly right.
But yeah.
It is this, again, I was saying this on a previous episode. Life is actually simple. The faith is simple. Dieting is simple, but it's not to say it's easy, right? It's actually not. Like living the faith, for example, is hard.
Yeah, it's hard. And especially in this world that we're in. I feel like that's what makes it hard as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
But it's simple. You know what I mean? Like, just because it's simple, it doesn't mean it's easy. And that's what it is. It's like, just live that really, and I'm not perfect at this. I'm not saying this from a place of self-righteousness or anything. Like, I struggle with it too. But to live so simply, to make things in life simple, just makes life better. You're living life better that way.
Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Like, even something like today, generally, like my day, even if I'm not gigging, like I'll just be doing flat out a million things, like, and I'm stressing, you know, at the same time. I'm enjoying it, but I'm stressing.
Yeah.
But I swear I found so much satisfaction. Like, for example, I'm coming here today, talking with you guys, and then I'll most likely go to mass tonight and then go home. And honestly, if I can do no work today, better. But I'm sure, you know, like something simple like that, you know, there's no stress.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It's beautiful.
Oh.
It's beautiful. And like, with work and stuff, there comes stresses. And
look, you can't avoid work or, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. And like, but it's just, it's getting the priorities right. It's like finding a balance, which I haven't found yet. Like I know with my like work-life balance and stuff, like I haven't found that either.
You've got this on you know, as well as work.
Yeah, like there's my like during the week, like my weekday job. Then on top of that, there are like a few things that are
articles in the Catholic Weekly, right?
Yeah, writing articles for the Catholic Weekly for New South Wales Rugby League.
Like, good on you, but like it's good to be busy, you know, like, and have, you know, like, good on you.
Yeah, like, and also like I'm also trying to make money. Like, I'm living in this world too, you know. Like,
of course,
I need to. And then this is a side, like a side project, like a passion project, you know. Like, it's
good on
I don't like make money from this or anything like that. And but this is what I look forward to the most.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Like, and I get worried. Like, sometimes I get worried about the podcast, and I go, like just aside, like
please tell me.
Just to explain why I'm saying
please,
I get worried about the podcast.
Do it.
Is just because I start to go, okay, like for me, I grew up, I was shy. I didn't talk to people much, like whatever. Like I was always reserved. I still am very much an introvert in the sense that I to re-energize, like when I'm low on energy, I need to just be by myself and I'll be all good, you know, and then go use my social battery, you know, and then come back, be on my own, whatever. But I know where some of my strengths are, and I also know where some of my weaknesses are, you know. And so I'm not the most articulate person, right? I'm not just like bashing myself. Like I genuinely mean it. Like I know that I'm not the most articulate person. I don't speak, you know, as great as I write, for example. You know, I write much better, which is why I enjoy it so much.
Yeah, good on you.
So then I get to I look forward to the podcast, but even stresses can come in and I go, like, you know, I get worried. Like, is this going to be a good conversation? Am I going to like be my usual socially awkward self and all this stuff? Like, you know what I mean? Like those things come to mind and they're stressful in their own right or whatever. But then in the end, it's like, so what? You know, I can't
flip it into a good thing like that. Like, so what, you know?
Yeah.
But see it as an accomplishment because, bro, like you're saying, you're introverted and you're doing a podcast.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
That's a massive accomplishment, you know.
Accomplishment, yeah. You're good, bro.
I'm stumbling. See, like
Thanks, bro.
that
Yeah,
in itself is a massive achievement.
Thanks be to God,
you know? Yeah, so...
Yeah, it's tough. And it's definitely out of the comfort zone. But...
That's what I mean, yeah.
Get uncomfortable, you know?
100%,
so
yeah, it's good, yeah.
Yeah, but the simplicity in the end is like, who cares? Just come, have a chat, go, see you later. And then Sarah has to deal with the stresses, sorry Sarah, of like editing and all that stuff and then posting within 2 days generally and all that stuff.
It's not that bad.
But thank God. But like...
well, just know this one, take as long as you need. No stress. No stress at all.
What a legend. Nah. This is chill. This will be a chill one. There's not really cutting or anything. I mean, we don't cut generally from any... We haven't cut this season, actually, anything. Other than like bathroom
if someone
breaks.
goes to the bathroom, that's it.
Oh, by the way, if you need to go to the bathroom at any point or something, just let me know. All right, so forgot to let you know that.
I'm not here.
People on this season especially, because I've completely forgotten to tell them, have been like busting, and then we'll finish up and they'll be like, I'm so sorry, I've been waiting to go to the bathroom. Like, can I just go quickly? I'm like, you should have told me in the episode. Yeah. I feel so bad.
Even me, I feel like I'm sitting so tense. I need to loosen up a bit.
Yeah,
you know?
just
like,
chill, man. We're chill. You know, like we should have got a snack. Do you want a snack on anything?
But please, feel free.
Thanks, bro. Thank you. No, we're chill.
You won't let me.
I'm starving her so that I can feed her later. I'm kidding. No, but yeah, like just anyway, that was on the simplicity thing. It's like just make life simpler, you know. I can't remember where we were at with your...
Yeah.
The
so we're talking about...
That's right.
Yeah, so sorry, we're talking about... So when my brother got ordained a priest.
Man, you're really good. Far out.
Yeah, I just...
How do you...
Carnivore diet, bro. I'm telling you.
Sheesh. Yeah.
I'm not even...
You're on.
I'm telling you, it is.
I need to try this. And it's most of my diet anyway. It's literally just minus the bread.
But I think for me, because my doctor laughed, she said, geez, you really were taking it seriously. Like, because I really was, you know, like when I first started it. Like, yeah, just high fat intake. But yeah, I think it was just too much though. But fair. You know what? I wouldn't be... Yeah, the balance, yeah. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if I go to my dietitian and she's like for it in a way. Because doctors are against it.
Really?
As I've heard, yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if this dietitian will be... Well, I'm hoping she is.
Yeah.
And just sort of maybe she might say chuck in maybe some veggies to... balance, and I'm happy with that, you know.
Yeah.
But I've heard of people that have done the carnivore diet and just done it the way I'm doing it without veggies, and they feel much better just meat, no veggies.
Yeah. Didn't Daniel do the carnivore diet?
Yeah.
Sarah's brother was...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so he did it before he got married, which was not fun because we weren't suffering.
Yeah.
But I'd make this like really nice meal and then there's just steak and I'm like, oh, this is stink. But I just wanted to...
Basically, yeah.
just wanted him to eat my cooking. I tried so hard. He's like, just put a lot of salt.
More for Anthony.
Hey, man, thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Thanks for thinking of me, man. I'm kidding.
But yeah, he loves it. And now if he like eats... he relaxed a little bit up because he got married and then he went on his honeymoon and like carnivore diet in Europe, please. And so he came back and now he's starting to get on it. But he notices the difference. Like if he eats pizza on Holy Thursday, our tradition is pizza.
Oh, yeah.
And so he notices like he woke up on Good Friday morning. He was like his face was all oily and like he's more like agitated during the day. Like he feels the difference.
Like yesterday, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow. Yeah, like I don't like this at all, like hopping off it. Wow. So that's why, mate, give me 10 eggs this morning.
I can't believe you
what
did
a tank.
that. That's crazy.
That's mad.
I've done 12 before. 12 with, like...
Wow.
But it lasts me like all day.
That's mad.
Yeah.
I feel like I could do... My problem is what I said before, that I eat too much bread.
But I feel like if you do give this a few days on carnivore, you'll be like, yeah, no, I don't care about bread.
Because you can eat... Because my diet, Sarah will back me up on this. But let me know.
What would you say? Like a Mediterranean diet? Just, you know.
My diet is carnivore with bread. Is that fair to say?
Oh, so you don't have veggies?
You have rice a lot as well.
Oh, right. Oh, my gosh. No, I think that was the third thing. It wasn't potatoes. It was rice that the doctor
And you have
said. It was Andrew. Yeah.
I may be wrong, but
That's true.
think...
But I can eat meat, like the lamb. But that's right. Rice and bread. And then everything else, I just eat meat and like animal products. So it's carnivore diet,
So like you
which
don't have
pretty
much
much is
fruit
everything.
or veg?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Well, I've been on a fake diet. It's not really like I've stopped eating, but I've just tried to eat clean. So just meats and vegetables, but like minimal and a tiny bit of like potatoes or carbs. And you just feel so much better just eating
clean.
Food that you've cooked yourself and that comes from nature. Just that. And then so carnivore is just like an extreme
The
version
rice
of
comes
it.
from nature. How am I not going to eat rice?
Apparently, we don't even have the right, enzymes or whatever to actually properly digest gluten. And wait, is rice gluten?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I
I
don't
have
know.
no idea.
Like, we're not meant to be digesting gluten in our bodies, which is why a lot of people have a gluten intolerance.
But I've heard as well...
No, that's it, because they haven't like gotten that evolutionary gene in them that's helped us digest it.
I've heard of people that are intolerant to gluten. When they go overseas to Italy, for example, and they have a pizza, fine.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I've
So
heard
is
of
it like
that.
this conspiracy? Oh, what they're putting in our food here and as in America.
Yes.
So and because I've
But
been
some
really
of it's been proven true.
and I've been really strict. Like even the meat I've been having like straight from the butcher, like not even from the supermarket, like just straight from the butcher. I know exactly where it's coming from. You know, hopefully, you know.
Yeah, trust it more.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So you don't eat rice?
Nah, but that's another thing.
really
Then I had another thought. Maybe I feel so good because it's like I'm cooking everything myself. So I wonder how I would feel if, for example, if I cooked my own bread. Like I made my own bread.
Try it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Look, I'll see what the dietitian says,
idea.
but if she suggests, you know, having some carbs, then I'll try it for a little bit, but I swear I'll just be really strict and just make everything.
That's
like bread,
crazy.
yeah, no, I will. Definitely.
But then it's like,
That's
what
crazy.
flour do you get? Because our flour has been like starched and dyed and...
Yeah, that too. I mean, you can read the ingredients.
Yeah, I
I
know.
guess, yeah.
That's crazy.
It's even though,
hey?
like, you see salt. Like, salt should just be salt. You see some of the ingredients. There's, like, all this dye and all this.
Really?
Yeah, no wonder we feel edgy all the time.
What in the world?
everything's
That's
just
crazy.
processed.
Yeah, it's. I'm telling you, this, mate, the gut is...
Those microbiomes.
Yeah, determines everything.
I want to
Because
try
a lot
this
of
now.
people
But
go on it, even that have
You have to
like...
be careful.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, like because what I said, you know, I've got this high cholesterol now, so that's not good.
oh yeah, fair.
You know. So I
I
think
don't
if you
know.
want to do
I
these
gotta figure
extreme diets, I would suggest seeking a dietitian, which I'm
Yeah.
going to do, you know, in a couple of days. So
Well, good luck with it.
yeah,
I
thank
hope
you.
that all goes well. I hope you can still do the
That's what I mean because
carnivore.
yeah,
But with even maybe if they tell you to add something, it'll energize you even more.
yeah, maybe.
You know, you never know.
And I'm not saying like, look, I still have my moments on carnivore. You know, I'm not saying I feel like, but it's made a big difference.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I've noticed. Yeah,
That's mad. Thank God. That's
So-
crazy. Hey, how?
Yeah.
But this, far out. I'd be so worried to like not eat bread
But
and
you
rice
should-
and stuff like that.
yeah. I was, but man, like.
It's so good.
But with your brother, was he having like the fats and all that from the meat? Would you know, or was he having?
Yeah,
like,
he was keeping everything and then cooking in butter and
Oh, I
no
see.
seed oils and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's proper. Yeah. Because I used to do like keto, but I had no energy. It's because I was having lean meats, and I was like, why don't I have energy? You know. But I was having all the lean meat. You get the
I
energy from
see.
fat.
Yeah.
Like
'Cause-
I'll get like ribeye steaks, all the fat, man. Chuck it in, you know, and
That is what I'm talking about, bro.
you know. See, maybe
hungry.
like have more
hungry.
seafood, you know, fatty seafoods, and it might balance the.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we'll see. Yeah,
Nice. Oh, hopefully it all goes well.
yeah. See what happens.
Where were we even at? Do you still
No
remember?
idea.
Carnivore.
Did we even get past the piercings and the?
Oh no, we're
Yes,
still on
this is
that.
the church. Yeah, ordination.
Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, and I was asking about like whether you were happy for your brother or whatever to
yeah,
become a
yeah.
priest. Yeah. So because you guys have always been. When I came over Elias's and I saw like I met you and we were hanging out with Father Roberto, I was like, it was just nice to see your relationship like together.
Oh, brothers, you mean?
Yeah, as
Like,
brothers, like because.
yeah. Yeah, no, we have a good relationship.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, even
it's nice.
honestly, sorry to keep cutting you off.
No, go, bro.
Even when I was far from my faith, I still had a very good relationship with him. Like I'd still
Yeah.
have a laugh with him, but I feel like
That's
it's
awesome.
even stronger now.
Better now.
you know?
Yeah.
Because
Thank God.
he's my spiritual director, you know, as well. Like,
Really?
That's
yeah,
so
definitely,
good.
yeah.
That is
And
so
I
you're
say
not
for-
like you're not shy about it.
So I saw him for my first confession, and he knows everything.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That is awesome.
yeah. And I never felt shy about it.
That's crazy. Because I even still panic when I'm going to a priest that I know for
I
confession.
refuse to go to Father Ben for confession. I can't do it. I just
Really?
Yeah, I can't.
But think of it as
I just
like,
feel like he's too close. I can't do it.
nah. But for them,
he's,
it's
like,
like
directed us.
it's normal. Like picture. Think of it like you're seeing a doctor. You know, like for example, like
So true.
you know,
That's a great point. Because you're
they're
in their
used
best
to that
interest.
stuff. Yeah.
And I've never, by the way, in saying that I have that fear of going to someone I know, I've been to confession with literally every priest that I
Yeah.
know.
And there's
like
some
that
bit
I'm
of
close
wisdom
with.
about that too. As well, like
Yes.
you know the priest as well, which makes it that more special.
Yeah, and it's like,
He knows you.
Yeah.
yeah, and there's a certain sense of humility in that point. It's like, well, I'm here now. There's, I don't know. It's you're at a point where you're like, I may as well just let everything out. Like I'm here.
Yeah.
Like
100%.
you know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter that they know me or whatever. And then I don't know. Anyway, yeah, and I've never had a bad experience, so I'm not shocked at that by like, isn't it bad when you go to your brother? Like
Nah.
that, I'm shocked as in like that you're so willing to do that. That's
Yeah.
awesome, man.
Yeah.
Thanks be to
And
God.
like, not saying they forget about it in a bad way, but like what we're feeling, it's like to them, it's nothing, you know?
Just like every day.
Yeah, it's just like,
Yeah. It's like they see so many people firstly, but like, it's like a grace that priests are given that they,
Don't remember.
yeah, almost like don't remember, like in the good, like it's not
Yeah, I
like
get it,
it
yeah.
doesn't matter to them. It's like,
yeah, not going to hold it against you.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. How good,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Yeah. So then what's happened, like from there, where is your reversion happen?
Okay, so
Did it get any worse than like did it get any? Did you go into a deeper pit at all, or like that's the extent? Have I missed anything?
I would say the deepest was like when I first came out of high school, because I wasn't in any serious relationships. So yeah, I was just partying and doing all kinds of things, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I was even doing drugs. I wasn't addicted to it, but I would just do it as like a social drug, you know, user. And like, look, don't get me wrong. Like in the moment, it's a very heightened feeling. Like it's a good feeling, you know, but it's terrible. You know, nothing I would ever promote.
Yeah.
I guess that's why people get so addicted to it. You know, I'd get drunk, you know, going out. And like, yeah, it was just like nothing to me now. But like the thought of it now, even if I see someone drunk, you just think like, oh, you know, God be with you, you know, like.
That's awesome.
And it was just like far out. That was so normal for me before. So yeah, at this point, when my brother was ordaining, I was in a serious relationship at this point, and then I've been single now for a few years, and I've just never felt this content as well. And look, I'm focused on my music, practicing the faith. So I'm keeping myself occupied, I see friends, so I'm in a good position. Whereas like before, it was like this anxiety that if I didn't have a girl that I'm talking to, it's like I'm anxious, It's like, but like, thank God I've come out of that, especially now with the faith. Like it's helped me with a lot of anxieties that I used to have. And then, so I started doing music full time about 2 years ago. And I was just, at this point, I wasn't practicing. Just, creating music, like often sexualized and all that. Because I was still sinning, but I feel like by this point, I was struggling a lot with, I was falling into the sin of, masturbation. Like it was, like a big thing. For me, it was like, almost like, it's a good way to end your day. Like, it's like a stress relief, you go to sleep, that's it.
Yeah.
But I noticed towards like, as I was coming to my reversion, when I would go into that, it was like, then I started to be unconscious about it, and I would brush it away though. And there were times as well, like I'd be even going into the studio and I'll be recording some cover songs that were sexualized. And I remember there was this one time I was driving into the studio and I was quite anxious. And I was thinking, should I record these songs or not? And I was like, I'm just feeling anxious. Don't worry about it. Just push it aside. So I went ahead and recorded them. And now when I think about it, it's like, there was a reason why I was feeling like that. That's another, so I would say would be part of my reversion, having those thoughts. And then as well, there was a point, so I started seeing this girl, and at this point I was, far from my faith as well. And I noticed she was quite religious, and I wasn't, so I was growing with her in a way that was, through emotions and not physical. And I've been used to growing with, females in a physical, like I never had really any friends that were girls, because I would just, you become physical with them, and like, you can't build a friendship off that. And then with this girl, so I grew emotionally with her, and without any physical contact or anything like that. And I started noticing myself getting frustrated, because like I wasn't used to that. And I was thinking, oh man, like, and I'll be driving home like almost like angry, it's like, I would say like I'm frustrated.
Yeah.
And it was happening a few times, and it was like, it's terrible, but that's just what I was going through, like the position I was in.
Yeah.
And I just started getting turned off the whole, like relationship of that. Because, I wasn't getting my desires fulfilled, like, in as selfish as that is. And then like I stuck with it, like we were still talking, and I just felt, that way. Like, we'd still have a laugh and all that kind of stuff, but that was in the back of my mind, like that. And then it generally, like, I can't remember how, but it grew from that to like, this is actually very nice. This is actually a beautiful thing. Like, I'm actually growing with this person off emotions. Like, what a nice thing. And it flipped. Just like, I don't know how. I can't remember exactly what happened, but it just flipped. I'm like, okay, this is actually really nice. So we continued, talking. And then we sort of like lost contact a bit. Like nothing major or but we just, sort of stopped talking. And then as that was happening, so like I was saying, I saw the Olympics. I was talking about the Last Supper and mocking it. And then I was thinking to myself, how terrible, the faith being mocked in this way. But the biggest thing for me in my reversion was fear of death. I was very fearful of death. I thought, the way I'm living, if I die, I'm going to hell. Like, surely, you know. I couldn't see myself going to even purgatory the way I was living. And like, I knew this at this point. And yeah, as I was saying, you know, if I was going into the sin of masturbation, where it was actually, it was more conscious now. But I would still do it. But it was like, yeah, I wouldn't feel that satisfaction like I used to, because I wasn't thinking about the way I was back then.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, this fear of death. And like, I was like far out, you know, and it was like really daunting, you know. Yeah, I'm just trying to think like what else was happening. Yeah, so it was that. And then from that fear of death, yeah, I was still continuing to do what I was doing, you know, normal. And I can't remember which part of the process of the journey of my, you know, reversion. There was one night I just laid in bed and I just thought, randomly, I'm just going to say a prayer. Like, and I hadn't prayed in years. Like, I just said Our Father, Hail Mary, and a Glory Be. I'm telling you, like, the feeling, like when I made this, I was just laying in bed, you know, made the sign of the cross, said those prayers just in my mind. This rush I felt from like my toes up to my head, like it's honestly, it's like undescribable. It's like almost like, is that a feeling of heaven? Like that God's just putting in me, like this grace. It was like not overwhelming, but it was just so beautiful. I was like, wow, what a nice feeling, you know? And I didn't really know, like I didn't think too much of it. I just thought, yeah, that's a really nice feeling. Like it was just a powerful rush that I felt. And then, yeah, I'd say that was probably my first sort of like gush of, you know, this grace of God, you know, asking, you know, just opening the door for me, you know, like come in. So that happened. And then, then I just started thinking, oh, maybe I should go back to church. And then I remember just texting my brother and just saying, or just asking him, you know, what churches are, you know, because I didn't know what was going on. Like I knew some of the local churches, but I didn't know the times. So I just messaged him and asked for some of the times. And then I think it was like, because I think it was just so random as well for him to see that from me. Like I don't think I mentioned, I think I started having a bit of a laugh about it, but like a laugh, not making fun of it, but like in a way that's like, it's a change. Like I think I started saying it to my eldest brother. I'd come in and I'd say, oh mate, I think I'm having a bit of a reversion. And he would just say, oh yeah, like, and I just like, you know, just like, I think something's happening, you know, just like, he's like, oh yeah, like whatever. And like, not in a bad way. And I think I remember telling my mom and Roberta, like I was sort of saying it in a, because I'm the type of person, I'm very like jokative.
Yeah.
And I don't take things, like, look, I know when to be serious and when not, but I'm just like, I just love having a laugh, you know. So that's even awesome. In this moment, I was having like sort of, you know, being light about it, but not in a way to make fun of it.
Yeah.
And then, so I asked Roberto for some mass times and he would have told me. And then I remember I still remember I had this gig. I finished at 6 and I headed over to St. Charbel's for the 7 p.m. for the mass there on the Sunday.
Yeah, yeah.
And man, I was like so nervous walking in because I was like, I hadn't been to church in a while at this point. And I was just like, yeah, really nervous walking in. Anyway, so I went in, had the mass. It was just like all, I would say normal, you know. And then the following week, I thought, I better go and say confession. So I remember, just having the confession with my brother that was like, just like laid it all out, you know, just confessed everything. And then, so that was nice.
Were you nervous about that one?
No.
Or did
really.
he?
No.
Okay.
And like, because I've heard of people that have like gone to their first confession and they felt this, you know, grace, but like, I feel like I already felt that grace before. So I didn't, for the confession, it was just sort of like very mellow, but like peaceful, you know, just beautiful, just mellow.
Wow.
And And I remember making a comment to my mum, just having a joke. I said, like, after I went to the confession, I said, there you go, mum. So if I get hit by a bus now, I'm going straight to heaven.
She would have loved that one.
In other words, like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, shush you.
Yeah,
like,
there we go. She would not have been
Yeah,
impressed.
Yeah. Yeah, so, just made some lighthearted about that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so that, and like, because people have asked me, like, what was it? Like, what did something happen? But it wasn't really anything in particular. Like, I saw someone or something, or like, it just, these feelings I felt. But the big thing, the biggest thing was, that fear of death.
That's crazy. What made you think of that? Was there anything, or it was just the thought? The thought just came up.
Oh yeah, there was a time, actually. I remember this boy I went to school with. There was like a tragedy. He died suddenly. Yeah, like a sudden death, and then I started having this fear. But I was always fearful of death anyway.
Yeah.
And look, not saying I want to die tomorrow. Like, it's but now when I think of death, it's like I feel at peace with it, because I know that now I feel like I'm in a good. Like my conscience is clear now. Like, I feel like I'm sure, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I feel like now I'm living the best that I can. Yeah. So I don't really have anything on my conscience that I'm thinking badly about.
Speed of God.
So I feel like, like I'm just at peace with death, like when you think, because like really, you're going to be with God, like what a beautiful thing. So that happened, and then I just started carrying on, and I thought, and then that's when the challenges started to come in, because like I had this music that was like sexualized and all this stuff, and I'm just thinking, oh, what should I do? And I just remember like tossing between, should I just release it and just start making better music afterwards? And I just going back and forward, what should I do? What should I do? And the moment I made that decision just to clean up the music, go and rewrite, and everything, and make that decision, even like the cover songs that I did, I just fully scrapped them, went and recorded some other songs. Once I made that decision to do that, like that weight just lifted off my shoulders, and like just that peace I felt. Wow. Like, that real beautiful feeling of grace. And I remember ringing my producer and, my videographer, because we were filming music videos as well, and just told them, and they were like, and I was a bit nervous to tell them like what they would say, but they were like, no worries, like all good, bro. Like, do what you got to do. Yeah. So they were awesome. Very happy. Yeah. Like, they were happy for me. So I was like, oh, it's great. So I went and rewrote a lot of my songs. There were some songs where I had to just do the whole song. So I pushed them aside for now. So the ones that I can release, I'm in the process of doing now. And so that, I just don't want to skip too far. I want to just sort of go into the sequence. Yeah. So then I started going to that process where I started cleaning up the songs, re-recording as well. And I thought, at first I thought, I'm just going to waste time and money and all that. But I thought, you know what I know the reason I'm doing it. So, and then once I made that decision, it was like, again, that anxiety went away. Like, I didn't even care about that anymore. Like, I didn't even think I'm wasting my time, because like I know what I'm doing. With this, like, it's for a good cause. So that was happening, and it was like I just felt so happy. Like, I was like in such good spirits. Like, just felt really good. It was like to the point where I just like I wanted to give up everything and just like go off to a farm somewhere and just like just worship God all day, But then again, I've got to be realistic. Yeah. And it's like I found a point, like I really took a step back a bit from my music. I wasn't going as hard as I was, and I was, just taking a step back and just sort of, just enjoying every moment more. Things like, and then I actually started to have like visions. So I remember like it was probably maybe a month or 2 months, like I was pretty deep into the faith. And, having chats with Roberto, Father Roberto, my brother, he was telling me some stories, of like, evil spirits, like some stories that he's heard, with like people that are possessed, things like that. And I remember going to bed that night, like and he just told me, don't worry, like the battle is between, because I remember saying to him, oh man, like I'm scared now, all this stuff. And he said, don't worry, the battle is between God and the devil, not us, where, so, and that was like comforting.
Yeah.
But man, this one night I went to bed and I was just thinking of these stories and like stories that even, and I was just like far out. I was really scared. And I remember it was a really windy night, this night. And like, it was just, so I remember laying in bed and like, I was really scared at this point. And it was like a really windy night and just laying in bed trying to sleep. And like, man, I'm telling you, like I was on edge, like full sweaty. So, like not crazy, but like, like when you're nervous, you get hot. And I was just like, far out, like I was stressing out. I was just scared.
Yeah.
I thought, what if something can happen? Anyway, I just, so I heard right outside my room, and mind you, this could have been all in my head, but it sounded pretty realistic to me, but it also, because, when you're scared and you might start to hear things that like you're just scared. Anyway, like I was laying in bed and I just heard like this really loud screech, like it was like a cat fighting, when the cats fight, but it was right outside my door, like outside because I'm where my bedroom is. There's a balcony.
Yep.
But it's like, it's highly unlikely for a cat to be right outside. But like I heard this screech right outside my door.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh my gosh, please. And it was like really distorted, like could have been like, even like a demon screeching, like maybe because they know I'm scared and like maybe they're just coming to scare me or something. And like even that could have or could have not have been. So I believe it could have been either way.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, after I heard that, I just hear this massive bang on my shutter outside. And I was like, oh, no, I can't do this. So I remember, you know what? I'm pretty sure it was even one of your podcasts with Father Ben. I grabbed my phone, I put it next to me, and I just played it. And I was just listening to one of your podcasts. And I fell asleep. But this bang was like far out, So like to me now thinking about it, it's like it could have been like the devil trying to scare me, or it could have just been because it was a windy night as well. So it could have just been the bang on but either way, I believe it could have been either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, that wasn't really a vision. That was like a sort of scary encounter I had that could have been,
I would have panicked.
Yeah. So that, and then, okay, and this is when things started, and it's beautiful now to think of it. Then another encounter I had, I was, laying in bed. I was sleeping and I started just randomly having these thoughts of my past experiences, like with sex and all that. And I just randomly started thinking of it, and I thought, oh, this is weird. Like, why am I thinking of this? And then, like, I was a bit disturbed, and then like this, I feel like I was having a bad spiritual attack. Like I just felt like this rush. I said that rush of good coming. This rush was like bad, like a really, really like overwhelmingly bad feeling, bro. Like it was terrible. Like I felt like I was dying. That's how bad it was.
Oh my God.
Just off these sins that I was thinking of, So yeah, I generally felt that what I'm talking about now, I was getting spiritually attacked, by a bad demon. And like this rush, and I was like far out like this. As soon as that happened, I made the sign of the cross and just started, I can't remember what I was praying, but I maybe calling on Jesus, just help me, like, be there, just come. Like I was calling for God, at this point. And then out of nowhere, my eyes were closed, and then I just started seeing bursts of Jesus's face, like with my eyes closed, like really visible. And like it was like there, like all his face just going like this. And I didn't really know it was like, I just sort of thought, oh, okay, this is nice. Like I didn't really think much about it. And then, bro, out of nowhere, this feeling of God, like Jesus, like appearing to me, but my eyes were closed, and I saw him like, you know, with my eyes closed, and I thought, wow, but the feeling was so overwhelming that like I just had to open my eyes, and then I opened my eyes, and there was pitch black in my room, and I opened my eyes, and I saw that same image of God like right there in front of me, and it was like he was in heaven, and like there were like clouds moving around him, and he was just looking at me, and like we're just looking at each other, and I was like, fuck, like I didn't say anything, like I was just there like that. And I just remember like goosebumps, like even now, like I get emotional, like thinking about it. Like, yeah, I just saw him, and then like he didn't say anything to me. And I just remember, you know, making the sign of the cross and just saying like, you know, thanks be to God. And then like, once I did that, I just looked, and then he just like sort of vanished, you know, like just, but like everything was moving. It was like he was appearing to me from heaven. You know, like it was like like such a beautiful encounter. It was like, and I even asked my brother, I'm like, how come I didn't like, because I generally just felt like at peace. Like I didn't, it's not like if you see like a celebrity, you might go crazy or something. Like I didn't go crazy or anything. I just felt, and he made a good point. He said, you know, oftentimes God, not oftentimes, but like, you know, God will give us a sense of peace, you know, make us feel this sense of peace. And that's generally what I felt that night. And it was just, yeah, like, so it was like a very powerful encounter and I was like, you know, just thanks be to God. Like he came to me when I called him like that, like I was feeling like I was getting spiritually attacked. And then, yeah, it's like it's like almost to say like, it's okay. Like I'm here, you know, there's you know, no, I didn't hear that, but that's instantly what I thought, you know.
That'd be the feeling you got. It's like, yeah, he's there for you. It's like a reminder for you.
But isn't that funny that like when I was living my old life, like not practicing the faith, I always had a feeling like someone's going to appear to me, and then that happened. You know, you know what I mean? So that's where the link is.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean? It's like,
that's insane.
But it's like when I think of that, it's like it's a great thought, you know.
Thanks be to God.
Yeah,
that
literally.
Is crazy.
That's exactly what I said. Thanks be to God, you know, like
that
everything.
Is crazy.
Oh man, it was crazy, right? It's like, yeah, it's undescribable, you know, indescribable. It's.
I don't even know what that. I can't even imagine what that would be like.
Oh, it was great. I mean, he even said, Roberto, he said, you know, you're very lucky because not many people have those experiences, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Like that's, and again, I was saying this last week to JC, but I was saying firstly, it's nice from my point of view to hear stories of conversions or reversions that haven't had this one particular moment. Like I like that you said, you know, you don't have that one moment where things just flipped. Like, it was like progression. You know, it's like over time, it kind of happened. You know, and there were many small moments, small in terms of, like not necessarily like the big miracles that we hear about. You know, they're significant, but they're progression of small things.
Like that's another thing. Like it's not like I was like, I generally was like, you know, I was doing well with my music, like everything was going well, but it was, just that's, and like, I guess that emptiness, I didn't really feel it so much, but like, even still things were going well and I still had that reversion, you know what I mean? So it's not like something was going bad. And look, I'm not trying to say anything like if something bad's happening and you turn to God, it's like, there's nothing wrong with that at all. But I feel like I'm fortunate enough that, that my life was going quite smooth as I thought, you know? Things, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And I still had the reversion, you know?
Yeah, that's actually a great point.
But I guess even saying that, I might not have thought that nothing was going wrong, but really I was away from God, so everything in that is wrong. You know? So,
that's right. But you didn't necessarily have to hit rock bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
To have your reversion, which is great. Yeah, thank God. Because a lot of the time it takes people to get to rock bottom. Like it takes them getting to rock bottom to have a conversion or a reversion.
Yeah. And I still think that's great, you know.
Yeah.
Because like you could turn to other things, you know, you could turn to drugs, like other things to fulfill that. But to turn to God to fulfill that is
amazing.
You can't, you know, there's no comparison.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. But you have had, like you said, like that's a rare privilege to experience what you experienced. Like to have that encounter with Christ is such it's like it's something that I have spent a lot of time in the past praying for, but also fearing. Yeah.
Look,
but also fearing.
Don't get me, like, even now sometimes when I think, like if someone will appear to me now, I feel a bit fearful of it as well. Like, you know what I mean? But not in a bad way.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not like, it's not like you fear for your safety or something like that. But it's like,
you know, such a grand moment, you know?
Yeah. Like I used to, I used to stare at the crucifix at the back of at the church at St. Felix, which is a shame that it's at the back, but whatever, that's a side note. And I just had to throw that in there. But I remember I used to just stare at it and I used to think the same thing that I mentioned earlier was like, I used to think if you just like spoke to me or something, if I just had an encounter with you right now, like I would be able to change my whole life around. I would stop, you know, doing what I was doing and like struggling with what I was struggling with. That was I was wrong in saying that because like we were talking about earlier, like people had those encounters with Christ and still didn't change. You know, people would have experienced the apparition at Fatima of Our Lady and they wouldn't have changed. You know, like they would have kept going with their lives as if nothing happened.
I feel like there's a reason why he will appear to some people. And because I feel like at that point, you were always practicing at that point. Like you were practicing faith at that point. Yeah. Maybe like for me, I was so far away from him for a long time. So I'm assuming maybe that's why.
Yeah, I mean, it could be for different reasons. Like I always think about that too, you know. But I'm like
maybe there's no need for him to appear to you in that moment, but maybe in that moment there was a need for him to appear to me. Or especially because I said I was generally feeling that spiritual attack, you know. And look, not to say like even if I didn't see him, you know, even if I just prayed and felt peace, for me that's enough, you know. Like you know, but it was just a blessing, you know, to have that.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Like that's what I mean. Like it's. You know, I used to pray for those things. And then at the same time, while I was praying for that thing at the crucifix, like while I was praying for a miracle, basically at the crucifix, I'm also at the same time thinking, I'm really scared if you actually do. Like, so if I see a movement on the cross,
see, to me, he's probably, you know, God's thinking, I'm not going to appear to you because maybe you're not ready yet. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be different.
Not to say that in a shameful way.
No.
Not at all.
That's
but
right.
you know what I mean? Because how you said that, like you're fearful, so maybe he's tending to that.
Yeah, like it could, you know, it could be that, but like at the same, and I don't know, like why, like, I haven't had those experiences. Like it could be because, please God, you know, I don't need them.
Yeah.
But it could also be because I'm not at a stage where I'm ready to encounter, you know, like in that way or whatever, you know, like it could be either. But in saying all of that, what I'm trying to say is like, I haven't had that experience, and it's beautiful to hear those experiences. Like that is a blessing to have experienced that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But my faith and yours, just from hearing what you're saying now, isn't in that encounter, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm not, while I used to pray for those things and also fear it at the same time, and while I still pray for all my intentions, and some of them are praying for a miracle in the sense that my intentions are impossible in our, I guess from our perspective.
Well,
and it really needs divine intervention.
Could you share it? Like, what would you be? Or I mean, if it's personal, don't worry. But like, is it? If it's personal,
no,
don't worry.
not necessarily. Like even with couples that I know that were like struggling to
you might pray for that couple.
Yeah, to give birth or something like that. Like that to give birth. to fall pregnant.
Yeah.
You know, things like that or whatever. But like ones where I knew that there's an actual like issue or something in them or something like that. Others, they were just struggling, and so there's the prayer for that. But like there were times where I was like praying for a miracle, like or stories of someone I knew who was sick or whatever, or a pregnancy that was complicated. There were complications in it. So like in those senses, my intentions are for a miracle. I'm like, hey, like there's no real way of this person healing from our perspective, from a human perspective, but like a miracle would be awesome right now, I pray a lot better than that, I promise, but like I don't say it like that, but you know what I mean. But my faith isn't in those miracles. If a miracle doesn't happen,
you still have your faith, which is
and those fruits are beautiful again, but it's beautiful. It's really inspiring to hear that, especially when you said, even if you didn't have that encounter with Christ in that way, the comfort was enough. Like if you said a prayer and it had gone away, like that is a beautiful thing. Because I think we become a little bit too reliant on those encounters. Especially
to strengthen our faith.
Yeah.
No, you got to be careful. But like,
not even to strengthen though. It's like, it's for us to have faith in the beginning. We need those things, and then we forget God, and then we hear of a miracle, and we're like, oh, my faith is back, and then something bad goes wrong, and then like, sorry, something goes wrong, and then like you forget your faith again.
But
and
see,
like,
even that with the wrong, there's always a reason. Like we don't know it now, but there's a reason.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Like, that just reminded me of, but that'll go too off topic. All right, so I'll leave that. Want. That's all right. No, because Father Ronnie in his homily yesterday spoke about seeking answers in times, and even like it was, in the bad times, but even in anything, like if we're even in this case, like say I'm praying for a miracle and it's not coming or whatever.
Yeah.
And my thought, I'm trying to find answers as to why. I can risk going into some bad places to find those answers. And Father Ronnie was talking about that yesterday, particularly about superstitions, which was, I think, pretty important to speak about in our society now. But
everyone's like knock on wood, like all these things.
Yeah, like things from that to like to evil practices, like it can be from the smallest thing, and it's ingrained in leb culture as well, which is why I've seen it so much, I think, which is scary, really bad, and it's become normal. But it's also becoming normal in just Western society now in general. But anyway, so like I can drive myself crazy firstly looking for answers, and I can go looking for them in the wrong places, or there's a real blessing in understanding that, again, I'm quoting Father Mike Schmitz, but he said, that there's a real beauty in understanding that there's meaning in this moment, whatever the moment is, even though we don't understand the meaning in the moment. So there's beauty in just understanding, you know what, there is meaning in the moment.
I agree.
Even if I can't see what that meaning is, that's okay. I know that it's happening for a reason, like, so.
And it might not be revealed to you now, but I'm sure it will, sometime soon. Or even if it doesn't, like,
it's all good. My faith isn't in that.
Yeah.
In that.
Yeah, like even for me recently, for one of my, I was telling you for my, one of my Christian songs, I was looking for like a group of people.
Oh, yes.
We've actually had to postpone that twice now.
I'm so sorry.
Due to the weather. Like,
okay.
Because this scene is outdoor. And twice it got postponed. Like we had to postpone it because of the rain. And I'm thinking like, surely there's not a reason that this is happening, or like this whole thing about reasoning. Like, surely it's not a bad reason it's happening. Like I don't think God will be postponing this. Like it's for a good cause,
Yeah.
So I just think, so every time we had to postpone, I just trusted, okay, I might not understand why, but it's fine. It's all good.
Yeah.
And then last week was the second time we're on to our third date now. So last week was the second time we were supposed to film. And like, it was like, that was my answer there. Like I woke up that morning, or even before that, I was really sick. You know what I mean? So it's like,
oh, that worked out really well.
Sick. Like things like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it might not be to that extent, but it could be, it made, it's like a coincidence. Like,
yeah.
Well, I don't know, coincidence. Is that a superstition?
No, I don't think so.
Or maybe people might.
I don't know. You could take it.
Yeah,
you could probably take it into
even something like
realm,
divine providence.
Yeah, a God incidence, as they say.
Oh, that's better. That's better. Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
But yeah, superstitions are.
Yeah, you got to be careful with them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
because that can bring evil spirits in.
Yeah,
being superstitious, like to some extent, I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 100%. And do you know of the evil eye?
Yeah,
people putting the evil eye on babies and stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't believe in that stuff.
Isn't that the weirdest thing? Like to protect
the Italians
yourself.
Have the chili.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
there you go. I don't know how many cultures do this, but I know Lebs do. Like for a baby, they'll put to counteract what they call evil eye.
Like they're looking at you like they're putting the eye on you.
Yeah.
Oh, someone put the eye on me.
Yeah, exactly. To counteract that, they
I'm laughing because I just think it just sounds like
isn't
crazy.
It weird?
Someone puts the eye on me.
Yeah, like
or like the superstition where like you say, say you're going to audition for something, and then someone make a joke, you're not going to get it, and then they think, you jinxed me. It's like,
the jinx.
I don't believe in that stuff at all. Like just because you say something, it's not going to happen.
That stuff.
But there was probably a time where I believed that too, the jinx. Like especially growing up.
Yeah, maybe if it was a part of like what you were growing around, but then you get to a point where you think, okay, no, it's not the case. But also like with the Lebs, it's ingrained again. Superstitions are ingrained in the Lebanese culture. I don't know how many other cultures it's ingrained in. I'm not just saying it's only Lebs, but I've obviously coming from a Lebanese household, I understand the way that they are. And things like that, like to counteract the evil eye, they put the evil eye on a child, like a pin of the evil eye on a child. I don't know how that makes sense.
But it'll counteract for them?
Yeah, that's what they think. So to protect the child from the evil eye, they put a pin of the evil eye. Like, it's really weird. Anyway, I don't know.
Like
there's no sense.
That eye will be on the child, but it's going to work for the other person as well. For their dad,
for
example.
As in like maybe, I don't know.
Or
I don't know
put
what
it there for the child. Like, that's for the child only.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's like, it's weird. I don't know. Anyway, then there's like this thing, for any Lebs watching, they might know of the Distortion. Okay? The Distortion is...
I never heard of it.
So, it's for people who are sick, and you like...
Not even sick, but like if there's a generational curse or like bad things are happening to you.
Okay.
Yeah, they think like... Yeah, that's right. There's like a generational curse or something, or like you're cursed or whatever. So they get basically like, what is it, like melted lead or something?
Yeah.
Melted lead, and they get a bowl of water, and then cold water, right?
Yeah.
And they drop it into the cold water over the person's head, and then it like hardens. It like creates, forms a shape, and then they like, they determine
whatever shape that is, they become that shape.
Yeah.
They become that shape.
Yeah. And the weirdest thing about it is when they drop it into the water, you have to go, you have to make that sound. I'm like, doesn't that tell you it's devilish? And it's on its own. But anyway.
That's scary, man.
And like, or like reading coffee,
stuff,
the coffee mugs, the coffee cups for Lebs. They read into the future and all the fortune telling, the horoscopes, all of these things people follow now is so weird. And it's exactly that. It's opening the door to something even more. It's opening the door to something evil, even if your intention isn't evil.
And I've heard as well, like people that even have like I've heard that people have, I don't know how, I've heard that people have this gift, like a supernatural gift where they can like fortune tellers, like I've heard of someone that's like, oh, well, if they're all wrong or whatever, how come what he's told me it's all happening? It's like some people are gifted with this supernatural gift, but it's not from God. Like it's from an evil spirit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I believe that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, the devil makes himself manifest in different ways, and it can be through people. Like that's
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily through the. Oh, no, I won't say that in case
Or even
I
manifest.
scandalize. I won't say that.
Or say it, but you can cut it out. Or up to you.
No, I won't. I
Yeah,
won't.
don't.
I won't. Just in case, maybe off camera.
Yeah.
But I'll probably forget it by the time we're done anyway. But but yeah, like you're opening yourself up to those things. But not only that, those superstitions. This is what Father Ronnie was saying in his homily, and it was really beautiful to hear because I hadn't thought of it in that way. Those superstitions are a complete contradiction to the faith and the love and the hope of God. It's like that we're given through the church by God, right? It's like instead of turning to our Lord for whatever it is, say I'm sick, right? I'm suffering and whatever. I said that so casually, like that's a real suffering.
Yeah.
And instead of turning to our Lord for comfort, for healing, for to use this suffering, to offer it up for whatever else, for my own intentions or whatever, instead of that, I'm going to these different things for my own comfort, for my own healing, for my own meaning or whatever. And you've literally, in that, you're replacing God with whatever it is.
With another so-called God.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And then that so-called God, it's like, that's bad enough that you've done that. But then that so-called God that thing that you've made a God out of opens up the pathway or the doorway to not just something that isn't good, but is purely evil. And so it's like, yeah, the superstitions are weird, man. Anyway.
And like another thing, like they're taken very lightly.
They are, yeah. Again, that same thing, like...
Yeah, what we were saying before.
Yeah, it's so casual, hey?
Crazy.
I don't know. Anyway. All right, so back to your story. Yeah, you had that, and you had that encounter, yeah. So you had
and I had another encounter as well, but it wasn't as like sort of, like in like intense as that, but it's still a beautiful encounter. So I started going to St. Jerome's Punch Bowl. They have the Monday night men's mass with Father Joe Gideon.
Yes, yeah.
Shout out Father Joe and St. Jerome's Punch Bowl. And I remember going there, I think maybe was it the first or second time? I think it was the first time I went. And we're there in making a holy hour. And then, at the end when Father holds up the monstrance. It's the monstrance here. I always ask my brother. Yeah.
Benediction.
Yeah. And the bell they have there, like it's like 3 times they hit the bell, but it was like such an intense sound. Like it's beautiful, but I'm like, whoa, that's so loud. Like, bam, bam. I was like, wow. I was like, not thrown off, but I was like, just like, wow. I was just like amazed by how loud it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, that night, I remember, like, I just, we carried on for mass and then came home, just did whatever, and then fell asleep, like just normal night. And I had this dream, and like, it's like, when they say, oh, it feels so realistic and all that, like in the dream, it was like what was happening in real life. So like I was laying in bed and, I was seeing my room dark, like everything it was like I was awake, but I was dreaming.
Oh, that's trippy.
You know what I mean?
Inception. Yep.
Yeah. And just like out of nowhere, it was like so quick, out of nowhere, the whole room started shaking and I heard those bells from mass, like, bam, but like it was so intense. And instantly I thought, oh, someone's appearing to me. And like I look up like that, and I just see like these blue cloaks, like Mary, like you know her, you know in what she's depicted, like she's got the blue garments, the robes, And like I just look up and I'm like, oh my gosh, someone's appearing to me, and like the bells were ringing, everything was shaking, and I look up and I just saw like the blue, like it was like coming down. And then I just woke up and like everything was pitch black, like just everything was so still, like so quiet. I'm telling you, I was so scared, but like not scared because like I knew it was Mary, but like I was scared in the way like what you're saying, how you said like you want a appearance, but you're scared at the same time.
Yeah.
And like I was so scared. I literally went to my mum's room. I said, "Mum, come sleep with me."
Oh.
So she gets up with her eyes with her eye shades, grabs a pillow. But you know how scared I was? Like I was like, why am I so scared? Like it was Mary, you know, like in my dream. But then like now when I think of it, it could have been a miracle, like that was actually happening in real life. And like no one heard those bangs but me. You know what I mean? Like those miracles that happen.
Yeah.
So like, that was like another encounter I had. But like I was so scared, like far out.
Oh my gosh.
Like everything was happening in real life, you know, but I was dreaming, you know.
That is, see, I'm not ready for that.
But yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's because maybe it's scary because like it's so intense. But like, it's like scary in the sense like, you know, the angel Gabriel appearing to Mary, like, and she was scared at first, you know, like something like that. Like, it's not bad, but it's obviously a beautiful thing. But you know, it's like would you like supernatural? Like,
it's
not
out
in
of the
bad
natural.
thing,
That's right. It's literally out of the natural.
Yeah.
Anything like that would be.
And then like I think because like a lot of my time in my reversion, not that I was against me or anything, but I feel like I was going to God more, like Christ, and like I'd pray a rosary, but like that was like I wouldn't really ask for intentions from Mary's mum. I just wouldn't think of that.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe that was like a way, like of you know, like maybe reminding me, like I'm here for you too, you know. So like even now, like since that, and especially more so now, I'm you know praying to Mary as well. So
wow.
yeah. So
that's
like
beautiful.
Yeah, could have
I love when people bring up Mary.
She's the best. Oh, so good.
She's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you know, I was doing, we had like a teens group at St. Felix, and I was a part of the leadership group for them.
Are you still, because that's far from you now, right? Like
St. Felix?
Yeah.
I live back in Yaguna now.
Yeah.
So
so not too far.
In the Bankstown
not far
area.
at all there. Yeah.
So it's right next to me, but I don't go there anymore. Just different, you know. So, Anyway, I was very lost for a little bit because I had no parish. I felt like I had no parish. But thanks be to God, I have.
This is recently.
Yeah, it was over like this. There was a bit of a period of confusion because I thought I don't know if I'm. Like I still wanted to serve at St. Felix. It's my home. Like, it's been my home my whole life. I love St. Felix.
Yeah.
It's my, you know. But you know, like things change and things change within the parish and stuff and whatever. I won't go too much into that, but I was confused as to whether I was still going to serve there or not. I felt like I wasn't being nourished as much. So,
like from the church or just like spiritually?
At that parish.
Okay.
Yeah. So to be nourished, I was going elsewhere, and then I was trying to serve at St. Felix. But at the same time, that was taking its toll. Firstly, but secondly, I don't know. It was just different things. Anyway, so I was in this like really confused sort of stage. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to serve. I don't know if I'm not. And then something happened.
And serve as an acolyte, you mean?
No, sorry. Serve at the parish like as a youth leader or whatever.
Oh,
or like,
right.
Because there was still the teens group. I was still doing that. And and then with some guidance from a priest, and then also with one particular thing that happened, I thought, okay, it's time to just like let it go. You know, like sometimes, unfortunately, you just have to not. You got to stop serving where you are and go somewhere else. You know, and like that was hard for me because I was like, that's my home. Like I want to give back to it as much as I can. You know, because St. Felix is where I was practicing. That's where I started practicing my faith, and it gave me like everything that happened, good that happened to me.
That's great.
Yeah, it was like from that parish, you know.
Like, can I ask quickly? Like, have you always been practicing your whole life? Like, was there ever a time you were away from it? Like, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, like not necessarily. Like my family was, I guess you could say, a practicing family. Cultural, I think, for the most part, but practicing. And then it was at I was living pretty much like a Protestant lifestyle, belief, but a very, in a similar way, like God took the back seat. Like he wasn't a priority in my life. For a long time. I didn't want to go to mass and all of that stuff.
So like you wouldn't go to mass, for example?
No, like I was still a kid, like at the time, but I would pretend like I was asleep or whatever still. I didn't have to go, or that I wasn't feeling well or whatever, you know, so I didn't have to go to mass. My prayer was very much just getting things done, because that's how I was taught, to just pray before you sleep or whatever. So I would do that. But my belief system, if you were to ask me at that point, was a very Protestant mindset, like Protestant belief.
So what do you mean by that? Like with the Protestant mindset?
Like I didn't think like the Eucharist was actually Christ. Anything special. I knew it was weird. It was very contradictory. Like I knew that there was a significance about the Eucharist, because I don't even know if I knew that Catholics, how can I word it? I knew that I was meant to believe that there was something significant about the Eucharist.
It was like it was just, you grew up believing that, so you believe it.
Yeah. So like I knew I was meant to think that, and I knew that all the rest of them did, all the rest of the Catholics did. But in my mind, like it was just nothing. It wasn't Christ. Like it was just a piece of bread. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm wording that right, but it was like, it was just a whole contradiction in my head. Mary, like I just didn't think, even though I'd pray a Hail Mary before I slept.
Yeah.
It was just because of routine. Like it was just that I was just doing things because I was taught them, but I wasn't actually personally convicted in any of it, you know. But I knew God was real, so I was like, yeah. I mean, I guess I was living a washed down Protestant faith, because the Protestants are pretty solid for the most part, at least the ones that I've encountered. So I don't want to put them down and say like I was living their lifestyle when I wasn't. It was very backseat. Like God was in the background. I don't know. I'm not explaining this well at all. But anyway.
No.
It was.
Why are you doing it?
Yeah, it was just like, it was just whatever. You know, it was something to the side. I didn't care about it. But at the same time, I considered myself a good Christian because I was a good person, you know. Yeah. I thought, I'm a good person. That's all you need to be.
I feel like that's a lot of the culture.
Yeah.
How people think.
100%, yeah.
We don't need to go to mass to, like, we can just pray ourselves, you know.
Yeah. And just be a good person, and that's it. And like Deacon Harold. Do you know Deacon Harold?
Oh yeah, I saw he gave a talk.
Yeah.
On online. Like I just watched the video.
Yeah, he has heaps. Yeah. He's awesome. But I remember him saying in a talk, he is, they call him dynamic Deacon Harold, and it's true, he's dynamic.
And what's good about him as well, not to say anything, you know, about the faith or anything, but cause I guess to help people who don't believe understand, like he explains it in a way that's like very secular as well. or like
Yeah.
scientifical, like just like
He appeals to the reason, to
yeah,
logic.
like he'll talk like even people that don't believe, like he'll give so much evidence about
Yeah, so true. He does do that.
rather than just saying,
It's so
"Oh,
good.
Christ is the Son of God." You know, like he has explanations that are very like helps people understand that aren't of faith. You know,
Yeah, amen. Yeah, he does do that. He's awesome.
Yeah,
And he's very
very
practical in everything as well that
Yeah.
he speaks about.
he looks like a cool guy. You know, like just looks so cool. You know,
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
yeah.
And I remember him saying in a talk, he said, he was telling a story about a woman who said to him, he saw her at mass with her kids, and he was just genuinely asking her, like, where's your husband? Like, it was just a genuine question. He wasn't like trying to provoke anything or whatever. He wasn't, And she said, "Oh, like, he's at home. Like, he doesn't see a need to come to mass or whatever." And then she said to him, "But like, my husband's a good person or whatever." And then he goes, trying to justify it. And he goes, I don't know if he said this to her, but he said it in the talk that he was giving. He goes, "Tell your husband there are no good people in heaven." And he's like yelling the way he does, and like with his, African American, like
no good people in heaven.
yeah. But he's he like screams it. But he's saying there are no good people in heaven. The only people in heaven are who? And he said they're saints.
They're perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone in heaven is a saint, right? And so, like, because what is a saint? And this is one of the most misunderstood things as well, is that a saint isn't just the ones that we know of, like Saint Charbel and Saint whatever. A saint is anyone in heaven. But the ones that we...
Yes, is that actually a thing, like everyone in heaven is a saint?
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
Is that what we believe?
Yeah, that's what a saint is anyone in heaven.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. See,
Because I've also found out things recently that I didn't know. Like, for example, you have to be perfect to be in heaven.
Yeah.
Like, I thought, for example, like the way I was living out, practicing, going to mass like daily, those kind of stuff. I thought, yeah, I'm going to heaven, but it's like, no, it's not like that.
Well, yeah,
Like to an extent,
Yeah, it's like only
unless you're
what
a
is
martyr. Like you martyr.
to go straight to heaven. Yeah. Though I don't know the exact teachings on that either. But yeah. Like you don't go straight to heaven. That's what purgatory is, right?
Yeah.
I remember in school being taught that purgatory is like a waiting bay. So you sit there and wait for your judgment. So wait to be called by God, and then he'll tell you whether you're going to heaven or hell, right? And I went to a Catholic school, by the way.
Oh, I don't think hell does. What he doesn't say, but I think if you're in purgatory, like that's it.
You're going to heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's not what I learned. I went to a Catholic school.
And it's like he'll tell you if you're going to heaven or hell.
Yeah, it's just the waiting bay. So it's like when you go to a doctor and you just have to sit on the chairs and wait for them to
How
call
much
you.
anxiety would, if that was the case?
I know. You know what I mean? But like, what a shame. Anyway, we can go into the failures of the curriculum and whatever teachings at Catholic schools is horrible. But that's what I was taught. That's what purgatory is, right? And then I grew up understanding that no, purgatory is you've lived a life worthy of, like, basically you've lived your life choosing God, right? And then this is trying to put it in like the simplest terms for anyone listening. You've lived your life, you've chosen God. Even if you've fallen away, you've sinned, blah, blah, blah. Your life is centered around God. So if you fall, you go back to him. You know what I mean? Like you're constantly choosing God through your whole life. But when you die, this is why purgatory is the most beautiful example or sign of God's mercy and his love, is only what is perfect can enter heaven. But God knows that we're not perfect and will never be in this life. So he gives us this, he gives us purgatory so that when we constantly are choosing God, even though we fall, he's like, and we're not perfect, he's like, here's your chance here. Here's the time that you just need to become perfect. It's like, it's like purifying, in the fire. it's the same thing.
Yeah, like you're there to be cleansed
That's right.
and become perfect.
That's right. So that you can, now you're worthy to enter heaven or whatever. I know, anyway, I'm using really bad terms.
But
I'm trying to like.
Yeah. But the simple the better. So like you said, people can understand.
Yeah, that's right.
Even me, you know how many times I'm watching something and they're talking very articulately, you know, and I have to go and search what is this?
Same. It's so hard. It's actually so hard. Yeah, honestly. So that's the best explanation I can give in like this 2 second time period that I have. Please, for anyone listening, don't like think that this is the fullness of the teaching. Yeah, no. It's not.
Yeah, especially what I'm saying, you know, like I'm still learning.
No, you and I both. Like we all are, which is the beauty of life. Firstly, of the journey, but also this podcast is like not what I was saying to you before. It's not like awful. It's nice to hear stories of people who are grounded in their faith and like they're at the point that I want to be at, you know, that I strive to be at. But also, it's full of people this podcast is full of people who are also on the journey with everyone else that's listening, including myself, by the way. Like I'm on the journey with everyone. Yeah. I can't remember what I was saying before, to be honest.
Yeah, about purgatory. Purgatory.
Yeah.
Because I even heard, about purgatory. Like I even heard, like when you're in purgatory, it's like you wouldn't want to go to heaven feeling like not perfect. You know, it's like you it's like a you know, I've heard that when you're in purgatory, it's like you want to be there to be clean for, you know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah. It's like
the only real suffering I've heard in purgatory is just that you're not with God. That's like, it's not like you're suffering there, like, you know, like.
Yeah, it's.
But there's like I don't know what the teaching is exactly.
Yeah, it's like.
And I feel like as well, even that, I don't think we will ever fully know what the teaching is.
Oh yeah, it remains a mystery. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I've even heard like, you know, the teaching of the divinity, like, you know, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Yeah, that's true what it is, but we will never fully understand it until we meet God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
that's what I've heard.
The Trinity is a complete mystery in itself.
And it's a beautiful mystery, I think.
Yeah,
you know?
Amen. Because you can't be two persons. Like, you can't be a human person and a divine person.
Because like I've heard people ask me like, oh, you know, who was Jesus talking to when he was on the cross? And I was saying God, like his Father. And then they try to say like, well, you know, like almost to try and say like he's not God, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. The way I see it is like, you know, God can do anything. So like God came down to earth as a human, you know, his son.
Yeah, took on human nature, yeah.
But yeah, even that, you know, it's no one will ever fully know until we finally meet him.
That's right, yeah. And that can get into some deep stuff, like about, it just gets really deep. I was reading, and I have been I'm still reading it.
Yeah, good on you.
And then I plan to properly study it after I finish reading it, because there's so much. But Tim Staples' book, Behold Your Mother, so it's on Our Lady.
Who's Tim Staples again? I've heard of him.
Tim Staples he's a Catholic speaker, and he's a convert he's an American Catholic speaker, and he's a convert from Protestantism to Catholicism. I think he was a Southern Baptist, he says, which I don't know what the difference between a Southern Baptist and a normal Baptist is. I have no clue, but
that's pretty funny. It's a Southern Baptist.
Yeah, he says I was a Southern Baptist. I'm like, okay, isn't that just a Baptist? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I think he went through a few things, but he was mainly a Baptist, and then now he's a Catholic apologist. So he like defends the teachings of the faith, basically. And he's extremely intelligent, and a lot of what he says goes over my head. I have no idea, but most of the time he speaks pretty simply, like in simple terms, so I can understand him.
Yeah.
You know? But his book is beautiful on Our Lady. It's like defending the Catholic teachings on Our Lady. And when he was talking about calling Mary the Mother of God, Protestants have a problem with that.
Yeah.
And they say, well, he's the the mother of Jesus. Sorry, she's the mother of Jesus, but not the mother of God. And then he gets into this whole thing of like, well, who's Jesus? Is he God? Well, then you can call her the mother of God. And then it gets deeper, and it's like, it's this whole thing. Anyway, I just made it sound so
And that's what you're studying now.
dumbed down and simple.
You're studying.
Yeah. Well, I've just been reading the book, like just page after page.
Oh, and then you'll properly study.
And then I want to go back and properly study, because there's a lot to take that I won't just get from actually reading it.
Like to study the divinity.
No, to study that book in particular on Our Lady, but in that, which is the reason I want to study it and not just read through, is because in every truth that you learn about Our Lady, in all of the Catholic teachings on Our Lady, you learn a deeper truth about our Lord. And so there's so much to go into. Like, for example, that calling her the mother of God, it goes into Christ being one person, two natures. So he can't be two persons, right? Like, so he was a divine person with a human nature and a divine nature. Whereas we're human persons with a human nature, but then we're called to partake also in the divine nature and whatever. Like, see what I mean? Like, that already is complicated. So that's hard to already understand. Then on top of that, it's like, why you can't separate Jesus from, like, why you can't say that Mary is the mother of Jesus but not the mother of God, because Jesus is God, but he's not the other two persons of the Trinity. He's the Son, but he's not the Father, and he's not the Holy Spirit, but he's still God. You know what I mean? Like,
I get
that's already, like, my mind already is like going to all these different places while I'm reading all of this. But so like, anyway, you can go into those deep stuff or whatever, and that's why I want to study it more. But why did I mention that again? Oh, the Trinity. Yeah, because the Trinity is like Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is not three natures; it's three persons, which we can't be, and we can't even fathom there being. Anyway, I'm just going to sound more confusing, but the point is that it becomes more confusing the more you look into it, which is the beauty of it. It just remains a mystery. That's the main point.
I think that's the point from, like, as I've heard, like, we'll never fully understand it.
Yeah. You know? And thank God we won't, because...
But it's still interesting, like, if to study, because I'm sure there is some, there obviously is some knowledge about it.
That's right. Yeah. And that's what we're called to do in our own capacity, is to understand the teachings of the church as far as we can, and not to just sit back and be like all lazy and whatever about it. But I remember what I was saying before. Sorry.
That's right.
Which is that, which is the good people going to heaven, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And it's that, a saint is anyone in heaven, right? But there are people that we know for certain through the wisdom and the grace that the wisdom that the church has been given by Christ. We know that some people are in heaven for sure, and then they're the people that we know as saints. So it's not that we make them saints, the church makes them saints, or they become saints. It's that they're recognized as saints. So, like, for example, right?
Yeah.
I have family members who have passed away, right? Like anyone, like for generations, I have family members, right? So let's say my grandpa is in heaven. He's a saint, right? Because he's in heaven. That's what a saint is. The definition of a saint is someone in heaven.
So that's something I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've only learned recently too.
That's awesome.
Because of what Deacon Harold said. Because I'm thinking, what do you mean the only people in heaven are saints? I have no chance of being a saint, of going to heaven then. Because I was thinking the only saints I know are Saint Charbel and all these people, and I'm thinking they're much holier than I am. Like, but yeah. So say my grandpa is in heaven, he's a saint, but there are certain people who, I guess, were chosen or gifted or I don't know what to perform miracles and all this stuff, and like or even, answer prayers like, did you hear about what was it? The kid who was healed or something when his parents prayed to Cardinal Pell?
Yeah, in America.
Yeah, they prayed
really?
for Cardinal Pell's intercession, and then their son was healed.
Wow.
In America, yeah.
That's amazing.
And like that then opens a case for the church to say, okay, is Cardinal Pell certainly in heaven? And like the miracles are a sign of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, am I explaining that all right?
Yeah, no, definitely.
And so those saints that we know, Saint Anthony, Saint Christopher, are you Christopher? Is that your full name? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Whoever, all the saints that we know, Saint Charbel, Saint Cecilia, Saint whatever, those are people who the church has deemed certainly in heaven because of the fruits that they've that the church has seen from them, like the miracles that have been performed or whatever. So when Deacon Harold was saying that, he's just saying being good isn't enough to go to heaven. You should be striving to be a saint, to be holy, so that you become worthy of heaven. And
because in heaven, is it like, what would your take be on like the saints that are in heaven? Would, for example, if I went to heaven, would I be on the same level as Saint Charbel, for example? Or
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like, I wonder what that would be.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if you would be on the same level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
But who knows?
But I don't know.
It's interesting,
Because I've heard different things as well about that. So please get back with the answer.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But yeah, like, so many mysteries. But I don't know how we got onto the good people either. We've gone on so many tangents, but it's been great.
Yeah, 100%. I think, well, what did we... Yeah, I forgot now.
I think we were talking about... because I thought I was, I was a good person or whatever, and that's it.
Oh, yeah.
But then my brothers started going to church.
Oh, yeah,
they started practicing,
you're practicing, yeah.
That's right, yeah. So my brothers started practicing when I was 13 or 12.
Which brother, Elias?
13. Both.
Okay.
So I think what happened was Charbel signed himself and Elias up to...
as a soldier.
That's
Elias,
right, in the station's reenactment.
Yeah. He's like, nah, man, come on.
Yeah, that's right. And then they started...
How good is that?
That's how they got in, is they acted in the Passion reenactment that we used to do at St. Felix.
Yeah.
And then, we became close with the group there. It was like a more core group that was there. Shout out to Alison, who was the youth leader at the time, and she persevered through years and years of just staleness in the youth group that she was trying to start at St. Felix. I think she persevered for like minimum 4 or 5 years before the fruit really bore.
Is that Alison
from
D'Souza by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know Alison?
Yeah, I met her, I'd say maybe a month ago. And she's part of the Samaskins.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Ali's awesome. Yeah. And if it wasn't for her, honestly, we probably wouldn't be into our faith, or at least we wouldn't have had the same journey.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
So she really led that group, and I just started going with my brothers, and I was going because I didn't want to say no and make them think that I was like not a Christian. You know, it's like I didn't want to say no to go to church. That was really bad. Couldn't say no explicitly.
And you at 13 as well.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
how
like
good,
12 or 13.
Good on you.
So I was just going with them, and I met, a couple of in the group that we had. I met like a couple of Samoan guys. They were older, and I thought they were the coolest people, so I just wanted to come back to get to know them.
And talk footy.
Yeah. Everything, like we were praying at the time.
Yeah.
And again, I didn't want to go, but I just kept saying yes because I couldn't say no explicitly to my brothers when they'd ask me. They were praying the 54-day rosary novena, so 54 days of the rosary straight. Yeah. I think it was like almost every night we were going to the grotto at St. Felix and praying with the group. We'd pray the rosary, we'd go into the old parish centre, and we'd jam. So the Islanders, those Samoan boys that bring their guitar, and there was a piano in the parish centre, and then we'd just be jamming. They'd be playing the guitar and singing or whatever. It was just
how good.
We'd get food, we'd hang out there. It was the best. And so I really enjoyed that part. So I would go for that.
See, I missed out. I mean, I still can go. Like I've never experienced the youth groups like that. Like a few times now recently I have. But yeah, like hearing this, it's great.
Yeah. It's the community is so important.
Oh yeah,
so important.
With anything, I reckon, in life.
Yeah,
anything in life.
Yeah, 100%. It's so we crave it in anything, but especially like when it comes to the faith, it's hard to do alone. You can't be doing it alone, and that community was that was awesome. So special. That group we had at St. Felix was special. Shout out to the old St. Felix youth group. But yeah, like that's how it started. It was at 12 or 13, just following my brothers there and wanting to do the social stuff and not being able to say no to them. And then I just fell in love. The more I went, the more I fell in love with I always say it, the more I fell in love with our Lord and with Our Lady.
Yeah, that's awesome,
Yeah, and it was just through there. And what is it, 12 years on now? And I still feel like I'm a beginner.
Oh, no, but so, like, but do you mean that as in like you still feel that fresh like love for it, or? I
mean, yes, yeah,
because that's awesome.
At times, like it's not always like I'm not always on fire.
Yeah,
there have been many dry patches in my life. And even like recently, like I was saying, like I was in that confusing state. I was in a confused stage of, I don't know, I don't have a parish anymore. Like I'm not at St. Felix anymore. I have to find somewhere else. And nowhere else to me was feeling like home. Like I could actually
but it
make
never
that my
made
parish.
You like go away from the faith.
No. Thanks be to God.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
That stayed. No matter how weak or strong I'd been in my practices, I was always firm in it from that moment. But thankfully I have a parish now. Thanks be to God. Going strong. Father Ronnie.
Awesome.
What a legend.
And that's an
for what he's doing at Austral. Yeah.
Wow, so that'll be a journey for you.
It is. It's a drive, yeah. It's about half an hour drive every day.
Is that all?
Oh yeah, that's it. It's not bad. But it's a lot more of an effort than 5 minutes down the road.
Wow, I thought Austral was like an hour from you.
No, it's half an hour.
Okay, yeah, from me.
Father Ronnie always says, what does he say? M7, M4 or something like that. Or M4, M7 or whatever. He's like, come and see me. Like, he rips me for not seeing him often enough. But now it's my parish, so.
Yeah, that's good.
But that's as of Easter, so really it's still fresh.
Awesome, yeah.
But,
and Elias is involved with the parish there as well?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice church. I like it.
It is, and like, this is on another tangent, but there's kind of I understand why priests are moved every, say, 6 years. Generally, every 6 years, they're moved to a different parish or whatever. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you kind of lose something when you lose. It's like this person this priest at your parish becomes your spiritual father, right? Like he's like your spiritual dad.
Yeah.
And then it's 100%. Like your dad moves
it's
somewhere else.
Yeah. And
then there's someone else now that you've got to. And like, there's a beauty in that for sure, but there's also something you lose, in my opinion, in that when your spiritual father leaves your parish, because you don't want to follow the priest everywhere. You want your community at the one parish. And so no matter where the priest goes, you're still at your church with your community. But you know, when you have someone solid like
I get you,
Father Ronnie or Father Roberto or Father Ben or whatever, and they leave a real big gap there. And if it's not filled, then you start to lose a sense of...
See, maybe that's like a test of faith as well. Like
it can be,
you know what I mean?
It can be.
Or like, are you going to mass for the... Not saying like you're going for a wrong reason, but like, are you going to mass for the right intention? Like you're going to mass for the priest or the people, or you're going there for our Lord? Like,
yes,
in a sense as well.
That's right.
You know, not to say there's anything wrong with, like, it's beautiful to go to mass for the people, you know, it's a community, of course, but I think really the final product or the final cause should be, for our Lord, you know? Like,
that's right.
Even people question me now, they say, oh, how can you be part of a religion that's, you know, have so many, you know, controversial things happen? And I said, I don't go to mass for the, like, for the people, like as in to say, like, all this controversy. I'm going there to praise our Lord. So okay, so be it. If things are happening, okay, it's unfortunate, but we're on earth, where nothing's perfect here.
Yeah,
it's just
right.
it's just like, it's like you're at a job place. There's someone there that cheats or the boss does something wrong, cheats the system or whatever. Are you going to leave the job? It's like, no, like it's your work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
and
the sort of argument I put to them.
That's right, yeah. And it's easy to say in that circumstance, it's just that person.
Yeah.
Like
there's no corruption in the teachings of this faith. There's nothing like that. It's just unfortunately some people get,
That's right.
misled or...
Same with the police.
Yeah,
same
everything.
with any other faith. Same with any organization. There are people in there who unfortunately aren't the greatest.
Yeah, and that also determines like how strong your faith is as well, especially with the church, people that say, oh, I'm not going to mass because this or this happens. It's like, well, how strong is your faith then?
Yeah, who is your faith really in?
Yeah.
In the end.
Yeah.
It's like people say, again, to just use a footy example, is like,
yeah, no, please
people
do.
say they hate the Bulldogs because of their fan base. Yeah. And firstly, I fully understand. I'll just say that. But what I always put to them, and kind of in a joking way, but I always say to them, so are you supporting the team, like the club, or the fan base?
Exactly, yeah.
I don't go for the Bulldogs fans.
Yeah.
I don't like a lot of what the Bulldogs fans do. You know what I mean? Like I don't, but I go for the club.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's the same thing. It's like, where's my faith? My faith isn't in the people.
Yeah.
It's in Christ.
That's it.
And a good example of it is there's an African American priest. Don't know when this was, but his name was Father Augustus Tolton.
Yeah.
I'm like 99% sure that was his name. And he's the first African American priest, right? So he, like, as in African American, like in America, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, he experienced all types of racism, prejudice.
Oh, I heard this. Yeah.
Yeah, within the church.
Yeah.
Like people.
And he's still stuck through.
Yeah, there were priests. He wanted to become a
Deacon
priest.
Harold?
Yes, he tells us, and he wrote a book about him, which I have as well. Like, I was like,
awesome, yeah.
Deacon Harold's awesome.
Oh, hell.
But I was really into that because there was a stage where I was really like hearing of people who left the church because of whatever, the same controversies, or like because they had a bad experience with this person. And I'm thinking, like, why? Again, your faith isn't in the person, it's in Christ. That's where you should be.
Yeah.
And so I was really hearing a lot about that. So I found the story of Father Augustus Tolton really inspiring because I was like, this is perfect. This answers what I've been hearing a lot. And no matter what, he wanted to become a priest, and that was the most difficult thing for him, again, because of the prejudices and whatever. Then when he became a priest, there were other priests saying that if you go to his mass, then you haven't fulfilled your Sunday obligation.
Yeah.
And all this stuff. Like, all of these
crazy,
things,
yeah.
every single thing.
I remember hearing that.
Yeah, every little thing that was happening in his life, he could have just turned around and said, I'm out. Like, see you later. I'm not a Catholic anymore. I'm not a Christian. I'm not whatever. And leave. But his faith was so firm in the unchanging and perfect God that it didn't matter what the people of the church were doing. He was like, I know this is the true faith because
beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, the teachings and everything, the actual church itself that Christ left, he was following.
Yeah.
And it's like, it doesn't matter what the people there are doing. He's firm on
like
on
look
Christ.
at the life of the saints as we know, how difficult their lives were and the tests they are getting, they still push through. Like even was it Saint Mother Teresa? In her journey, like she felt nothing, like ever or something.
Yeah, she was.
Is that
like,
true?
She went through, I think, 12 years of spiritual dryness, or
was it 12?
I think it was
more
like
than that, wasn't it?
20 or something. I don't know. It was
Such a ridiculous.
Okay,
amount.
so it wasn't all her life.
No, not all her life.
Okay,
but it was like,
because geez, that would be hard, like all your life.
Yeah, but it was. Imagine though, all your life you're so firm in this thing, and you've had all these experiences, and then for like, let's say 20 years, I don't know how long it was, you feel nothing.
And that's what happened with her.
Yeah. Like that's hard.
100%.
Because then you go, have you left? Like, are you even there? All these experiences that I used to have, were they just fake? Like, was I just feeling those things myself? And they were like, there were so many things that could come with that.
Like people even say to me, you know, like enjoy like these feelings that I get, like these rushes or whatever, these good graces, you know, they say enjoy it while it lasts, you know, because it's, and yeah, I felt that, you know, with the feelings of joy. And even like, you know, like I was saying, I've seen God appear to me right in front of me, you know, and even sometimes like you get that quick doubt, you know, like, is this even true? Like, it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because those miraculous experiences don't take away your human nature. They don't like, it doesn't just mean that all of a sudden now you're perfect and your line of thinking and everything is all, like you still have to fight for everything, you know? You're like, again, Father Ron in his homily was talking about the reality of life, and St. Paul saying in his letter to, I don't know who, I can't remember, we all must suffer the hardships of life before entering the kingdom of heaven. Something along those lines. And it's true.
Oh, definitely. Jesus always says that as well, you know?
Yeah.
Like this life's not going to be easy.
Yeah, that's right. Take up your cross and follow me.
But the most comfort I feel is like, especially when I have these conversations about faith, you know, the Catholic faith, it's like the more I have these talks or even watch, you know, like videos, like just the less stress I feel of just everyday life.
Yes.
Like even this now as we're talking, like it's, you know, the stresses I you know, of work or other things, like
they all lose meaning, hey?
I swear, man, it's like far out.
Honestly, things just don't matter like as much. They should still matter, obviously, but like things don't matter as much because when you're, that's why it's so important to be surrounded by people of the same, like that are on the same journey as you. Because you can talk. The more you talk about that stuff, the more your mind is constantly just like turning back to God and like to heaven. It's like, hey, remember your ultimate goal is like here. Because now, the like, it's easy to forget when you're surrounded by, let's just say secularism. When you're surrounded by that, then it's easy to just be immersed by it and then to forget the faith or whatever.
It was happening to me, like especially my first releases of my music, you know, like social media, like things were buzzing, you know, like I was getting, you know, some reactions and I was like, getting really caught up into it. And then I was just like, took a step back. I was like, you know, calm down. Don't let this stuff get you so excited, you know, like where it was at the time, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know.
How easy, hey?
Yeah, because then as well, if I'm getting into that and then say 4 or 5 songs down the track, it doesn't perform the way the first one was, then what are you going to do? You know what I mean? You're going to, you know, like I felt that already with I'm up to my 3rd song release and it's not doing as well as say the first one. And I felt that bit of, why? Like, and then I just instantly calmed down from just thinking of like, you know, because that's not that's not the fulfillment in life, you know, this that's music right. Or like, you know.
Yeah, amen.
So, but it's good. I feel like you as well, you pick up on these things, you know, in your everyday life.
Yeah, well, it's easy even with the podcast, like to have a look and see how many views you're getting and how many subscribers and all that stuff. But thankfully with the podcast, I haven't got caught up too much in that.
Good on you.
I got more caught up in it with being a youth leader than with the podcast, which is funny enough. But yeah, like, and people like always make jokes and stuff. They're like, oh, we have a celebrity here or whatever. Or like, you know, Alison always, she's like, she knows that I get so awkward. Sorry.
So the celebrity.
She'll like come up to me, she'll be like, can I have your autograph? Is that Anthony from Against the Grain? She always says, that's people do that, cool, you know, mate. And you have a laugh or whatever. Yeah. But like, I'm always like, I get so, and not to say to people that they've made me like uncomfortable or anything.
Like you get
it's not on the people, but I get awkward and uncomfortable.
Even me, like I get
no,
shy. It's just like it's like a humble thing, I guess. Even if you didn't feel shy, it's not to say you're not humble.
That's right. Yeah.
Like even I was walking into Mass with a family friend of ours recently. He's a hilarious guy.
Yeah.
And I walked in with him, and we're walking to the front because I love just sitting at the front, and so does he.
Yeah.
And he said, "Bro, we can sit at the front, so if anyone wants an autograph, it's easy." At the front.
There you go. Yeah, those comments are always thrown, and it's.
If anyone wants an autograph,
just come to the front, and you're just there. But that stuff, like, yeah, those things are like they. Though, I guess maybe they actually help when people do that. Remind you, like, hey, you're actually not. But like, I kind of know that. Like, I don't go about this going like, hey, I want to be known like in these communities or whatever. I want people to know that I do Against the Grain, or, like I'll look at the view count and be like, oh, like it's not enough or blah, blah, blah. Like that stuff, thankfully, I'm not, I'm not doing, thank God. Because there's been it's a constant reminder when you're particularly talking about the faith that it's not about you. And I guess if this was a solely footy podcast, it might have been easier for me to be immersed in that whole, like, it's all about me and the views and the subscribers and all that stuff. But when you're talking about God, it becomes easier to make it about God.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think, if you just remember why you started doing it as well, like, like you said, you enjoy it, just, and like you said, don't, because even me at the start, like I'd go and check on, I've got an app for Spotify, it shows you like all the streams, like you go every day where I was checking it and I was like, far out, calm down, like. Yeah, that's right. Just let it happen.
But that's
whatever
right.
happens,
But there are also, it's also not bad if you want, it's not bad if you want to succeed firstly, but also it's not bad if, like, there was a particular episode that I really just enjoyed, and I thought I want as many people as possible to see this, and so I'm like, well, there have been a few episodes like that, but like, but
I hope this is another one.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. But this is what I mean. Like, then you go, I really want people to listen to this and hear this story or whatever it is, And so I'm like, I'm looking and I'm like, have many people seen it? And I go, oh, it's not as many as I'd hoped would have seen this particular one or whatever. And then, like, that is not to sound like I'm trying to justify myself, but like, that's not a bad thought to have. Because my intention is that people see this and are impacted by it. It's not for my views or whatever, right? But at the same time then, it's easy then to get caught up in, like, thinking that it's me in control. And I'm like, no, I have to remember, like, maybe at this point, this is how many people will see it. But it's on the internet forever. So maybe later down the track, someone comes across it and is impacted by it. And maybe out of the however many, let's say 200 people that saw it that I wasn't happy with, I thought it would hit more. Maybe, one of those 200 were impacted by it or whatever. Like, I'm not in control of that. That's
you'd rather so like, say you get 200 views for argument's sake, and they were all impacted. It's better than getting like 50,000 views and no one was impacted.
Exactly.
Me personally, if someone like listening to my music, I'd want that, Yes. Because for me now, I know the reason why I'm doing it, especially with my religious project that I'll be releasing. This secular music is, it's just clean love pop songs, but
yeah. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about your definitely. Music?
Yeah, for sure.
Is that cool? Get into
100%,
that?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I have a list. So you've released so far, correct me if I'm wrong, More Time?
Yeah.
Wolf?
Yeah.
And I Can Tell?
Yeah, correct.
3, yeah?
Yeah, 3.
I'm not wrong about that.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Actually, here's my question. That right at the start, I said, I've got a bank.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, how good am I doing today?
So well.
I know. Thank God. All right, I didn't even have to write it down.
The best. She hasn't eaten all day.
Yeah. And it's still awake.
Are you all right?
I'm okay.
No? Are you sure?
What's the time?
Please, we can order something if you want. Like,
Damn. What did I say to you
I
in
actually
messages?
have Pringles in the car. I should have brought them down. We could have done a
bro,
mukbang
you
together.
can order something if you
mukbang?
like, and even
That's all right.
Adrian.
We'll eat after.
okay, because I'm fine. But for you guys, please.
I'm going to.
No, we're
Are you
chill.
sure?
We're chill.
Yeah,
Alright.
thank you.
But we'll talk about music, and then I said to you in the messages, I think this will only take 2 hours.
Bro,
Since when have we ever had a 2-hour podcast?
Has this been 4 hours now?
That's so offensive. You didn't think that Chris would have anything to say.
nah,
No.
like us, like, nah, I get what you mean.
Testimonies. I think
Fight him. It's
I
good
think
content.
testimonies take a WWE right now. Let's go.
Have you seen the Arab news reporters when they lose
Oh my gosh,
Bro.
and they start flipping
bro, and like throwing stuff at each other. One of them picks up a chair.
the water,
The water.
and the caps off, and everything's like.
The next level, man. Oh my gosh. I think we've been going for like 4 hours now.
That's fine.
3
nah.
hours and 57 minutes.
There you go. And I told you 2 hours.
I'm easy.
Sorry, bro.
Nah, bro, all good, man. Even if we're here till tonight, man, all good.
Wait,
What a
can I
legend.
say something before you move on? Because it's eating me alive. I feel like people are going to point fingers and laugh at me.
Go.
Mother Teresa had almost 50 years of spiritual dryness, not 12 or 20.
50. Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah,
Had
it was
to be
close to
heaps.
50.
Okay, there we go.
Anyways, I'm glad
Thank
I
you for
clarified
correcting.
that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
For correcting us
Oh.
on that. You know, people still rip me. So once when I had Sarah on the podcast, we were talking about modesty.
Can I say I watched that whole podcast? That
Oh,
was
really?
awesome.
Oh,
Thank
thanks
you.
for the God.
Far out, man.
Thanks
That's
for the
great.
God. I'm glad,
like, just,
man.
It's like the young people need it, especially about dressing and all that.
Yeah.
Because I relate to that a lot. Like, for example, like with old relationships, like girls I used to date, like they dress really revealing. And I would like be anxious about that.
Oh,
and
wow,
I'm
there
just
you go.
thinking, oh, it's just me, like just wake up. And then it was a time I didn't care, but I still cared, you know?
Yeah. It was your
Yeah.
toxic masculinity.
Yeah, but
Toxic
like,
masculinity.
because I always thought like, I don't want people to tell me what to wear. So why am I going to tell this person what to wear? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I see why now, you know?
Yeah. And it's,
And I would see, like, you'd be walking, man, guys would be like this looking, you know? Like, I'll see it, you know?
yeah, it's weird, hey.
It's like, it's...
I don't know if I would be comfortable with
Yeah,
that.
it's unattractive.
And
the
I
way
don't know
see
why.
it.
Yeah. And I don't think girls would be, for guys, I don't think they would be as well comfortable with girls just staring at him every time he walked past. If he's like in a real tight shirt or something, like
And even
a
what
tight
you
shirt on me
guys
wouldn't
was-
look bad
yeah.
because
Yeah.
I've got
What?
nothing to show except for my flabs. But you know what I mean? Like, or like in a or shirtless or whatever. Like, surely girls aren't comfortable with other girls looking at their partner like that or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I saw this video on Instagram the other day. And it was this girl in like this really low top, and she was at a restaurant, she put a napkin like under her shirt. She's like, I'm doing this for all the girls because apparently all these guys were staring at, like, all these girls' husbands and boyfriends were staring at her. And then I read the comments. I couldn't wait. I read the comments and everyone's like, you need a better man if he's staring at you and it's not your fault. You shouldn't have to cover up. And I'm like, oh
What?
my
Yeah, like-
word.
What do you expect, you know?
Exactly.
Oh, gosh.
Anyways.
I don't know. Anyway, it's the society we live in, and unfortunately, again, like we said on the episode, like usually when we talk about modesty, we start talking about how girls dress. But unfortunately, the reality is when it comes to dressing modestly, it's tougher for girls than it is for guys. They have more to show. Like, that's just the reality.
But like you said, it applies for us as well.
It does, dressing modestly, but
Even me, like I used to go to the gym with like really short shorts.
my
And like, I'll be honest, bro, sometimes my undies would like fall down. Like not fall, but like you could see it. And before I didn't
wow,
care.
they're short.
No,
Shorts far out. No, I'm just kidding.
like they were more like trunk
Yeah.
undies, you know what I mean?
No, I
So
got
lot-
you. No.
Yeah, good save.
I'm just teasing. Good save.
Like they come up to you,
Yeah, yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, even like I didn't think anything of it. Like I didn't care, but like now I've stopped wearing those shorts. Like, you know, like
Yeah.
But, like not because of the height, because they weren't like crazy high, but you know when my undies are showing, it's like far out. You know, it's like before I didn't care. I was like, yeah, whatever, who cares?
Yeah. There's a set,
Far
but
out.
even in dressing, less standoutish. Like you know how you were saying,
Simple.
yeah, like you're trying to dress more like a little simpler now. That speaks to modesty as well. Is like you're not drawing unnecessary or undue attention to yourself. Like that's what I like. That it's not just about covering up. it's
even what it is you're wearing.
yeah, like, and people
Yeah.
are gonna get mad at me again.
No, I
now,
get what
'cause
you
we're
mean,
talking about
like-
modesty, but it's modesty isn't just about covering certain
Your
parts.
skin.
It's about, and we mentioned it in the episode as well. It's about not drawing undue attention to yourself, and you can do that sometimes by just wearing something that's like unnecessary.
Flashy.
And obviously, again, that's in the context of. So it's like, say,
Or like you're wearing a jumper and it's got like gold plate things, like something like that.
yeah,
you mean?
yeah, like something like that is like, say you're going to. This is an extreme example.
Tell me, yeah.
But say you're going to feed the homeless,
Yeah.
and then you go in like your most expensive jumper that costs you like $1,000, and your shoes are like $700 shoes and all that stuff, and you're going to feed the homeless. There's something about that that's like that's wrong. Like you're going. I don't know if people are probably watching going, this guy's insane.
Look,
But
yeah.
you're around people who don't have anything and you're wearing your most expensive stuff. There's something about that draws, again, undue attention to yourself. So if you go and help the poor, you know, like
I get
know
what
that
you
you're
mean,
privileged,
exactly.
like take it easy a little bit. You know,
But
that's an extreme example.
But could you say then to that, not say I'm disagreeing with you.
No, go
But
for
could you say like, what if their only form of clothing is that kind of stuff? You know what I mean? So I feel
Yeah.
like it depends on the intention. Like if they're going
That's
to the
right.
poor to feed with these expensive clothes, saying, "Oh, you're gonna show it in their face and make them jealous," yeah, that's wrong. But I feel like if that's generally all your clothing, then for me, I wouldn't really see a problem with it. But
That's
I
right,
understand
that's right.
where you're coming from,
Yeah,
definitely.
I fully agree with that. Like, and that's why, it's hard to speak about modesty and a lot of other different things
But
so
it's
generally,
interesting
because then
topic,
there
though.
are certain,
It is
there are always
interesting.
certain circumstances where people are like, well, what about this and what about that? And like take circumstances into consideration. But I'm just speaking generally, like, so like if
So I'm
it's
just
always
laughing
about the
what we were
intention.
saying before.
Oh,
He has a short undies.
oh yeah,
Far out.
sorry, right?
No, don't worry. Sorry,
It's a bit
that's
of a-
hilarious. No, I love that banter. Far out.
But yeah, it's intention is
yeah.
so important with anything. But yeah, again, it's the intention. Like if I'm just going to show off or whatever, so I'm wearing all my clothes. Yeah, again, like I think that's immodest. It's drawing undue attention to yourself. But if it's the clothes you have and you're genuinely just wearing clothes, like you just thought, I'm going to pick this out and wear it
Yeah.
and like present well. It's okay to present yourself
Yeah,
well.
exactly. Yeah, 100%.
That's completely all right. Yeah. But anyway, why did I mention that modesty episode again?
I think I might have brought it up.
Yeah, you were saying we were talking on it. You were talking about Chris's music.
Yeah, the music, and then you said, you mentioned in the podcast with Sarah about modesty, and then I said, yeah, by the way, that was great.
Yeah. I can't remember what I was
yeah.
about to say.
Some of you mentioned in it.
But
You
anyway.
mentioned it in the podcast.
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember.
We're talking about
I was
the
doing
music,
well up until
his,
now.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
his new songs, music video. I don't know.
Yeah.
You said you kept it in the bank to ask me something?
Oh,
was it something
yeah.
else?
I think that was something else. But thanks for reminding me of that.
If you think of it,
Yeah.
bring it up.
Hey,
later.
look, I remembered most of what I wanted to talk
Yeah,
about this
all good,
episode.
yeah.
Last episode, I forgot everything that I wanted
yeah?
to say. Poor JC. Half the episode, JC's sitting there waiting for me to remember what I wanted to say. But anyway, the question I wanted to ask, just to forget about what we were just
It wasn't Jesus Christ you had on the episode. Jason.
That was bad. That was bad.
Dad joke. I love that. I'm all for dad jokes.
Yeah, I love a dad joke.
How good is it? See?
Gosh.
I think we're bound
We'll
to be
order
good
food
dads.
and do a mukbang with our worst dad jokes.
Done.
Done.
All right.
Done deal.
Now do your point before you forget it.
Yeah, no, it's there. I got it. Stuck. What I wanted to ask was one of the things that I'm always so in awe of with songwriters in particular is how they write songs. But how do you come up with the inspiration to write a song? How do you come up with the words? Because they got to rhyme, right? Like for it to be a good song most of the time at least.
Yeah.
And then do you write, sorry, I'm asking you all three, but
No. All good.
at once, but do you write your lyrics before the music comes, or does the music come first and you write lyrics according to that?
All right. So the first question, do you mind if we go from,
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
have them
of
written
course.
down? Like,
Nah, but I've
oh,
got
you
it.
remember? Okay, done. Yeah, so the first question.
Yeah.
What
was it?
Yeah, what was it? Sorry.
What was it?
Lord knows.
Sorry, I thought you were about to answer it. The first question was how do you get the inspiration about what to write about?
Oh, yeah. So it's a few things, like either something that's going on in my life I'll write about, or I'll just sort of let my imagination run.
Nice.
And sort of, like, I try to keep it as well that it's the topic will relate to others as well, and especially how I write it.
Yeah.
With the lyrics and all that. So, yeah, I'd say that.
Okay, nice. And then the second one was, how do you come up with the lyrics and like with the right words, and then also to like make them rhyme at the end of the phrase? So
I was reading this book. I forgot, what's the name? It's Tunesmith. You know what? Let me
Go for it.
have a look.
Go for it. Also, if you get any like messages or calls or anything, like feel free to take them.
No,
Yeah, like
right. No, I've got on, so it's all right. Tunesmith. Oh, okay, yeah, Tunesmith. Yeah, so it's called Tunesmith, Inside the Art of Songwriting.
Sorry, say it
Yeah,
again.
so
Sorry.
it's-
Inside the art of songwriting. Is
Yeah,
that what it was?
Tunesmith, and then, yeah, see, is it? Yeah, it's like the main title, Tunesmith, and then colon, and then there's Inside the Art of Songwriting.
Yeah, got you.
So-
Okay. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, so I started reading that, and he actually made a point, a good songwriter, here we go, will have, I think, with them, they'll have a dictionary, a thesaurus, and something else. Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but definitely those things. So, yeah, when I'm writing, I'll just, firstly, I'll have the beat generally already. So I feel like that's sort of like I'll hear the beat, and then I sort of imagine, like it makes me imagine the topic. So I might hear a beat, I don't know, and I might think of the ocean, so like it might give me that feeling. So I'll start writing something about that. Or I might hear another song that's, I don't know, makes me think about, relationship or love, so I'll write about that. But yeah, in terms of getting the lyrics, yeah, generally speaking, the instrumental, the actual beat will help me. Like how I said, I hear and it makes me imagine this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then always I'll have a thesaurus with me, like just online, to help words rhyme.
Yeah. Oh,
So
nice.
if I've come up with a sentence, I'll just say, word rhyming with this, and I'll have the list of words. And even sometimes that will give me inspiration for another line,
Ah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
But recently I've noticed I've been in the studio while the producers, and I guess it's showing me that I'm developing in it with songwriting. Like I'm getting better at it. It's just like anything, the more you do it, the better you get.
Yeah.
So I've noticed actually recently that I've been in the studio with my producer, and he's been making the beat. And as he's creating the beat, like I'll just start writing, and like things have flown, and I just feel like that whole environment, you're in there, like, and that's a big thing as well. Like when you go into songwriting with an open mind, not stress about anything, that's the best way. Your mind's just open. If I'm stressed, I'll find it hard. Like there's times where I'll be stressed to write the song, like I'm forcing it, and like I'll get nowhere. But like times where I've done that, maybe I might take a quick break, or I'll just sort of like regroup, just sort of like say a little prayer, and then I'll come back and it's just like flowing like that, So yeah, it helps.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I find that so. I haven't tried to write music, but I like write songs. But I've tried to understand how people could write a
Because
song.
like with your writing, like would you say, do you ever write poetry or no? Or it's more like an analysis what you write? Is it like a report?
Some
writing?
are reports, some are like just opinion pieces and stuff. Like, so it's
And in that, you don't have rhyming. It doesn't matter.
no, none of that stuff. Like,
Wouldn't that be funny though? Like you're writing a report and you're
I might sneak
like,
that into the next
this
report.
guy's spitting some bars.
I might sneak that into the next report.
And I'll turn it into a song.
Oh, done.
Oh man.
Next match report. I'm sure no one from New South Wales Rugby League watches this. I'm gonna rhyme
hilarious.
I'm gonna rhyme every second sentence is gonna rhyme.
Because even like
the one
poetry,
before it.
for example, even there's a Catholic calendar that I follow. Even reading the daily, what are the readings, the daily readings, the Divine Office.
Oh yeah.
Even like that's all poetry. It's all rhyming, you know. It's
Yeah.
So I'll pick up on that.
But the Psalms are music, so they would have they would have. I mean, they don't all rhyme, but like some do. I'm pretty sure they're the Psalms that I've read in the office. But like, yeah, but it's so hard, like to understand how you could write the right words, and then get them to rhyme, but then also like to make the sentence that you're singing long enough or short enough to fit the tune. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. So sometimes if I've got a melody in my head, and I sing the lyrics over that melody, if it's too long or too short, I'll just change some of the notes. Like as in like the length. Like I'll keep that same melody, but I might sing quicker, like in triplets or in like faster.
I get what you're saying.
The note value is faster.
Yeah, okay.
Or longer.
That's crazy.
So I might bring it, or I'll just change the melody, or maybe get rid of some words, because I've realized that in songwriting you don't have to write essays. Like it's okay to just let the music breathe. You know, like it's okay to sing and then wait a few bars, let the music, like you just gotta let it breathe. You know what I mean?
I like that.
So that helps a lot as well.
Wow. Okay. That's so good. Yeah. You have to have a seriously creative mind to be doing that. Like I would not.
But even how you asked me, like how do you write and all that, like even now thinking about going to write a new song, like I don't like even that. It's like not as daunting, but I don't even know how I do it. Like it's just, it's weird. Like it's hard to explain, you know?
Yeah.
Like even me, I don't even know how I do it. Like it's, if that makes sense. Like
goals,
you know,
it's just natural to you. You're just like,
it's
like breathing.
I wish, bro, far out. I'll be writing 10 songs a day. But yeah, just like, I don't know.
Yeah. You just you've got to, once you're in the situation, like
I guess because I've been, especially outside of school and even during school, I wasn't really, book smart. Like I wasn't, I didn't read a lot.
Yeah.
So I guess now that I write songs, that like, even to me, it's sort of like, it amazes me now, Like I've got friends I went to school with, they laugh, they say, you wrote this? Like, because, we
That's awesome.
I'd always muck around and, wouldn't really, pay attention. But I guess something like this, there's a gift that comes with it,
Yeah.
And that whole creative zone and, nice. I've heard of, other artists that will they'll be sitting down watching a movie or something and they get their song, creation from that movie, Even something like this, that's another good point that they mention in that book, Tunesmith, The Art of Songwriting. The author was saying, even in your everyday life, just really examine what's happening. Like if you're meeting up with someone, like even this now, me in this room, really, not that I have been examining everything, like, like
last week I was psychoanalyzed. Now I'm being examined for everything else.
Yeah, but it was just saying like that's a good way to get what's the word? Ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
an inspiration from the. That's you. That forces you to be a like an extremely reflective person. Hey,
Yeah,
You'd
in
have
a
to
way.
be.
In a way, yeah.
if you're doing that, like if you're forced to examine things that are
Look,
happening.
don't get me wrong. Like, I don't go in I
Yeah.
can't remember. Like, I've never done that. In other words,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I've never gone in and thought of that thing that
Yeah.
he said. But I guess when I sit down and write, I might reflect on my experience that I've been having the past few weeks, and then if I think of something, I think, oh yeah, I can write about this.
Nice.
You know, so
That's so
even
good.
like I write about things that has never happened to me. You know, or just
Yeah, nice.
I just think of it.
That's awesome
Yeah.
that you're able to do that.
Mm.
Because then that expands
Mm.
like your horizon, you know?
Yeah,
like
definitely. Yeah, opens up. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you have your own, like you were saying before, you're still trying to like figure out, you know, like your pitch and all that stuff as well. Are you set on your style though? Like
Yeah,
pop-
I'd say yeah.
you're set, like you like the pop sort of music.
Yeah,
and
so
all
I'm
that,
I'm diving into more pop, R&B, soul, and introducing a bit of hip hop now as well.
Nice.
Yeah, especially with the Christian songs. Like I feel like I've been listening to a lot of Christian hip hop.
Nice.
My brother says to me, you know, even like religious people, a lot of them will cringe at it, that kind of music, and like I don't blame you. Like even there was like a freestyle. It was called the Holy Ghost freestyle, and like honestly, it's a mad beat, and like what he's talking about. Because I'm so used to religion, you know, being like Gregorian chant, like music and all that, like all solemn.
Yeah.
But if you hear these guys, they're not saying anything bad, but it's like, you know, the way they're rapping, and I got a glass full of holy water, like, it's just, like, and with the beats, like, it's not funny, like I'm making fun, but it's like it's cool, but like it's funny, in a way, you know, like,
yeah, because
I'm
it's
not
so
used to that.
different. Yeah, that's
but
right.
it's cool, but like it's
Yeah, that's the same. Like, I didn't grow up with like Gregorian chant and stuff. That's
Yeah.
something I figured I found out about like later on in
or not
as I
just
was
that,
practicing.
even like solemn mass music, you know.
Yeah, like we always had the Hillsongy stuff or whatever in
okay.
mass. That was only
Right, yeah.
really
See, I was
my
never
experience.
used to that,
Yeah, like not necessarily Hillsongy, but whatever. Like
I get what you mean, yeah.
yeah,
like
the more contemporary sort of
like
side.
charismatic
Yeah, more like that sort of
in
stuff.
a way.
And that stuff I still listen to, like outside of
Me too.
outside of the mass. I'm
I
all
love
for
the
it.
Hillsong music. And
Yeah, like as
those
long as it's
artists.
theologically correct, I'm sweet. You know, like I'm all for it.
And a lot of the time it is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it's very
It's just
generic
praising
anyway.
God, you know, like
Yeah, that's bro, exactly right. And like, I remember we used to have like arguments, you could say, but it never really.
oh yeah.
Arguments sound so serious, but like we used to have whatever arguments about that all the time because I would always, outside of the mass, I have no problem with it. Like, I prefer in mass the Gregorian chant, you know, the real
More solemn,
traditional solemn style. And that's what I would always say to Sarah. Like in mass, only that is my opinion, my own opinion, right? But outside of the mass, I am all for that music. I love listening to that stuff. I listen to. Have you heard of Found Nation?
Found Nation.
Yeah, Found Nation.
Are they a group?
They're a Catholic rap group. Yeah,
Okay, no, never heard of them. No.
bro, they're so good.
American.
Yeah. They're
I'm sure I've come
so
across
good.
some of their songs.
Surely, and if you've sat down with Father Ben, he's probably showed you them.
Yeah, he showed me some stuff as well. I was actually
he?
going to send that Holy Ghost freestyle to Father Ben.
Well, yeah.
I will actually. I
He's
should,
the one
yeah.
that introduced me to
Yeah.
Found Nation. They're a Catholic rap group, and they're like, bro, it's like old school, like proper beats. Like
Yeah.
they're actually solid, and the lyrics are awesome, man.
Yeah.
Like they're so good, and they're Catholic, so like
That's
it's
mad,
not
yeah.
just like generic Christian sort
Yeah.
of thing. They're proper, like they sing about the mass and about Our Lady and whatever,
that's
or
mad.
rap or whatever. It is so good, and I love that there's people. You're right, like, and what you were saying, Father Roberto told you is like some people cringe at that stuff or whatever. Some people are completely against it, like they don't think it's something that you should be doing at all. And not you in particular, but like
I get
people
it.
in general, like people are against the idea of rap music being Catholic because to them rap is like evil and whatever, like, you know, it's satanic. Or pop songs, they're like, let pop songs be pop songs, but it's like, but why? Because if people like that style of music, but you can meet them at that style of music, but sing or rap about something profound and substantial and spiritual, you know, and like point their minds there while they're actually enjoying the music that's being played.
That's what I mean.
Why not?
That's my goal with my music. You know, if they're, you know, people aren't non-believers, at least they can appreciate the music that's being played, or like the melodies and all that. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah. But
Because not everyone enjoys Gregorian chant. You know what I mean? But if they hear a spiritual song in a pop form, or like a mad hip hop beat, then they'll, you know, maybe that can help. Maybe that could be a start to someone's reversion.
Yeah.
Or conversion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I think it's a powerful thing, actually.
Yeah. Like I can imagine showing like some of my mates Gregorian chant. Like
Are they religious?
No, sorry. No, some of my non-religious mates, Gregorian chant. And I can imagine their response of just being like, what in the world is this? Like, get this away from me. You know what I mean? Like, but that's why I think the context is so important. And again, that's why my opinion is in mass, Gregorian chant is so amazing. And it's through the mass that I think you learn to appreciate Gregorian chant outside of the mass. But if I was just to show them that, like my mates that, just completely, like I just go, hey, listen to this song. It's the best. And I play Gregorian chant. Yeah. They're going to hate it. Yeah. But so like we can't just expect everyone, and the same goes, by the way, for like people like, I was saying this to JC again last week, Father Sam French, or like even podcasts, like people are against Catholics being in the online space, you know, using that as a mission field. But
how because my argument's like, well, how are we going to get your point across then, the message?
Yeah. Like who are we going after? Yeah. Are we going after people who are already coming to mass or already practicing their faith? Like we should also aim at the people coming to mass who aren't practicing their faith.
Yeah.
But like that's important too.
Yeah, of course.
But why are we limiting ourselves to just the people that come to us? Why aren't we going out to other people? And the reality is that
that's what Jesus was doing.
Exactly.
He was going to people that were like not like always against him, but like a broken people.
Yeah, he was out looking for them, meeting them where they were at. And the reality is now, these days, people are on social media. People are listening to mainstream media, mainstream music. People are listening to whatever, like to the secular music and all that stuff. They're watching podcasts or listening to podcasts and watching whatever. That, like, are we just going to let them do that and then say, when you're ready, come to us? Or do we go out there and meet them there?
You got to go up to them.
Yeah. It's like, that's exactly what Christ was doing. He just didn't have podcasts and and whatever else to be to be meeting them on. It was in person. But people, I think tradition is so beautiful. I love tradition.
Me too. Yeah.
I think like I'm not against tradition at all. I'm not one of those people that's allergic to that word. Like you know what I mean? But at the same time, you can't just think that what was happening back, you know, hundreds of years ago is the only way to do things now.
Yeah, I know.
It's not.
Like not everything's going to be relevant then to now.
That's right. Yeah, like you can't.
Not saying the teachings or anything, but just the approaching.
Exactly. You know? Yeah. Exactly. It's just how you approach things now has to be different. Because if you're not on social media, if Father Sam French isn't on social media, that's however many hundreds of thousands or whatever, tens of thousands of followers that he has. That's a whole that's tens of thousands of people he would have never reached.
Yeah.
Let's just say tens of thousands. Probably got more. But let's just say tens of thousands of people that would have never heard the message of the church, or at least been affected by that message.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't on there. So why should he not be on social media doing what he's doing if he's using it as a way to bring people to Christ?
Yeah, because he does a lot of comedic skits, right?
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Too, it can appeal. It's not like if people thinking, Catholics are too serious or something like. It's like, well, no, like, like God's got a sense of humor, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Who created your sense of humor?
Exactly. Oh, mate, that's wow. That's a very good point.
Seriously, like your sense of humor forms over, you know.
Yeah.
Like it develops and all that stuff. Yeah.
But that's a good point.
But the fact that you have a sense of humor, it it was created by him. He gave us the ability to laugh.
Definitely.
Like
100%. He wants us.
Yeah, exactly. But it's the same thing. It's like now you go into the world of mainstream music, of pop, of hip hop, of whatever else there is.
Yeah.
And we know, like Sarah and I know a guy he's an Australian who raps. He does Catholic rap as well, but he's Australian.
Is he, what's his name?
Faye, I don't think he'll mind. He's coming on the podcast anyway. So spoiler alert. But Faye, his name's Fayez K. Fayez K. Fayez-K.
Sydney based, yeah?
Sydney based, yeah.
Fayez K.
So he's Lebanese, Maronite, and he does Catholic rap and
that's awesome.
Whatever. And like,
good on him.
He would undoubtedly, and I'm sure when he jumps on the podcast, he'll speak about it. But he would undoubtedly have people like complaining to him about what he's doing constantly in the church. But like,
it's not wrong, yeah.
Yeah, it's not wrong, and in fact, it's his way of serving and trying to bring people to Christ.
That's my goal, honestly. Like even that, like I was trying to find a way to serve God on my everyday life, and I thought, what better way than through my music?
Amen.
You know,
and with a beautiful voice, and with the music that you're going to be producing with it, and that I forgot your producer's name. Sorry.
Oh, Pax. Yeah.
Pax is, I'm assuming, helping you with, is he?
Yeah. Nah, he's been great. Yeah.
That is. That's going to do so much good, please God.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
God
but even that,
or
I'm just even praying, you know, not to like always remember the reason why I'm doing it, you know, not to fall into, you know, popularity and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, that stuff doesn't appeal to me like it used to. Like before, it's like, oh, I just want to be this, you know.
Yeah.
But like, no way, not now.
And if you do, God willing, become famous, you know, or like become well known, you can use that platform as a means to glorify
100%,
glorify God.
Yeah.
All right, guys, does your foot roll in like mine, or maybe even roll out, or do you just need general treatment for nail and skincare? For any problems with my feet, I go to MJ Podiatry. They're a mobile home visit network servicing all of Sydney, offering expert podiatry care for general treatments, sports injuries, custom orthotics, ingrown nails, and footwear advice, and offer NDIS and home care packaging. Visit mjpodiatry.com.au, call 0412 389 278, or email info@mjpodiatry.com.au to book your appointment today. Use code ATG10 for 10% off your treatment.
Yeah.
But like, he's full like commending the whole Catholic Weekly and thank you for this, and it made me like reflect on this.
Awesome. Yeah, so see what I mean? Like we don't realise like in this field we're in, like how we impact people. Like we might not realise it, but we actually like even me, for example, I gave a short testimony at a church recently, and I just thought like, not like whatever about it, but like I was just like, okay, I went and did it, and that was it. And like the priest reached out and said, oh, there was a lady there who was really inspired by what you said, like, are you able to reach out to her? And I was like, far out, you know, that's nice.
Wow.
You know?
Thanks be to God, man. How crazy. Yeah, it's so true. You just don't know.
Yeah. And with anything, you know.
Yeah, that's right. And it's just so nice when people let you know.
Yeah, it's good.
Like he took, you know how we always take time out? We have no problem taking time out to like give negative feedback to some place, you know, like this person forgot our food. So we're like, hey, you know, like this but for people to take their time out to write something nice is so good on him. So good. Yeah. What a champion. So
we'll talk, sorry, we were talking about the new project.
This is the last question, and I'm gonna let you go.
But like I said, bro, like if you got others, man, feel free. I'm easy, man.
You're a legend.
Trust
Thank
me.
you.
Yeah,
thank
all
you.
Good. And honestly, I'm not just saying that to be nice. Like really,
You're a legend.
All
Thanks,
good.
bro. I'm sure we'll go on a million tangents from this question. Sarah's
like, can I just?
Sarah's dead. Yeah.
I'm good.
Are you sure? Honestly, I feel bad. Are you sure?
Yes.
Oh.
You know, have you watched Friends?
Yeah.
You know when Ross finds out Joey and Rachel are dating or something, he's like, I'm fine. You know, he goes like, bitch, that's Sarah now. I'm good.
Podcast is not about me. Thank you.
Love you, Sarah. You're
Oh.
doing great.
Anthony, we're definitely keeping that. We're starting with that. We're starting my podcast with that. Love you, Sarah.
All right, another 4 hours. Let's go. All right, that didn't. Anyway, so final question. Here we go.
Yeah.
What was it again? Oh yeah. So how are you going with the Christian project, the Christian music project?
Yeah, good.
How's that all? Or traveling? Is there a release date sort of thing? Are you hoping to release it by a certain time, or how's that all going?
So at this stage, we're in the process. We're just creating beats. Like I'm smashing my producer. I was like, just a new beat every week, please. I just want to, I'm just really, I guess I've got the drive for it. I really just want to push it.
Awesome.
At this stage, there's no release dates for that project, but definitely once this current one is finished, it won't be too long after that I'll start releasing this new project. Christian Catholic music. So
awesome, bro.
Yeah, no, that's where my heart's at now. Like I really, I really love creating, just praising God, through music. Even it's funny. I was going to mention it before, but I thought of it now as well. Even when I wasn't practicing, when I would hear religious music, Gregorian chant, even like those solemn hymns, those really like beautiful, deep hymns, I would get goosebumps.
Wow.
And like with my normal pop songs I was doing, I was just like, whatever. But like I would not get the feeling as near as what I'd get from when I'd hear, religious music. So, what a blessing and privilege it is now to be able to create, that kind of music. Yeah. So especially in a way that's like contemporary. And it's crazy because at the time when I did decide to dive into that, to go down that alley.
Yeah.
I just thought, I'll do that, and that's it. And then I found out that Christian music's actually like at the top of the charts. Like it's quite popular at the moment. So I'm like,
nice,
perfect timing,
That is so
but
good.
like even if it wasn't popular, I would still. I feel like I would still want to do that,
Yeah. But huge. It's huge. Who's that? Oh, let me check. There's a guy who I'm pretty sure was just making like Instagram videos. Like he would make his own music, but I'm pretty sure it became popular off of like social media.
Yeah.
And then that's where I heard his song.
Yeah.
And now he's like doing concerts and stuff. Like he's got, I think it's only around America, but still like he's killing it.
Yeah.
Forrest Frank.
I've heard of him, yeah.
You've heard of Forrest Frank?
Yeah.
He's like, I've seen him everywhere now. Like I don't follow him necessarily, and I don't really listen to his music in particular. There's one song I listen to, which is "Good Day."
Oh, how good is it? Oh,
isn't it the best? You know it?
Oh yeah, I listen to his music. Yeah.
Oh, do you?
I'm about to have a good day.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you can't be sad listening to that song.
Thank you.
How nice is it? It's so cheery.
Oh, I love it.
So joyful.
It's like the God who made the universe knows me by my name.
And even have you heard? Have you heard? Let me get it.
This music's the best. Honestly.
Oh yeah,
it's such a gem.
Even I've been listening to Holvey. Have you heard of Holvey?
Nah.
Yeah, so he's more rap. Like more rap,
yeah?
but Forrest Frank's more like a rapper singer, as they call it.
Yeah,
like
that's
raps
right.
over melodies.
Yeah,
Holvey does a little bit as well,
but mainly rapper.
Bound. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, No Longer Bound. No Longer Bound. Forrest Frank and Holvey is on it as well.
Oh,
yeah. So that's
I'm gonna listen to that after.
Yeah, I'll show you later. Yeah.
Thank you.
No Longer Bound. Yeah. But yeah, no. Recently, I discovered this other artist, and he's got a real unique voice as well. Like Alex Jean. He's got like this real.
Jean.
Yeah.
I don't know him. Alex Jean. I want to see if I have any of his songs.
Yeah, he's got a really unique voice. Like if I'll play one of his songs. Not this. Like that's just a sample. You hear him coming. Oh, hang on. It's now.
Oh, it's nice.
Like this Christian, you know? Like,
Yeah.
But listen, it's mad. I love it.
boy.
How good? Oh, it's so good.
That is so good.
And it's clean, you know?
Yeah.
And it's, you know, that same mainstream
that deep
like
foot-
style, you know?
Yeah,
Of pop.
that's
It's
right.
like when I hear that, it's just like, when's he gonna drop a swear word, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know? But
So true. But there are like that, to be honest, that style, I don't listen to even like mainstream stuff, right? But like Sarah, that's Sarah's type of music. She listens to that whole like
yeah.
what I call the gangster music,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah, Sarah's music's trash.
But like what? Can I ask like what artists can I?
I don't know your artists. They're weird. Tell us. I don't know any of those people.
I don't listen to like one set artist, but let's see what was the last
You know all
songs
the
I
Lil?
saved.
Or the Lil people.
I do not listen to
Oh,
Lil.
Lil, yeah, Lil.
Wayne.
All those Lil people, you
Lil
know?
Jon, Lil, yeah.
Okay.
They
Lil
got
Wayne. Lil
everything,
Wayne's
yeah.
my type.
Yeah.
I like Lil Wayne, you know?
Okay, the last like normal person song that I have saved in here is Kendrick Lamar and SZA. They're Luther, I don't know. And then I have country, and then I have Doechii, and then J. Cole.
Tell us about your crap music. Like-
that is the crappy music.
Oh, who? J. Cole.
Like, but they're all
But what's crap? What the lyrics?
Mainly yes.
But
But
none of them.
I just rip Sarah because
Most of them
we
don't
have
talk
different
about bad
tastes.
stuff, and when they talk about bad stuff, that's when I skip it.
Yeah, that's good.
But the beats,
Yeah.
I just like that, which is why
Honestly-
I don't like listening.
Honestly,
to the
try
other.
going to these.
See,
style.
that was good.
It's I've got plenty of this style. I can send you a playlist. Like because for me, yeah, like I was really into Drake and all that, and like
Oh yeah. that's
I
not my
kept
type.
listening to him as I had my reversion. I'm like, nah, I can't. So I moved completely off it. Like I can't listen to it. Yeah, like just for the lyrics, like it, you know.
That's the main thing for me, to be honest.
Like, but what you're saying, Sarah, like the beats are mad. Like they're mad beats. Like even Drake released a song, Nokia. Have you heard Nokia?
I have to hear it. I don't know names.
Like it's quite explicit, but it's like it's got a mad beat, you know. But it's
Yeah,
like
fair.
a shame for me. For me, what wrecks is the lyrics.
Yeah.
so I don't listen to it, you know.
Yeah. Isn't that cool
Oh.
that you can
Catchy.
fix
Yeah.
that problem
You
with
know what I mean?
Sarah?
Or there's a line.
that
he-
song is always stuck in my head.
yeah. There's a line he says. He goes, like saying "where the function."
Yeah.
But he's not swearing, but it says like "where the function." Like,
Yeah.
But it's just catchy, you know.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know? But it's
Yeah,
just
see.
for me, they're the lyrics, you know.
Yeah. Sarah's very much on the music of it, like the beat and the
Yeah.
whatever. So like
A lot of-
she
yeah.
doesn't like a lot of the Christian music that I listen to.
But what's
I'm-
your what's your style of? Is it more like slow? Because like then I'll dive into.
I'll
Like-
get Christians. Christians. I got Anthony's Christian playlist up.
It's a bit of a
Mine's
mix.
different. I even go into like as deep as.
My Christian
My-
playlist is Kanye. Anthony's.
My kind of music is like I don't have one genre of music.
Yeah,
so
no,
like
me
I
too.
like rap, I like hip hop, I like all of that stuff, but certain types.
Yeah.
But my biggest thing isn't the music necessarily, though I have to like the music to enjoy the song,
Yeah.
obviously. But it's the lyrics mainly.
Yeah, especially
like-
with the mainstream stuff now. It's all so terrible.
Yeah. So sometimes I don't. Yeah, but I have more
Yeah.
upbeat too.
Yeah,
That's a
I know.
slower one.
Yeah, like I'll listen to like
That's nice.
this kind of like stuff like this. Oh, I love it.
This sounds nice already.
Oh, so nice. Like that slow
So
stuff.
this is this is nice.
you know what I mean? Or
But then I
like,
listen to like, you know, Newsboys. Is it Newsboys?
like this kind of stuff. I love that.
That's nice.
You know what I mean?
It's songs that I like, songs that you can sing along to. So like the mumble rap stuff that Sarah listens to. I
that's
hate.
all the little.
I
That's all the
no,
little. You can't understand this.
I don't listen to that.
Oh, the lil.
How
Like,
good's
I don't
Lil?
like that stuff, bro. you
Lil.
know? I want to be able to sing along.
Like if
to
you're a
the
rapper, it
music.
would be Lil Ant.
Oh, Lil Ant.
Lil Ant.
I'd
Come
listen to
on, come on. I'm gonna be Lil Ant from now on. That's
Oh my
what I'm
god.
going with. But like, it's all different stuff. So it's like the, you know, like the, you know, Good Father. Do you know that song? You're a good father.
Maybe.
Yeah, that. Who you are, and I'm loved by you. No? Or,
I need to bring
what
you
a
two into the
beautiful
studio
name
next.
it is.
You got some nice tones
Sarah,
for the voice.
Sarah has a beautiful
I
voice.
don't.
She does. She sings with Elias.
I do not.
Do you actually?
I do.
I do not. I do. Oh, that's great. Oh, so you sing in the church music?
Yeah.
Like you're familiar with Gregorian chant as well?
I've never sung Gregorian, but all the
Yes, you have.
Have I?
Elias would say you have, yes.
Do you
Okay,
sing an
yes.
Austral?
Yeah, I have before.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like
yeah,
for
because
Easter,
Elias
she's
has asked me,
saying.
but it's just, it's a shame that it just clashes a lot with my gigs on a Sunday.
Fair
Because it's
spewing.
at 5 p.m, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
But I'd
Actually,
love...
the last time we were with Father Ben, he promised us that he'd tell us the next time you're at one of those bars, doing a gig at a bar, and you guys...
Out in Austral or...
No, in the city. Where is it that you do it?
There's a place you said sometimes he and Father
yeah.
Roberto.
Sometimes
yeah,
it's
that's right.
empty, so you guys just do your own
Yeah,
thing.
we just, like it was...
Apparently,
Father Ben and Roberto and my brother, they would just be singing, out loud with me. Yeah, it's mad.
that's so
Yeah,
good.
they've
Coming to
cut
the
it
next
for a
one.
bit. Yeah, they've cut it for a bit, that particular venue. But,
Spewing.
yeah, but see, like...
The next one.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Yeah.
I'd love to come. I love going to like pubs or whatever, like places to eat.
Yeah.
And
you
then
got
there's
the
live
footy
music.
there as well, like it's,
Yeah, and there's
a
live
win-win.
music there. I love that,
Yeah.
bro. There's what's that place that we used to go to? Crossways?
Crossroads?
Is it no? Is that the one in
Crossroads?
Casula?
No,
No, the one
Crossways
in
Hotel.
Strathfield or something. Is it in Strathfield?
Yeah, on
Crossways or
Enfield
something?
Road. Oh,
Never.
They have like live music there. There's like a big screen. You sit outside. There's like a fire pit as well. Big screen of the footy, and then there's live music just next to it. Like that stuff's the best, man.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Nah,
I would like to come and
So, like, but what areas would be best for you guys?
wherever.
anywhere. We're not
Really?
those people. We go
Willing
anywhere.
to travel, bro.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
done. All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll talk after. I'll let you know. Yeah.
Chris is gonna be like, I'm in the Hunter Valley. This. Nah, sorry. I
I'm in
said
the
I'd travel
Paladar.
anyway, but that's a lie.
We'll do wine tasting too.
Done.
So good.
Oh, yum. I love wines. A
Oh, how
nice
good's
red
it?
wine.
And a
Oh.
cheese platter, cheese board
Nah,
with some. You don't like it?
I don't do wine or cheese actually.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a massive cheese fan.
Oh, I love it.
Like, I eat cheese, but I don't know what types I eat and what I don't. Like, I
Do
couldn't
you have
tell
like
you.
the real like labneh and all that? Do you like all
Yeah,
that?
yum. I could live off of labneh.
Oh.
But that's why they
my
call it
gosh.
cheese tasting and the cheese board, so you can taste the cheese. To
Yeah,
figure
like
out.
I'll taste them. I don't mind tasting stuff. I always taste something
Yeah.
new, but like I'm finding that a lot of cheeses I don't like.
Yeah.
It's just like the generic cheeses I
Mozzarella.
like. Yeah, all of that
That's
stuff,
the
Yeah.
whatever.
best.
Like pizza and all that. You like all that?
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Like a nice cheese toasty, I'll smash,
Oh,
you know?
Yeah. Oh, mate.
But I don't know what types they are and all that stuff.
Yeah. Okay. You just grab it.
Yeah, some of those things that you cut and like they're so firm and white.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Oh no, I love that.
Parmesan. That's probably your hard cheese that you're talking about.
I'm not sure. But anyway, but a nice wine is good.
Oh.
With a nice juicy meat. Oh,
Yeah.
piece of steak or
So
something,
good.
bro. Oh my gosh. I am starving talking
best,
about
yeah.
this stuff. But yeah, music, yeah, like that sort of stuff. But I have a whole range. It's just most of the time, it's if I can sing along to it, I like it. You know, I love singing along to music. I actually
Yeah.
love singing, but I
Well,
don't have
like
very
that's
good
the thing.
voice.
Like like we're talking
You
about.
do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. No, we're good. Like we're talking about like structure. Oh, sorry. Did you want to say something?
No,
No,
she's
no.
good.
Sure, okay.
Don't worry about what she was about to say.
Like even talking about structure of music and all that. How I was saying, to rhyme. Like a lot of hit songs, they don't have those rhymes or anything. Like it's just, you know what I mean?
Ah, yeah.
'Cause it's-
there you go.
What I've learnt as well, it's not. Yeah, like even with me, like I'll say to my producer, like my songs, you reckon they're too, like the lyrics, are they too simple? He said simple's good, like it's fine, and even sorry, I just lost train of thought.
Singing along.
Yeah,
talking
but
about
like
singing.
just with music in itself, it doesn't matter like how articulate the words are or anything. It's like how the listener feels.
Ah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you could sit there and not just like it's how you feel listening to it,
Yeah, true.
You know?
That's a great point.
pushing,
Yeah.
and all kinds of emotions.
Yeah.
Good, of course.
Yeah.
But
But that's right. Yeah. That's That's the most effective thing is when it can make you feel something.
Definitely, yeah. Because
That's
like half
very
of
true.
these rappers as well that are popular, you can't even understand what they're saying.
Yeah, that's right.
You
And
know?
when you do understand it, it just leaves you. That's a great point.
It's like whatever,
It leaves
yeah.
you feeling like.
Yeah, it does. It's the music, but that
Yeah.
makes you jump. You know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's a great point. And that's why, like, I love country music.
Oh really? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's great.
Country music's the best, but it's not just because of the music itself.
It's the storytelling.
That's
and the
right.
words. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, the words are beautiful.
It's what they write about is just like the ones that I listen to, at least, is, and most I would say country music is just about like genuine stuff. Like even if it's like a breakup song, for example, it's not like
it's heartfelt.
yeah, except Before He Cheats by Carrie Underwood. Not a good one.
Yeah.
In terms of what I'm explaining,
Yeah,
though
yeah.
I have it in my playlist. Great song.
Yeah.
But like it's just clean, you know, nothing's like, they're not bagging people out and all that
I get it,
stuff and like talking about all the usual, you know, sex, drugs, whatever, all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like clean stuff. A lot of country singers are Christian, so they'll have Christian themes in them. We're going to a concert this Thursday, which by the time this episode comes out would have been probably 2 Thursdays ago. We have been to a concert.
Yeah.
His name's Brett Young. He's a country singer.
Aussie.
No, American.
Okay. Yeah.
And I've been waiting. It was his music that got me into country.
Okay.
Because I was listening to music once in modern history in class.
Oh yeah.
And I just had, like, you know how YouTube has the autoplay thing?
Yeah.
So I was doing my work and listening to music, like my kind of music, whatever I was listening to back then. And then for some reason hey?
Tupac.
Tupac, yeah.
Was it? Were we into that stuff or not?
No, I was never into it. Like I listened to their music,
Yeah.
but I was never like into
Yeah.
it that much. Like
Just the generic, you know, like.
yeah, like old school R&B and all that
Yeah.
stuff I love.
Oh yeah. So,
You know, like the even like the, you know, the Nelly and the who else? I don't know, whatever. I have a whole mix of
Destiny's Child.
genres.
Yeah.
Destiny's Child, sure, yeah, whatever. You know, Spice Girls, a bit of
Yeah.
Spice Girls in there, Shania
Yeah.
Twain and all that
Oh
stuff.
my word.
No, but like I have a whole mix of
Yeah. No.
whatever.
Good. Yeah.
And then this song just auto played, and like, you know, when you stop focusing, like it's almost
like
like you're not listening to music because it's just it's
Yeah.
there and you just have no idea. So it was just playing, and like I didn't think to skip it or whatever. I don't know. Then halfway through the song, I realized I was listening to a song that I didn't know. So then I paid attention to it, and I was like, I actually like this. And it was Brett Young. The song was called "In Case You Didn't Know." It's like,
Did you
I
say
think it's
more
his
it's
most
the melody, like was the actual music that drew you to it?
at first, yeah, because I like the really acoustic sort of. I think if I had to pick like one genre that I had to listen to for the rest of my life, it would be country.
Wow.
And it's because of the acoustic sort of feel, and I really like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
But I also like all the other stuff is also tight. But
Yeah.
but then the lyrics as well they were just really nice.
Yeah.
It's a love song. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, whatever. It's like typical love song, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, the music was really nice. So then I started listening to his stuff, and then I went, oh, like country was something that I thought was like, you know, the old school folk, like howdy bar, whatever, which I also enjoy now. But that's but that came over time.
Good on you,
know?
but that's nice.
But that's like I'm going to his concert. None of his songs are like the build up and then it goes bang and it's like, you know, it's really
just right through the whole way.
It's the whole way, and it's like, I don't know, it's a feeling you get, like you were saying. It's like it's just beautiful, and the stuff he writes, the lyrics are powerful, whatever. And like I've been waiting for him to come to Australia ever since year 12 modern history. So it's 2017. Hey, 8 years on, it's finally coming, or he finally came.
And is he an older artist? Like how old is he?
No, he's not old.
Probably like
Mate,
40
this guy is a
something.
good-looking man.
Oh yeah.
Is he?
Bright blue eyes.
Oh wow.
They
Blonde hair,
hair.
cowboy hat.
I don't think he wears cowboy hats actually, sadly.
Careful, Sarah.
Oh, he's handsome.
He's a handsome man. Come on.
He
I'll show you.
is 44.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. For me, like now that I'm doing music full time and like going deeper into it, I'm appreciating all kinds of music. But I've found with country, it's like the least preferred. But even that now, I feel like I'm starting to appreciate even country more now.
Yeah, but it's
because you're right. It's beautiful music.
Yeah. It actually is. Like I love it. It's what I listen to the most now. But again, this is him, by the way, shirtless. But this is a photo. No, like look at his eyes. Bro. They're just captivating.
Oh wow.
You know what I mean? Like far up. Anyway,
it's like the contacts.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah. Oh, anyway, people are gonna start to question soon.
I'm just a facade, obviously.
No, but this is what I like. It for me personally, it's the lyrics first, and then if your lyrics are decent, then I'll keep listening to it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and the music always gets me, of course. Like, but if your lyrics are rubbish, I'm not listening to it anymore.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's why I can listen to like the rap, the hip hop, the whatever, especially in the Christian, the Christian side of it.
Yeah,
I listen to all of it because I love it.
You can listen to it like guilty free. You know,
yeah.
Like you don't have to feel because like even me now, if I'm listening to like, I mean, I don't now. That's the thing, but
yeah, you just listen to Christian music.
Oh no! Like I listen to secular music as well, but yeah, definitely not like what I was listening to before.
Yeah, yeah.
And even like that, I'll be listening to it at home, and Roberta would be home, and he's like, "Christopher, this is terrible music," and I'll just think to myself, "Yeah, whatever." Like, yeah, whatever. Oh, when Christopher, I know I'm in trouble. When I hear Christopher.
But that's right.
Yeah,
because that stuff as well, it really pisses in your even though you don't know it. It's really getting into your mind, and it's like
determines your attitude. Then
it's so important, hey,
how you behave after that.
Yeah, that's why I like Sarah. I'll tell her to like delete all these songs, or I'll come to learn. This is gonna sound stupid. You're actually gonna think I'm so dumb.
No, please tell me.
I only found out like relatively recently what Peaches and Cream was about.
Peaches and Cream.
Yeah.
Wait,
do you know the song? Peaches and Cream?
That song. Can we clarify that?
Peaches and Cream.
No. It was in my playlist.
Oh, who's it by?
Peaches and Cream.
It's
how does it go?
Space.
Oh my gosh.
I don't remember the lyrics anymore. I got rid of it.
Or like Smack That, or
oh yeah.
112 sings it.
112 sings Peaches and Cream.
Is it an old song?
That. Peaches and Cream. Yeah. It's like relative. Like it's fairly old. Like it's not recent.
Yeah.
How does it go, Sarah? Can you play it? You'll know it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
I only found out recently what that was. Or like Smack That I've known for a while now. But like that, what else was there? Like all these songs that were in my playlist. And I go, oh, I didn't know it was about that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I've got to get it out. Like Whistle, Flow Rider. Wasn't that Flow Rider?
Far out. Yeah, that's like, terrible.
Or Candy Shop.
Yeah.
I really hope people don't go and listen to this afterward. Don't listen to these. If you don't know the songs, don't listen to them. You're better off without them. Yeah. But like these, I didn't know what they were about. Then when I learned what they were about, I was like, they have to go from my playlist because you just, the things that they elicit that you don't even know that they're doing in your mind, it's terrible. So I'm like, get rid of them. And then I don't support other people as well who just go haywire. Like Sam Smith.
Oh.
He's really, I love his music. Love Sam Smith's music. Oh.
His old music.
Particularly his old music. But like even more recent, like Too Good at Goodbyes and stuff like that.
That's not recent.
How old's that?
That's pretty old.
Is it?
Yep.
I feel like it's still new.
I mean, I haven't heard his new stuff, but I've seen he's gone a bit cuckoo.
Yeah, like full on like just devilish. It's horrible. And then so I'm like, well, I'm not going to support him. So then I just deleted all his music from my playlist, right? Like that's obviously he's not going to be impacted by me deleting his music. Yeah. That's something for me, right? I'm not going to support someone like that. Even though it hurts because I miss his his songs were so lay me down.
I don't think it would be bad to listen to the clean stuff. I don't think that's bad.
But I don't want to support him.
Oh, fair enough.
You know,
fair enough. Yeah. But it's funny.
Yeah. Sorry, no, go.
Going into my like transition from, you know, this dirty music into more cleaner. So this is how I started, right? Because, like, especially with the Lils. the Lil. Oh, what's his name?
Lil Uzi Vert.
What's his name?
I've heard
have you heard of Lil Tecca?
Oh, maybe.
Ooh, sounds kind of
Lil
familiar.
There's only 24 minutes left in the cameras.
We're finished though. This and then we're done. I've said that like 6 times already.
Like this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I used to listen to that stuff a lot.
Yeah.
And what I started with, so I went from listening to that to the clean stuff, but I would listen to him, but the clean versions. Like,
yeah.
So you just hear, what's it? Like it'll be like that every second. I'm like, oh, this is so annoying. And then I just stopped. Because even the stuff they were blurring out was still rude, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like what they're saying is rude.
That's right.
Know?
Yeah. It's just, it's what they're singing about. We actually have to be careful with that stuff.
But see, they do it in such an artsy way that it's like they're beating around the bush.
Yes. You know? Yeah. It's crazy stuff. Yeah. We actually do have to be careful. Even if it's a bit of a sacrifice, like, you know,
but you'll
the
feel
music
better
is great
afterwards, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Even the earrings, but like it was a bit hard to get rid of it, you know? But like now it's like, I feel good without it. Like you don't have to worry, like if I take a jumper off, I have to like worry about it, like not, but now it's just like, you know, that's it, you know?
That's awesome. There you go. See, we're always afraid of change.
Yeah, literally.
Like including myself, always. But you know what? You're better off without it.
Definitely.
So it's so true. I can't wait for your music to come out, bro.
Thank you.
The Christian in particular.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
I'll definitely be listening out for that.
Thank you.
I've also been listening to your
appreciate
your other songs, by the way. So and they're
so
awesome,
much.
man.
Thank you so much.
And I love it. I actually do. I love it. You're killing it.
Thank you, brother. Really
and your voice is awesome.
Thank you.
So it also helps when you have a good voice to listen to
so
music. You don't want to hear tone deaf people sing. So
a bit of auto tune, mate. That'll be right.
No auto tune can fix what comes out of this, bro. I'll tell you that much. No, but seriously, it's great, bro. So I encourage anyone listening to look up, if you haven't already for some reason, like surely within the first 10 minutes of this episode, you've looked up Chris Keryakos on Spotify or on. Are you on YouTube as well? I don't even search music on YouTube
all over
anymore.
Social media, like I've all over.
How bad's that? I don't look for music on YouTube anymore. It's all on Spotify. Unless it's not on Spotify, I'll go to YouTube.
Yeah, so like YouTube, Apple Music. It's because I'm going through a distribution company as well. So they put my songs over I think it's like 250 different platforms.
Beautiful, yeah.
So, but like
no one's
YouTube,
missing out on your...
Yeah, so well, hopefully,
Beautiful. Someone has this like random music app and they're looking for you on it after listening to this episode and going, no, it's not there. I don't know why they would listen to you. To this episode on their music platform, but then not have your music. I don't know why that would be, but anyway. But yeah, if you haven't already gone in for some reason and had a look for Chris Keryakos, go for it now. Search up Chris Keryakos on YouTube, Spotify, any music listening apps, things that you have, platforms, and listen to his music. It's awesome. It's clean. There we go. That we've learned today on the podcast. And just support. We need to be supporting local talent firstly, also Christian talent, and then local Christian talent. Come on. So get on it.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. And like I'm promoting across all my social, Instagram, Facebook, all that. Promoting as well there. So
what's your Instagram/Facebook handle?
Yeah, so it's all just Chris Keryakos. I can send you the links if you want to drop it.
But yeah, so you're just Chris Keryakos on everything? Yeah,
pretty much, yeah. But I can, if you want to, in the description or whatever, put some stuff in.
100%.
So just Chris Keryakos,
Beautiful. All right. Well, if we can have a search anyway, you don't really have to go through the trouble of sending it. We can have a search for all the social media platforms. I'm following you on Instagram on all of my pages anyway.
Even my link tree. My link tree has everything.
Oh, do you?
So, yeah. Yeah, that'll probably
Is that on your
that'll
Insta?
be easy. Yeah, just on my
I'll
on
grab
the
it from
bio.
there.
Yeah, just grab that. You have everything there, all the platforms,
Beautiful.
the songs, and all that below.
Done.
So, yeah.
We're going to include that then on your
Done.
description.
Yeah.
On our description.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I follow you on Instagram on like all of my accounts. So
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
so that's easy. So then
Yeah.
we'll just grab that.
Done.
That's about it. To everyone listening, go support Chris. Follow him on all those platforms, by the way, as well. And then also subscribe on YouTube, follow on Spotify, on Instagram, on Facebook, whatever you do, and listen to the music.
Appreciate it.
Let's go.
Thank
Christian
you.
music coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Can't wait.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Was there
looking
anything
forward
that we missed that you wanted to talk about? Yeah, no, we're not finished. I'm just, we're finishing up, but as in like, was there anything else we missed that you wanted to talk about or anything or wanted to say? Is there a message you want to pass on?
Oh, like a message?
Yeah, or anything?
Yeah.
Like, did we miss out on anything that you wanted to talk about at all?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, then you can give a final message if you like.
Yeah, hopefully, my background or what I had to say hopefully inspired some people. And yeah, like just never know that it's like, I guess if you're in a, feel like you're in a deep hole, there's always, there's always hope, just never give up, keep praying, the Lord's always there. He's very merciful. And yeah, he listens, as hard as it might feel at the time, he'll always be there in the end. So yeah.
Amen.
Definitely.
Thanks, Biddy God.
So,
All right. I'm going to get you to, actually, I swear, final thing.
yeah, all good.
I said that I was going to ask every guest this when they came on the show, and I've only asked 2 so far because I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
All right. Ready? We're going to go bleak. You're on death row.
Yeah.
You're on death row.
Yeah.
And you're going for your final meal. All right? And you can pick a whole mix of anything and everything. Okay? It's your final meal before you die. What is it?
Does it have to be one meal? Like just one meal?
No, like it can be a mix of anything. Like you can get KFC, Wicked Wings here, whatever, Macca's Burgers.
Oh, man,
I don't know why you
final
choose
meal.
Macca's Burgers.
Far out.
It's like all your favorite foods in one thing,
Yeah.
basically. What are you getting?
Oh man. This is hard.
I know.
Because it depends on my mood as well.
Yeah, well,
You know what I mean?
you're about to die.
Yeah, I
So
know.
you can't be in a very good mood. How good a mood can you be in,
Hang on, let me think.
I'm just kidding.
Oh man. Just a solid burger and chips.
That's it.
See you later. Yeah. Yeah, as a meal, yeah.
Your final meal. You're not going
Yeah.
to have a burger and chips and add anything to
Oh,
it.
if you
You can
add,
have a whole mix of whatever you want.
Oh man, just count. Yeah, so that.
What burger?
Chicken parmigiana.
There we go.
Oh,
Here we go. We're
chicken
getting creative
parmigiana.
now. Here we go.
Pizza, pasta, kebab.
What pizza are you getting?
Supreme.
All
Definitely
right.
Supreme.
What
yeah.
pasta?
Probably a creamy, like a red and cream sauce.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
With
yeah.
just like any, cold meats in it.
Oh,
infused,
nice.
definitely.
I like that.
Even, I must say, shish butter.
Yum.
That has to be there. That is,
Yum.
mate.
Oh,
That is.
Why did you have to mention shish butter right now? I'm actually fully craving that.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Or
Phone
even
call.
like Chinese food, like a fried rice.
Yeah, yum. What a last meal. Look at this. What burger
Thai
are you
food
getting?
as
You didn't
well.
even say what.
I think I have to get two of each, like a chicken burger. But yeah, just, your generic aioli sauce, tomatoes, onion, lettuce, the traditional.
Love it.
And yeah, just like a, I don't know, nice Angus beef burger. Something
Love
like that, yeah.
And then the hot chips. I always want to know. Are you like the shoestring?
Yeah.
Or like the thicker steak fry or like
Shoestring, like French fries. Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, with chicken salt.
shame?
Yeah?
Oh, I just disagree. You know, it's up to you.
What would be the thick cut?
No, I don't necessarily like. What are they called? The steakhouse fries or whatever.
Steak cut. Yeah.
You know, like those really
So
like
it's like
the
extra
fat.
thick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not those ones. It's like, you know, the ones you get at like. Although I do really like those, but they're not my favorite necessarily. My favorite are like you know, like when you go to El Jannah or something. You know, like
I've been craving El Jannah recently,
I
especially
could
during Carnival.
smack El Jannah right now.
I was driving home from a gig, and there's a massive billboard of El Jannah, and it's lit up as well. Like at night, you know what I mean?
How good's their advertising? Hey, it's so good. But like, you know, those sorts, like it's kind of in between. It's like thicker, so you get a bit of potato in the chip, but like they're also crunchy and nice and golden.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh man.
Because shoestring, you're just eating potato skin.
You're actually not though.
You are.
But you're not.
That's hilarious, but you're just eating the skin.
You're just eating potato skin. Like, I don't want.
Or like a Macca's French fries. Oh. Or even
They
like
go off. I love them, but
yeah, even like going to a nice, like even just like a nice restaurant and getting their French fries, like it's something about that. Oh,
yeah,
like with a bit of salt on it. Oh, mate.
chicken salt. Do you know? Oh yeah, we're done. Oh wait, let me give you I'm going to give you the canvas, by the way, to sign. I forgot to tell you that before.
For sure.
but
No, let's do it.
Thank you. It'll be a name signature.
Yeah.
And then like just a message or something or a favorite Bible verse or quote or whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's all right.
I was meant to tell you before.
Yeah. No, all good, all good.
I'll pass you the Sharpie and I'll bring it to you. The
yeah.
canvas. And while I'm bringing you the canvas, I will say what I was going to say before, which is, you know, Americans don't have chicken salt.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. They're like, so I always watch videos. This is how bored I am in life. Is like, social experiment, let's see. Just hold however you're comfortable, bro, and then go wherever. Go for it. Well, while you're thinking, I'll just speak to everyone, I guess. I always watch videos of everything. Like, I love reaction videos and all that stuff. Americans react to this or something, or Australians react to this or whatever. And like, I was watching like an American do Aussie versus American snacks or something like that. Oh wait, is it Americans or English people?
No, it's Americans. You're right. Let Chris
Oh, yeah.
figure out what he wants to write.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, that's
go for
all right. Yeah, now I'm buckling.
it. Sorry.
No, that's all right. No, not you. Let me start with my name first and signature, and then we'll feel the message.
Lovely.
Thanks be to God.
I was actually thinking that.
It's yeah, true. Do you want me to hold? Sorry.
No, it's all right. I've got the worst writing as well.
That's what everyone says, but you actually don't. Didn't that sound good? How do you write your B's?
My B's?
Yeah, how do you write a B?
I'd like that.
Oh, is that what you did?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I saw something different.
Yeah?
I thought I saw
Why, how do
you.
do it?
No, like that,
Oh, yeah?
like that. But I thought I
Maybe
saw
it's
you.
my signature.
Nah, I just saw it wrong.
Oh,
I just thought you did. I thought you like did the circle part first and then just went
Oh,
up.
no, but I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Or like with the P as well, I've seen it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. I'm like, that's just strange. But you went with, thanks be to God.
Thanks be to God.
I love it. Your writing's not even messy. Everyone says that, but it's more legible.
That's the main thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what constitutes messy? It's when you can't read it, right?
Exactly. 100%.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks be to God.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, man, for coming on.
Thank you for having me. And honestly, God bless you and Sarah, with this podcast. It's a great cause.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so
awesome, yeah.
much. thankful and also sorrowful for the time that we've taken.
No,
from
why?
your day.
Please, man. I swear, when I got up before, I was like, man, I don't want this podcast then. I got to sit here all day and talk.
You're a legend, bro.
No,
You're a
literally.
legend. Thank you so much.
Yeah, pleasure.
This was so good. I enjoyed this conversation so much, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And just to end it, as we always do, remind everyone at home that our life is not our own. We belong to Jesus Christ. So don't be afraid to go against the grain.
Amen.
God bless. Thank you, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, what
Awesome.
a podcast.
That's a wrap, huh?
What a legend.
That's mad, bro.
Thank you
mad
so
chat.
much.
No.